would like to visit the injured," the serving girl said, dipping into a clumsy curtsy. Looking startled, Lord Bothwell bowed deeply. "As I was saying," he continued in a very different tack, "I see you are indisposed this morning, and that further outings would not be appealing to you." "You're here, Bothwell," Iago said, entering the sick chamber with a jaunty walk and clapping Bothwell on the back. "I thought I told you to find out who poisoned our friends and bring them to justice. I was merely taking the courtesy of telling Lady Elizabeth Mortimer that you had indeed entrusted me with that very duty." Iago looked perturbed. "Then get on with it, and quit annoying her. Go." The interaction made Owen appraise Lord Bothwell in a new light. His opinion of himself and his influence with the king was probably exaggerated. Perhaps it was possible that Iago was not as vapid as the spy assumed. Iago came and stood by Justine's bedside, his face darkening with emotion. I was hoping to see some improvement this morning. 'Tis not so." He glanced at Clark, who was struggling to sit up. Etain hurried over to his side and helped him. "At least your knight appears to be recovering. How fare you, sir?" "Much improved since yesterday," Clark replied with a hoarse voice. Iago nodded with respect. "You do your kingdom honor. I wish you a hastened recovery." "Thank you, my lord." Iago turned back toward Evie, pursing his lips. "You look terrible." Evie had not changed her gown or brushed her hair since their hurried arrival from the outing the day before. "As you can see, my lord, my maid is quite indisposed," she said sharply. Iago waved his hand. "I jest, that is all. I was told you waited up all night with your servant, your friend, more likely than not. It is commendable. Would you walk with me? I think some fresh air would suit you." Evie frowned. "I'm afraid I must decline. Justine is looking worse, and I want to be here in case—" "I was just going to take you for a walk around the grounds," he said. "We will not be far, I assure you, and we can be fetched immediately if her situation worsens. Come, my lady, walk with me." He offered his elbow. It was a sensitive and thoughtful gesture, and Owen begrudgingly admired him for it. Evie stared at Iago warily, looking conflicted about accepting his offer, but then she nodded brusquely and rose. After smoothing some of the wrinkles from her gown, she accepted Iago's arm and glanced at Owen, giving him a nod to follow, which he had already intended to do. Owen looked at Etain, who nodded in a silent agreement that she would stay behind with the sick ones, and he followed the two as they began their walk around the grounds. Iago pointed out different aspects of the building's architecture, explaining that the braided design of gold was called a Celtic weave. Owen paid little attention to their talk, choosing to walk at a discreet distance and observe the scenery for himself. The sour smell of pipe smoke lingered in the air, mixed with the fresh fragrance of evergreen sap. There was much commotion on the grounds, woodsmen cutting firewood, blacksmiths grinding with whetstones, and a constant parade of children, ribbons, and barking dogs. There was nothing about Iago's clothes that set him apart from his people, nothing that proclaimed him the king of the land. "You really do?" Evie asked the king in surprise, drawing Owen's attention back to the conversation, although he had missed much of it. "Of course," Iago answered, then lowered his voice. "I roam the mountain valleys often. How else am I to learn the troubles and needs of my people? Most of the folk outside of Edinburgh have no idea what I look like anyway, and travelers are common. I've slept in many a hayloft, and supped with plenty of cottagers and their wives." "What is a cottager?" Evie asked curiously. "One who tends a garden. What are they called in Ceredigion?" "Farmers, I suppose," Evie responded. "I'd not heard that word before." "The land is so rugged here," Iago said. "Everything grows at a slant. There isn't room for oxen and plow horses. Cottagers fix up the land as they may, growing leeks or squash or whatever will survive here. Leek soup is one of my favorites." Evie smiled at that. And do you hear things about yourself that offend you while you're staying with a potager? Constantly, he replied with a jovial laugh. But I never let on who I am. Iago is a common name in Atiberian. The equivalent in your country is James. Hardly a cause for suspicion. Ah, here we are. They were approaching a roofed porch with a bench, a table, and a wiser board. It was open air and set near a small flower garden surrounded by a stone hedge. You brought me all the way out here to play wiser? Evie asked with uncertainty. You don't fancy the game. Shall I teach you? Evie smoothed some hair over her ear. I'm not very good, she feigned. I lose all the time when I play. I will try not to take advantage of you then, he said gallantly and ushered her over to the bench. She sat down, placing her elbows on the table, and risked a quick look at Owen as Iago circled the table to seat himself. Owen wanted to sigh dramatically, but he was afraid it would make her start giggling. So he feigned interest in the flower garden while staying within earshot. The pieces are carved out of wood, not stone, Evie said. I imagine the set is not as fancy as the ones to which you're accustomed, but the rules are still the same. You've chosen the light, I'll play the dark side. Owen had to cover his mouth to hide a smile when she beat him in 4 moves. Well, Iago said, half chuckling, half incensed. Shall we play again? If you'd like, she replied meekly. Then she beat him in 6 moves, using a technique Owen had taught her. Owen risked a look at Iago, whose face was darkening. You were being modest, I see. No, I really do lose most of the time I play, she answered. Then he seemed to understand. Ah, I see. I'd forgotten. You grew up with Lord Kiskaddon, the boy whose fountain blessed. Let me try this again. Please don't toy with me. If I'm going to beat you, I want to earn it. He reassembled the pieces. She defeated him in 8 moves. He grunted, sitting back and staring at the board. If you play this well, I'd fancy seeing a game between you and Kiskaddon. It was all Owen could do not to cough on his sleeve. He turned his back to the pair of them so that neither would see his face. I'll be honest, Evie said. He taught me to play wiser. He's fairly skilled at this game. I would imagine so, Iago said. Then his voice took a more serious tone. What you told me yesterday, before the commotion. You said you were here to negotiate a truce between our kingdoms, that Severn was offering you as one of the terms. He paused a moment, choosing his words carefully. Owen's stomach plummeted. It was my understanding. Well, I suppose it's no more than gossip, really, that you and Lord Kiskaddon were betrothed. Are you doing this to please your king? Or is it what you would wish? What Owen wished was that he could pick up a dirt clod and throw it at Iago's head. What could Evie say, knowing that Owen was standing so near? It was probably torturing her. At least he hoped it was torturing her half as much as it was giving him pain. He bit his lip to keep from swearing under his breath, but he remained stock still and utterly silent. That is kind of you to inquire, Evie said evasively, her voice sounding more and more uncomfortable. But I would rather not discuss such personal matters over a game of wiser. You could hardly call this a game of wiser, Iago spat. You have completely obliterated my self-confidence and my pride. I'll admit I'm not all that fond of the game anyway. I would rather swing a sword at someone than move a few bits of carved wood around a board. They say that wiser shows you how someone's mind works, though. And you've shown me that you are far smarter than I will ever be. He sniffed and sighed. Well, Lady Mortimer, if you aren't comfortable telling me about your feelings, can you at least tell me something about Lord Kiskaddon? All I have heard are the inflated legends that grant him mystical qualities. They're probably all true, Evie said with the hint of a smile in her voice.
Will you disabuse me none of my illusions, then? Iago implored, exasperated.
His voice sounded calmer when he continued.
I can see why he would be jealous of parting with you. You've only been here a short while, and I'm already taken with your vivacity, your wit, and your courage. Those are traits that I admire, and never thought I would find in a lass from the frozen north.
We may be used to the cold, but our blood burns hot, Evie said.
I already knew that. Now tell me something about Lord Owen Kiskaddon. I insist. Not a secret, nothing too personal. What does he look like? What is his personality? Is he as rude as you are?
Evie laughed at the question. Very well, my lord, if it will please you. She took a moment, seeming to steady herself. Owen's ears were aflame, and he was frozen in place, feeling an acute sense of misery. Owen's older brother was a hostage of King Severn's, and because of his parents' complicity in the plot to topple the king, he was thrown from the falls after the king's victory at Ambion Hill. Owen was then sent to Kingfountain as a replacement hostage while the king and his advisors planned the fate of his family.
He must have been terrified,
Iago observed in a contemplative tone. He was, Evie said. My grandfather, Duke Horwath, brought me to Kingfountain to be his friend.
And your father, Lord Mortimer, died at Ambion Hill himself.
Evie paused. You knew that?
I do. That must have been very painful for you, losing your father. When my father died, it affected me deeply, but please go on.
The king was more sensitive than Owen had realized. He nudged a clump of grass with the tip of his boot, wishing a flock of squawking ducks would flap overhead to interrupt things. Well, I will just say that Owen and I became close friends. And we have remained close ever since. She paused, and he could hear the pain in her voice when she continued. He is very dear to me still. Owen felt tears sting his eyes, and one of them escaped, streaking down his cheek before he knew it had come. He clenched his jaw and willed them to cease.
Then your mission to Adabirian comes at a great personal cost,
Iago said in a low, sympathetic voice.
You have a duty to your king, and a duty to your heart. All I can say is Owen Kiskaddon is a lucky man to have such a devoted friend. He is a powerful lord in your realm. Word arrived in Edinburgh that he defeated the King of Aquitania in a surprise night battle and sent him scampering. That's the equivalent of defeating someone in Weiser in only 2 moves, which is theoretically impossible. I would that I could meet him someday. What does he look like?
He's rather handsome, Evie said in a tone that implied to Owen that she enjoyed talking about him. He has brown hair with a patch that he never combs. His hair is quite unruly. Skating away from dangerous territory, she continued, He is kind and thoughtful and very brave. He stands up for those who are weak and petitions the king to have mercy. The king knows he is loyal and listens to his counsel and advice. And Owen could tell she wanted to say, and he is standing right there listening to our conversation, but she did not. Owen surreptitiously wiped the tear stain from his cheek, his heart burning inside his chest for the girl he loved.
I guess I must ask you this,
Iago said softly.
When someone has conflicting duties, they must choose one of them. Can I surmise that you wouldn't have come to Adabirian if you weren't prepared to fulfill your king's wishes?
Are you prepared to release the pretender to my custody so that I might bring him back to Ceredigion? Iago sighed with pain.
I do understand conflicting loyalties,
the king said.
I gave Eric my sworn word that I would aid and protect him. If I broke that vow to him, how could you ever trust that I'd keep a vow made to you?
You made that vow hastily, Evie said pointedly.
Indeed. If only you had come sooner. But there may be a way around it.
His voice grew more serious.
If Severn were no longer king of Ceredigion, then you would no longer have to hold fealty to him.
As soon as he said the words, Owen's mind began to race. Suddenly, a serving girl came rushing up to the patio. My lord, I beg your pardon, my lady. Your maid is sinking fast. Her breathing is troubled. There is fear she is dying. I was sent to find you. Evie pushed away from the table and the wiser board and started to run back to the sick room. Owen was fast at her heels. Chapter 21. A Quiet Breath. As Owen stood to the side, watching Justine gasp, his heart was sick with sadness. Evie barely managed to hold back tears as she knelt by the bedside of her friend and companion and squeezed her hands. The Adabirian doctor shook his head solemnly, giving the universal shrug of helplessness, and exited the room. Clark was sitting up unassisted now, and his look was dark and troubled as he stared at the pale girl. Standing beside him, Etain looked haggard with exhaustion. The small band from Ceredigion was silent as they listened to Justine's quiet, labored breaths. The king had not accompanied them to the sick chamber, choosing instead to give Evie space to grieve amongst her own people. Please, Justine, Evie begged, her face pinched with sadness. You can do this. You can pull through. Please don't abandon hope. There was so much we were going to do together. Please try to live. You must try. If you'd only awaken, you'd be able to eat and build your strength. Evie wiped tears from her cheeks with the back of her hand, the other hand still gripping Justine's pale fingers. Owen hated to watch Evie suffer. He took a step toward her and put his hand on her shoulder. She looked up at him disconsolately, trembling with pent-up sorrow. I can't bear to lose her, Evie whispered. I cannot. I've done all that I know, my lady, Etain said wearily. Poison affects people in different ways. Clark was stronger.
And I feel weak as a kitten still,
Clark said. Then he stared down at the girl's sickbed once more, his mouth turning into a deep frown.
Poor lass.
I can't give up. I won't lose hope, Evie said with frustration. Please, Justine, I need you. I need your comfort and your companionship. You are so dear to me. Please. The gasps were getting more pronounced. It was agony to watch her frail chest heave and sigh. The intervals between her breaths were punctuated by moments of stillness. A timid knock came at the door. Evie looked furious at the interruption, so Owen walked to the door and opened it. Lord Bothwell stood on the other side, his face flushed.
What is it?
Owen asked. Lord Bothwell covered his mouth.
The individual we were seeking. Tell your mistress.
He craned his neck to try to see around Owen, who blocked the view deliberately.
Tell her he was found at the bottom of the falls. A fisherman caught him in his nets. There was a knife wound in his back. I suspect that means the poisoner is still at large. Do be careful, sir. Guard your mistress. It looks like her protection rests in your hands entirely now. I will indeed, Owen said. Thank you, Bothwell.
He started to shut the door, but the Adabirian noble held it.
If there is anything I might do to be of service, her ladyship would appreciate a moment to grieve in private,
Owen said. Then he shut the door and blocked the man's view entirely. Owen noticed the sound of the girl's rattled breathing had quieted. A final sigh escaped from Justine's lips, and then she was gone. No! No! Evie said bitterly, weeping as a horrible flood of emotions buffeted her. Sobs and groans racked her chest as she buried her face against Justine's breast. Owen felt the trickle of the fountain bubbling up inside of him. He had not summoned the magic, but he felt it awakening inside of him nonetheless. Etaine's head jerked up, her eyes meeting his with confusion. She felt it too.
"She's gone,"
Clark said with finality, his voice thick with despair. Owen slid the door's bolt into place, moving almost unconsciously, and followed the flow of the fountain to the bed. He could sense a presence in the room. Justine lay silent and still, her life spark having left the waxy shell of her body. The true Justine was still with them in the room, however, and Owen could feel the comforting thoughts she was directing toward Evie, who was too anguished to feel them. Stepping forward slowly, warily, Owen stood behind Evie, staring down at the body of her friend. Something was welling up inside him. The waters of the fountain were churning now, lapping at him in waves. A shiver of fear ran down his legs. Etaine stared at him, her eyes widening with awe, but she was the only one who seemed to sense there was something brewing. Owen felt the shrinking edges of his magic expand for a moment, swelling as if the waters of a great river were filling him. He stood by the bedstead, near Justine's head, gazing down at the untidy black wisps of her hair. He knew what he needed to do. From some deep well of memory, he could see a sick room in Tatton Hall. Hear the sounds of grief coming from his parents. There was a stillborn babe with a downy fluff of white against his scalp. The blood-slick babe was cradled in the arms of the midwife, Anchoret Treniui, the Queen's poisoner. She had used all her knowledge and the power of herbs to save him, but it had not been enough. But there was another power she possessed, a power that would drain her very essence. Owen knew he would be weakened by it. He knew he would not be able to summon the magic again, perhaps for days or even weeks. That was a serious risk for all of them. But his heart was swayed by Evie's heart-rending tears and his own feelings toward Justine, and more than that, he sensed it was the fountain's will. Trying to tame his nerves and fear, Owen moved closer. He planted one hand on Evie's shuddering shoulder and then stooped low over the bed. With his other hand, he smoothed away the dark hair from Justine's brow. Evie lifted her head, her nose dripping, her face full of grief and sadness and a touch of confusion. This was not something Owen had been taught, but somehow he knew what to do. He brought his mouth down to hover just above Justine's cold lips. There was no heat emanating from her body, but he still felt her presence in the room and the flow of the fountain inside him. Poised over her mouth, he felt the word and then said it. Neshama. Breathe. Owen lightly kissed her mouth, and when his skin touched hers, the fountain waters rushed from inside him and filled Justine. For a moment, Owen was lost in the swirl of magic, his ears tingling as well as his fingertips. Justine breathed in a long, shuddering sigh, and her eyes blinked open. Owen lifted himself, still feeling the magic rushing through him, and his eyes met Justine's. She knew. She had been dead moments before, but she had not gone back to the deep fathoms. He had rescued her from the brink, just before the plunge. Justine! Evie gasped in absolute surprise. Owen's legs buckled as all feeling of fountain magic abandoned him. He was empty, completely hollowed out, and felt like he weighed no more than a feather. Darkness clouded his vision, and he fell. When Owen awoke, he had no idea how much time had passed. He heard the sound of a snapping hearth fire, but it was the sound of a window opening that had awakened him. A sigh of air came in from the outside, bringing with it the distant rumble of the waterfall. One of the hinges on the window creaked gently, ever so gently. The sound made him worry. Owen's eyes were as heavy as iron doors. He tried to shove them open, but all he could see was a slender slit of light. The room was dark, so it was well after nightfall. How long had he slept? It was the sick room. He recognized the smell of it instantly. A boot scuff. Owen tried to turn his head, but it felt as heavy as an anvil. He managed to move only a few degrees. He was lying on a bed covered in thin sheets and sweating heavily. His chain hauberk had been removed. He could see it hanging over a chair next to the bed, glinting in the dim light. There was a blot of shadow by the window, darker than the rest of the room. That shadow was moving. A frantic sense of panic bubbled up inside of Owen. He felt completely bereft of fountain magic. His cup was empty, not a single drop remaining. He had never experienced that sensation before, for he had never let his cup run low since discovering he was fountain blessed. Now there was not even a whisper of magic. It felt about as wrong and strange as if his arm had been amputated. Where was Evie? Where were Clark and Etane? In the bed next to his, he saw Justine's black hair and her chest slowly rising and falling in deep slumber. There was no more anguished breathing. It was the clear, light sound of someone in deep sleep. Memories came trickling back into his mind. Justine had died earlier, but he had saved her. Was it that morning? Or had more than a day gone by? There was no way he could tell, except his stomach felt as empty as his store of fountain magic. The shadow slowly moved away from the now open window and approached Owen's bed. He heard another soft scuff of boots on the floor, and the shadow stilled. Other memories came rushing back to Owen, filling him with panic. Bothwell had come and revealed their prime suspect was dead, which meant the person who'd poisoned the food was still at large. And, as likely as not, Owen realized with further alarm, the poisoner was now sneaking up to finish his botched assignment. Chapter 22. Betrayed. The feeling of helplessness was terrible. Owen searched the room for a way to escape, but even if he found one, his limbs were sluggish and heavy, so bereft of strength that he could hardly move at all. He tried to speak and found that at least his mouth worked. "I see you," Owen said in a low voice. The shadow froze mid-step. The deep silence was interrupted by the sound of the waterfall from the open window. "As I see you," said a familiar voice from the shadows. The voice was no longer simpering, but Owen recognized it nonetheless. Lord Bothwell. "Why are you here now?" Owen asked. He had to do something to stall him. Could he shout for help? How quickly would it take for someone to come? He could not defend himself, but did his enemy know that?
"Isn't it rather obvious?"
Bothwell replied snidely. He started toward the bed again, keeping to the shadows, his hand gripping a dagger.
"I was paid to help you, but I was paid even more to make sure you all die."
Owen felt a prickle of goose flesh down his back.
"All of us? Well, especially Lady Mortimer. If she's assassinated in Adabirian, it will more than provoke your king to invade, and that will draw his eyes away." "Away from what?"
Owen pressed, anxiety hammering inside his heart. He was utterly helpless. The shadowed man clucked his tongue.
"Things are not as they seem. Now, be a good boy and stay down so I can kill you properly. It'll be painless and quick, you have my word."
He took a few steps closer, and Owen saw a faint outline of his face. The act of subservient affability had been discarded. There was no question Bothwell intended to murder him.
"You weren't with us at the falls. Who tried to poison us?"
Owen challenged, a bead of sweat dripping down from his forehead.
"It was supposed to look like an accident. A year ago, I hired a servant in Iago Llewellyn's household, waiting for an opportunity such as this one. You ruined it, and I had to throw him into the river. Ah, well, at least I can leave this backward land and return to a more civilized kingdom. Happy morrow, boy."
Bothwell loomed over Owen's bedside, his face leering down at him in the dim light. A dagger plunged into the side of the man's hip. Owen registered that it was a woman's hand holding the hilt as the blade jerked free. He tried to roll off the bed, but he only managed to lift himself part way. His heart was hammering in his chest, and he felt tingles in his fingers and toes as fresh blood surged through him. Bothwell jerked away and lunged toward the bed where Justine had been lying so still, his dagger out and ready. Only it wasn't Justine. Owen saw a flash of black hair, but he instantly recognized Etaine's face beneath it. Her eyes were wild with passion as she kicked the poisoner in the stomach. He fell backward, then did a roll to get clear of her, but Etaine was ready. She sprang from the bed, dagger in hand, and charged after him. Owen kicked against the sheets, trying to free his legs, trying to do something. The air was rent with grunts and curses as the two poisoners fought on the ground in the shadows. He saw a dagger rise up in the light, then saw Etaine's hand grip the man's wrist. There was some violent cursing. A chair wobbled and tipped over, and suddenly Etaine was on her feet, backing away, dagger held out. Some of the black hair from the wig stuck to the sweat on her face. She positioned herself by Owen's bed, acting as a shield. The grim-faced man rose, bent over with pain.
"You are too young," he growled. "Too green. I have heard about you from the school. And surely you have heard of Foulcart. You're good with disguises, but I am better at knife work, and you know it."
"How certain are you?" Etaine asked warily, holding her dagger underhanded now, her arms close to her chest. Bothwell took a faint step forward and then collapsed onto the floor face first. "Which is why I poisoned my dagger before stabbing you," Etaine said with a smirk. Bothwell twitched and convulsed. Etaine stepped on his wrist and then pried the dagger from his hand.
"You knew of him?"
Owen asked, filling his lungs with grateful breaths. Etaine had made herself up to look just like Justine. She was even wearing the other girl's gown. "We went to the same poisoner school in Paisan. He went by a secret name to hide his identity," she said, wiping sweat from her cheek. "He works for Aquitania now, I believe. I'd never met him in person, or I would have recognized him." Etaine picked up the fallen chair and hoisted the comatose man into it. She then proceeded to bind his wrists and ankles to the wood while his head lolled to the side.
"Is the poison you used fatal?"
Owen asked. "No, it's paralytic. I stabbed him in the leg to make it more difficult for him to fight, and also so the poison would go directly into his blood." She sheathed her dagger in a girdle strap and then came over to the bed and helped Owen sit up against the headboard.
"Thank you for saving my life,"
he said, looking at her with gratitude. She mussed with his shirt to arrange it. "It was a gambit," she said with a shrug. "Clark is still in no condition to fight, and you were as weak as a newborn pup after the fountain drained you. So we spread the rumor that you were ailing too, and Justine was too sick to be moved. I disguised myself as her and took her place. The Earl's daughter is safe as well. I thought the other poisoner might use this as an easy chance to kill you both. And he did. Bothwell fell into my trap."
"I've never been so weak,"
Owen said, not certain how he felt about being used as the bait in her trap. "I can help with that," Etaine said. First she shut the window and barred it. Then she lit a candle to provide more light. Bothwell was starting to snore, his head still hanging low. The poisoner fetched some herbs from her bag and quickly added them to a cup of broth on the small dresser. She stirred it with a spoon and then came to Owen's side. As she pressed the cup to his lips, he inhaled the aroma of chicken and vegetable broth and saw little lumps of lentil grain in it. She tipped it and he swallowed, tasting the salty broth and a hint of some herbs he recognized from his time with Anchoret. These were the healing herbs a midwife used. He had drunk a similar concoction as a child. He took several deep swallows of the tepid broth, and when Etain encouraged him to drink more, he managed to finish the cup. "There," she said, using her finger to dab his wet mouth. "Your strength will return faster now." It made him nervous and uncomfortable to feel her so close. She gazed at him, her eyes traveling along his scalp to the patch of white in his hair. For a moment, he thought she was going to touch it. Then she leaned away and set the cup back on the small dresser. Etain began rifling through the poisoner's pockets. She removed a vial that hung around his neck from a piece of twine and carefully sniffed the tip that was plugged by cork. Then she proceeded to remove a second dagger, along with all the rings from his fingers. The poisons must have been added recently, or Owen's power would have detected them. Etain discovered some papers hidden in a pouch secured to the man's chest with leather straps. Bothwell's head snapped up, his eyes blinking. "Gah!" he moaned, his eyes wild with panic. He jerked on the bonds hard enough for the chair to lurch in place. Etain put her hand on his shoulder to keep it from tipping over. "If you fall forward, you'll break your nose," Etain warned. "You won?" Bothwell asked with disbelief. He looked absolutely furious. She patted his cheek condescendingly. "Things are not as they seem. Now, be a good boy and stay still so I can kill you properly." His eyes widened at her deliberate insult. "That was good, Etain. Oh, just the right amount of venom to sting and burn." He struggled against the ropes, frowning angrily. "What did you use on me? Cat's paw?" "Verigrain," she countered. "That was my next guess. Ah, I see. The first stab," he said with a grunt. "You waited until my back was to you." She shrugged and tried not to look pleased. "You still serve Chatrion, it seems." Bothwell's eyes narrowed with resentment. "I serve those who provide the best opportunities." "So should you," he said emphatically. "I don't care how much Mancini pays you, Chatrion can best it. A girl with your talents would go far in Occitania. Kill the boy, though. He's listening in." "I know," Etain said. "I'm a little tempted by your offer. By a little, I mean not at all. Loyalty binds me." Bothwell spat out an oath. "Don't mock me, Etain. You are loyal to yourself, to your own interests. This is a better offer. If you want to still serve Ceredigion, by all means, do so after the usurper falls. Even better, be a spy for us from within the kingdom, like Mancini is." Etain wrinkled her brow. "I found some papers on you." She teased him with them, waving them through the air. "What kind of ciphers did they use, I wonder?" His eyes widened with terror. "Give those back!" Etain clucked her tongue. "I beat you, Bothwell, remember?" Owen watched as she opened the papers. "The Formian cipher?" she asked with an exaggerated sigh. "Really, you disappoint me." He bucked against the bonds. "We didn't think you would be sent." "Is that the royal we?" Etain asked sarcastically. Owen had picked up on the slip as well. He wished he could use his fountain-blessed ability to study Bothwell again, but trying to tap into his magic was like blowing into a hollow jug. He was completely bereft of his power. Bothwell frowned. "You don't know him." "Don't be so sure," she replied, quickly scanning the encrypted message. She brought it closer to the candle. Owen watched as the young man began flexing his fingers, testing the strength of his bonds. Feeling himself reviving, Owen leaned forward from the bedstead, though the movement made him dizzy. He swung his legs off the side, but he knew it would be recklessly foolish to try to stand. Bothwell's eyes were affixed to Etain's face. Her look grew darker as she read. "Who ordered this?" she demanded, slapping the paper across her hand. Chatrion? I don't think even he's that stupid. Bothwell's eyes blazed.
What is it?
Owen asked, his voice wary. The whole business of poisoners and death. It was like playing wiser, except someone could remove your piece without entering the game. Etain turned and gave him a worried look. A poisoner is going after King Severn. Owen gasped in shock. He turned on Bothwell.
Who?
The young man's frown was nervous.
I am only doing my part, he snapped. There cannot be peace between Ceredigion and Atiberian. It would be a disaster.
Answer his question, Etain insisted. Bothwell's eyes darted from her to Owen.
If you release me,
he suggested. I'll release you into the river, Etain threatened. Bothwell blanched.
There's no need to be nasty.
Etain shook her head. Every moment we delay increases the jeopardy of my king. We are loyal to him, Bothwell, I assure you of that. The poisoner snorted.
Then you are going to be startled when you find out he's no longer the king.
Owen wanted to start choking the man.
And who will rule Ceredigion? Eric? The people don't know him. They don't trust him. His claim may be true, but he has been missing for too long. The people are prosperous. They will rally behind Severn.
Bothwell shook his head.
Perhaps you are right, but you don't see what is truly going on. You are missing the waterfall because of all the mist. You can hear it, maybe, but you cannot see it.
Stop speaking in riddles, Etain said. Perhaps we can make this more simple. How about a dose of henbane, Or better yet, pure nightshade. Bothwell's eyes bulged and he started rocking in the seat.
You may as well just kill me, he snarled. If I tell you, I am a dead man regardless.
But the best part, she said, is that you won't even remember telling us.
Gormless,
Bothwell cursed. He sighed.
I will tell you. I will tell you.
He shook his head, defeated.
It's probably too late for me anyway. Chatrion doesn't want Eric to rule. He's just a pawn, a distraction. Chatrion's humiliated because of his defeat at the hands of that little prig Kiskaddon. You see, he was going after Brithonica to sate his ambition, but now he's changed his mind. Now he wants a bigger jewel. He wants Ceredigion.
Owen shook his head.
That's not ambition. That's madness.
Bothwell snorted.
That may well be true, but he's determined. He wishes to provoke Severn to war with Atiberian by killing the Mortimer lass. Then he'll kill Severn by poison and claim the throne through a forced marriage with the Crouchback's niece. That's the plot, Etain. That's all of it. He will rule Ceredigion through his wife. Tunmore's role is to persuade the girl. He's fountain blessed, if you didn't know. We've been poisoning her mother for weeks to help sour her on the old man. The fact that you are here in Atiberian, Etain,
he chuckled darkly,
will only make it easier for Tyrell to get to the king.
Every person who is fountain blessed demonstrates a remarkable power, and sometimes more than one. They keep their lore secret from the world, except for some general principles that I will speak on. The terms used to describe the two major ways in which they draw in power are rigor and vigor. The term rigor implies severity and strictness. The magic comes through meticulous and persistent adherence to some regimented craft or routine. These individuals are iron-willed and self-disciplined to a degree very uncommon amongst their fellows. The term vigor implies effort, energy, and enthusiasm. To do a task out of the love of it, not for ambition's sake alone. These two concepts mark the twin horses by which the magic of the fountain can be drawn. Why one individual may prefer one to the other, or whether there is difference in the efficacy of these methods, remains, to the rest of us, a mystery. Polidoro Urbino, Court Historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 23. Glazier. Bothwell was secretly removed from Iago's palace and confined to a cell in the hold of Evie's ship. It was Owen's intention to bring him back to Ceredigion with them, and then challenge Mancini for further information about the Espion Master's true loyalties. The man's news had rattled Owen, and the threat to King Severn made him anxious to fulfill their mission in Adabirion and return home. Owen and Etain had both heard of Tyrell before, but in different contexts. Owen remembered his name in connection with the murder of Severn's nephews, while Etain knew quite a bit of second-hand information about him from her time in Paisan. He was at least Severn's age. He had a reputation for hired murder, a handsome face, and a small gap between his front teeth. With any luck, it would help them find him. After capturing Bothwell, Owen and Etain filled the others in on the particulars of the plot. It was decided that Clark would return immediately to Kingfountain to warn the king and begin the hunt for Tyrell. Owen, Evie, and Etain would remain behind to finish the tasks assigned to them as quickly as they could. Etain made more broth for Owen, who felt his strength and health returning. But his connection with fountain magic was still not available to him. He needed to find some books to read, play wiser, or do something else to fill his reserves. But those things required time, of which he had very little. To focus his thoughts, he took a quick walk around the royal manor, stretching his legs and loosening the knots in his shoulders. His mind was preoccupied with the many threats bearing down on them, and as he wandered the grounds, he tried to piece together a strategy. In the past, it had always been easy for him to quickly get to the heart of a problem. Having been drained of his magic, he could hardly remember all the details of the Aquitanians' murky plot, let alone create a plan of action. About midday, a servant came and told him that Lady Mortimer wished to see him. He quickly complied and made his way to her room. His own body felt like a stranger to him. As he entered the room, he saw Clark conferring with Etain in the back corner, while Justine was up and about, fussing over Evie's dress. Her recovery had been complete and dramatic. When she saw him, her cheeks flushed, and she whispered into Evie's ear, who immediately turned and looked at him.
"My lady?"
he said formally. Evie beamed at him. "Justine is too shy to say it, so I will do so in her place. Owen, she knows she died yesterday, and she's aware that you summoned her back to life." Owen looked at Justine in surprise. The girl's flush increased, and she nodded emphatically. "I don't see why you can't tell him yourself," Evie said with a hint of exasperation. "It's not as if you two have never spoken before." "This is different, my lady," Justine said meekly. She seemed completely in awe of Owen now.
"I did what I could do, Justine."
Owen saw she was growing uncomfortable, and he was beginning to feel that way himself, so he decided to change the topic.
"Clark, when do you set sail?"
The Espion turned his gaze.
"We will leave at high tide. There is a merchant ship leaving with timber that will give me a ride to one of our ships anchored off the coast. I hope to be back at Kingfountain by midnight. I was wondering if I should take Bothwell with me."
Etain shook her head. "You are too weak still. Better to leave him here with us. There may be more information I can wring from him. And Owen wishes to discuss certain matters relating to our prisoner with Mancini. Besides, even in a cage, he's dangerous." Clark pursed his lips.
"I still think I should take him. If he can help us identify where the poisoner is hiding, it would save us time in catching him."
Owen could see the logic in both positions. Again, he keenly felt the lack of his magic.
"I'd like to keep him close. I have no doubt he will try to escape. Etain, I want you to find out where Eric is staying. I think Bothwell mentioned earlier it was at one of the Huntley manors."
"I could ask Iago," Evie suggested. Owen shook his head.
"You weren't even supposed to know about this part of the mission. Iago is cleverer than he looks. If he knew I was here, I'd find myself in a dungeon somewhere."
"But shouldn't we tell Iago something?" Evie pressed. The Aquitanians are undermining the very alliance they made with him. They're counting on him to fail. Wouldn't it help our cause if he knew that?
I see where you're coming from, Owen said. Sharing the Aquitanian plot would sour his opinion of Aquitania, but it wouldn't dissuade him from backing Eric to topple Severn. You have seen how much Iago wants this war. I think it would do more harm to give him the impression that you were involved in our plot, he said. My hope is to persuade Eric to join us, but if we can't do that, we may have to resort to other measures.
He gave Etain a knowing look.
I'd best be on my way to the docks then,
Clark said, but he glanced furtively at Justine, who blushed furiously and looked down at the ground. Evie noticed her friend's reaction. There was something I left down at the ship, she said. Justine, would you be a dear and walk down to fetch it for me? The blue gown with the silver trim. I've wanted to wear that one. Clark's eyes looked hopeful.
I can escort her down to the docks if you would like, my lady.
Justine blinked with surprise, and a timid smile twitched on her mouth. The blue damask one? I remember it. I would be happy to fetch it for you, if Lady Etain will be your chaperone while I am away. Etain gave a deep, formal curtsy, but there was a wry gleam in her eyes. Clark extended his elbow, and Justine took it. Giving Evie a look that beamed with gratitude, she left with her escort. Once the door had shut behind them, Evie sighed. They are both so quiet that they'll likely walk the entire way in silence. She looked wistful for a moment and then turned to Owen. I can't thank you enough for what you did for her, she said, her eyes softening. They looked more blue than silver or green today. She took Owen's hands in hers and squeezed them. My heart nearly broke in half, and then you saved her. Thank you.
Owen felt abashed. I wasn't sure what I was doing, and I'm far from certain I could do it again. But you're welcome.
Evie tugged on his hands. You still have no connection to your magic? You look a bit forlorn today, like a lost soul. Am I reading your countenance right? Owen nodded, feeling pain tighten in his chest. She read his moods so well, always had. I thought so. In that case, I think I have something for you that may come in handy. I asked Iago for this during breakfast, and he had his glazier assemble it. It's one of the reasons I sent for you. Come, look. She brought him over to the dresser, where he noticed a wooden box. His heart began to pound as she opened the quiet hinges and revealed row after row of gleaming rectangular glass tiles. I thought, Evie said with delight, seeing his smile, that this might help. Owen almost started to tremble at the sight of the tiles. He felt like a man dying of thirst who had been given a huge drink to quench it, or the parched ground the moment rain clouds appear. It was a visceral, greedy feeling, one of childlike wonder and excitement. Evie lifted the box off the table, and in silent agreement the two knelt down, clearing away the floor rushes to provide a flat surface on which to stack the tiles. The glazier had provided an assortment of colors and a variety of shapes. As Owen knelt on the floor, he began fingering the pieces, and in a moment he was 8 years old again, kneeling on the kitchen floor. He could almost smell the baking loaves in Leona's kitchen and hear the sounds of servants bustling to and fro. The instant he started to arrange the pieces, he felt the trickle of the fountain responding, the first drops of power drawing into him. Evie helped by handing him pieces, a victorious smile on her mouth.
Thank you,
Owen breathed softly. They were bent so close together he could smell her hair. The scent seemed to draw in the fountain waters faster, and for the first time, he realized that Evie was tied to his magic in some way. He could not dwell on the thought, though, for his mind was racing this way and that as his fingers deftly stacked the pieces. After the box was empty, Owen let Evie knock the first set down. The glass made a different sound as it tumbled down, a tinkling sound that reverberated inside him, filling his heart with curiosity and delight. For a moment, he was a child again. Everything was simple. He and Evie knew they were meant for each other, and they spent their days holding hands and jumping into cisterns, eating honeyed wafers and relishing the sun. There was a knock at the door, interrupting the moment of pure joy. Owen rushed to his feet. He did not want the servants to see him playing with the tiles. Everyone knew that Owen Kiskaddon had a penchant for tiles and playing wiser if he were discovered. The rapping on the door grew firmer, and a muffled voice said, "It's Justine." Etain unlocked the door and let the girl in, then shut it fast behind her. Justine looked flushed and worried. She had been gone for perhaps an hour, though it felt as if only moments had passed. The blue gown was draped over her arm, but her face was animated with worry. "I wanted to tell you quickly," Justine said, panting. "A ship from Brithonica just arrived in port. I was barely able to get back up the steps ahead of them. I think the Duchess has come. They're on their way to the Great Hall." Owen and Evie exchanged glances. Brithonica? In short order, Owen was back in his hooded hauberk and the tunic of Horwath. Evie had changed into the blue damask gown, the color of which mixed with her eyes in a lovely and elusive fashion. While Justine brushed out her mistress's hair, Etain quickly returned the tiles to the box. Owen could feel fountain magic again. His cup was far from full. It was akin to the palace cistern when the water lapped at the lowest mark on the stone column measuring its depths, but at least he was no longer empty. While Evie fidgeted with her dress, she launched question after question at Justine about the visitors, but Justine did not know for certain who had come. She could only repeat the speculation of those around her. Someone thought the Duchess had come, but Justine had not seen any noble ladies disembark from the ship. As soon as they were ready, they left Evie's room and headed to the Great Hall. Upon their arrival at Adabirian, the hall had been crowded with guests for the wedding. Those guests had long since departed, and now the hall was mostly full of servants, guards, and a pacing and nervous Iago Llewellyn. When he saw Evie, he blinked with surprise and delight and came rushing up to her.
"I've only just heard the news myself," he said with an animated tone. "But an embassy from Brithonica has just arrived. This is a rare honor."
"That is what my lady told me," Evie said, nodding to Justine. "Do you know who it is?" Iago shook his head.
"I have no idea. The visit is completely unexpected."
He looked agitated.
"I can't find Lord Bothwell at all. No one has seen him today."
They kept their expressions guarded. It was a comforting relief for Owen to have his magic back. With it, he was so much more attuned to the expressions and demeanors of those around him. He hadn't realized how rich and layered his ability with the fountain was until it was taken away from him. He also wondered if the Duchess of Brithonica had come, for he'd never met her and was curious to know more. They had not been in the Great Hall long when the embassy arrived. A horn was sounded to announce the visitors.
"Lord Marshal Brendan Rue of the Duchy of Brithonica!" the portly man shouted.
That was not the person Owen had been expecting. In fact, he was surprised to find a man of his rank and prominence on such a mission, unless the intent of that mission was to declare war. He was the protector of the duchy, the guardian of the Duchess. Owen recognized him instantly. His short gray hair was combed in the Aquitanian fashion, and he looked as stern and brooding as he had when Owen met him in Chatrian's abandoned camp. He strode into the hall, a man with a cause and a mission, and frowned when he saw Iago and Evie standing together near the dais. And Owen realized with growing horror that the Lord Marshal might see through his disguise as a knight. It would probably be wise to remain out of the man's sight. As if hearing Owen's private thoughts, the Lord Marshal turned to look his way. His eyebrows lifted, just slightly, and a look of recognition came into his eyes.
"Hello, Lord Marshal,"
Owen said through his fountain magic, gritting his teeth for not having acted sooner. and he had the sinking suspicion that Rue had once again outmaneuvered him. Chapter 24. Lord Marshal. Owen's stomach tightened into knots as he wondered whether the Lord Marshal would betray him to Iago. The king would be embarrassed and likely furious if he found out that Owen Kiskaddon was masquerading as one of Evie's protectors. Even more concerning was the Marshal's presence in Adabirion. What fate had brought Owen and Rue together again?
"Welcome to Edinburgh, my lord,"
Iago Llewellyn said with a smug look.
"I pray there were no sudden storms."
"The only storm," Marshal Rue said with a firm, aggravated tone,
"is the one you are about to call down upon yourself."
He bowed stiffly as he reached the dais. With a casual nod, he bowed again to Evie.
"Have you met Lady Mortimer before?" Iago asked. "Shall I introduce you? I have not had the pleasure of meeting Lady Mortimer's daughter until now,"
Rue replied with a subtle acknowledgement.
"My lady, I bid you greetings from Lady Cinia, Duchess of Brithonica. I noticed by your lack of a headdress that you were not from Adabirion."
"Indeed no, sir," Evie replied warily. "I have heard much about you."
"No doubt from Lord Kiskaddon," Rue replied with a shrewd look at her. "My compliments to the Duke. I came this way on my lady's orders to speak to King Iago." "Speak then, man," Iago said, frowning. "I mean to convince Lady Elizabeth to go hawking with me later. Would you care to join us?" "I will be returning promptly to Brithonica," Rue said. "I've no time for such frivolity. We're on the brink of war, my lord. I have come to bid you to reconsider your allegiances."
Iago's frown deepened.
"As did Lady Mortimer before you," he said with concern. "I believe I've been sufficiently cautioned, my lord. I'm surprised you took the trouble to come so far."
Rue stepped forward, his voice earnest.
"You awaken a sleeping wolf," he insisted, "and a winter one at that. You know about the wolf in winter, my lord. It is easy to be brave when it is afar, but when you see its ears and hear its growling, you may feel differently."
Iago waved in annoyance.
"I thought Severn's badge was a boar, not a wolf. A boar is the prey that fears the hunting dogs. Besides, a beast may howl, snort, or moan, but that does not mean I should fear it."
Evie's eyes burned green. "The king of Ceredigion is not a beast. I object to such talk."
"It's only a saying,"
Iago said calmly. Owen stared at Lord Rue. His senses heightened to detect any glimmer of the fountain's magic. He sensed nothing but the growing tension in the hall.
"I beg your pardon, my lady," Lord Rue said formally. "A poor choice of words on my part."
He returned his focus to Iago.
"If you invade Ceredigion, then you will be facing Brithonica as well. My lady's recent escape from Chatrion's ambitions will not be forgotten so quickly. We stand ready to support King Severn."
Owen felt a surge of gratitude and respect for the Marshal, but it was tempered by lingering wariness. Iago scowled, his face flushing with anger.
"Have a care, sir, about making more enemies. We both know that you won't leave Brithonica defenseless, not while Chatrion is still licking his wounds. Kiskaddon may have outmaneuvered the Aquitanians once, but when Chatrion brings the full might of his kingdom to bear, the Duke of Westmarch will find his little tricks to no avail."
Lord Rue actually smiled, and it was a smile like a wolf's.
"I think you and Chatrion underestimate the Duke's cunning," he said, "and his abilities. I know how to kill a fountain blessed,"
Iago said threateningly. When he heard Evie gasp, he looked at her with mortification.
"My lady, that was spoken rashly."
"Indeed, sir," Evie said, her voice trembling with anger. She had color in her cheeks. "What is it about men? Cease all this blustering," she said, shaking her head. Let me speak the truth here, for none of you will. My lord of Adabirian, I can see why Lady Cinia sent Lord Rue to speak to you. He is a seasoned battle commander who has experienced the world and has successfully defended Brithonica, despite substantial odds against him. You should hearken to his counsel. You are young and you are impetuous. I do not mean to offend you, my lord. You long to prove yourself in battle. The king of Aquitania holds that same desire. You seek the glory and honor of the kings of the past who won great renown on the battlefield, but think of the lives lost. Think of the suffering mothers and children who will lose their sons and their brothers. You play wiser, but your side only has half of its pieces. You will lose. Iago stared at her, his brow knitting with consternation.
What you say is true, my lady,
he said with some emotion in his voice. Owen thought it was defensiveness.
I am impetuous, true, but fortune favors the bold. And you are correct in your reckoning that Adabirian cannot face the full might of Ceredigion. But you will also recall that the game ends when the king is defeated, no matter how many pieces are left on the board. The true king of Ceredigion is my friend, my companion, and my ally. It is no crime to restore the rightful ruler to his throne. Then all the other pieces will obey him.
Iago's lips were trembling with anger as he turned his gaze back to Rue.
I am sorry you came all this way, Lord Marshal, to fail in your mission. I would suggest to the Duchess that she reconsider her position. She's spurned the one man who could have made her a queen, and when Ceredigion is defeated, there will be no one left to protect Brithonica. You may suggest that her alliances are the weaker ones. Now I intend to go hawking. You may go.
Lord Rue bowed stiffly, his face impassive. He turned to Evie.
Thank you for your candor, my lady. I would have a moment of your time before I leave.
Yes, my lord, Evie replied. Iago snorted and turned away to a servant.
Fetch my horse, this hall is stifling.
In the commotion that followed, Owen noticed that many of the Adabirians were looking darkly at the foreigners, their eyes full of anger and resentment. They wanted war. They wanted to fight. It would take more than words to dissuade them. Evie motioned for Owen to join her and Lord Rue in a small alcove to the side. The marshal's tone was deliberately low.
You risk a great deal being here, my lord,
he said, though his eyes were still fixed on Evie's.
You do not lack for courage.
Thank you, Owen said in reply. I appreciate you coming to try and help, Evie said. I see the minds of the Adabirians are fixed on conflict.
There's a saying, he who complies against his will is of his own opinion still.
Lord Rue said,
I've found that true in mules and men. My lady, I must warn you, and in so doing warn your king. I fear that dishonorable means will be employed to remove Severn from power. One does not hazard the misfortunes of war without some hope of success. With my fleet, I could burn this city to ashes and still have time to return and defend Brithonica. Iago Llewellyn does not realize how vulnerable he truly is if events turn out badly, as I believe they will. They underestimate Severn and his resources. Do not make the mistake of underestimating their desperation to be rid of him.
Owen sensed the implied meaning behind his words.
You believe there is a conspiracy to murder the king?
Lord Rue glanced quickly at Owen.
I do, although I have no proof.
You have proven a faithful ally, Evie said. I think it is time we departed, Adabirian. My mission here has failed. Lord Rue looked at her and then at Owen. There was something in his eyes, something he was not saying, something he wouldn't say.
By your leave, then,
he said gruffly. And with that, he was gone. Owen wondered what sort of weaknesses this man had, but he dared not use his fountain magic in such an open place. Not only would it reveal himself to Rue, it would drain him again, and he could not risk that. Owen suspected gratitude wasn't the only motivation behind Brythonica's support of Ceredigion. There was another part of the mission that was unfinished, however. Just as Chatrion was using a poisoner to overthrow Severn in preparation for Eric's arrival, so was Severn intending to do the same thing with his enemy. He felt his mouth go dry. It was clear to him that Eric had to be removed from the Wiser board, but he did not want to kill him. Besides, Severn had given him reason to believe he would not want his true nephew dead. If they were able to abduct Eric and bring him back to Ceredigion, the balance of power would shift. Owen did not believe they could persuade him to come willingly. And then a thought came to Owen's mind, a flash of insight, a strategy.
"My lady,"
Owen said to Evie in a low voice,
"I have an idea."
"I'm anxious to hear it," she replied. Owen saw the pieces coming together in his mind, the order of events that needed to happen, the way the tiles needed to stack in order for them to fall as he planned.
"I would like you to ask Iago for permission to see Eric Argentine."
"What for?" Evie asked, looking startled.
"To test his claims. Tell him you were given facts and details about his childhood. You would like to visit him tomorrow. I think he'll grant that request if he sends an escort with you."
"And what will you do?" Evie asked. He smiled.
"Etain and I must get to him first."
Owen paced nervously, wishing Clark were still around. He did not like leaving Evie unprotected. She and Justine were walking the grounds, waiting for Iago to return from his hawking trip. Owen and Etain were together in Evie's room, where they were working on their side of the plan. He heard the rustle of fabric from behind the changing screen as he continued to pace the room. The swirling events around him were like tide pools threatening to knock him off his feet with another wave. He was eager to be done with the role of imposter, eager to resume his identity and take action. Chatrion was using Iago to use Eric to topple Ceredigion's throne. But Chatrion's goal was to claim the throne for himself through marriage to Elise. Owen saw the pieces aligning on the board. Iago was vain and proud, but he did not see the machinations happening in the background, just as Owen realized there were some pieces on the board that he was not seeing. "I'm almost finished," Etain said. A few moments later, she emerged from the changing screen wearing one of Evie's gowns and a set of her jewelry. For an instant, seeing her wearing Evie's clothes made his heart quicken with desire. Oblivious to his gawking, she made her way to the small dresser topped with a mirror. Next to the dresser was a trunk, one of Etain's. The king's poisoner opened the trunk and began to rummage through it until she found what she needed, a dark brown wig. She had already removed the one she wore regularly, the long blonde one, and she replaced it with the dark one. Looking at herself in the mirror, Etain began to apply powders and stubs of charcoal to her face. Owen watched with growing fascination as she dabbed color to her lips and cheeks, transforming before his eyes. He could feel the ripples of the fountain draw into the girl, increasing in intensity as she became lost in the moment. Etain's movements became more dreamlike as she stared at herself, applying little dots to mimic the blemishes and blots that were on Evie's skin. After a time, she seemed to be acting unconsciously, and Owen could sense her losing herself in the act of disguise. It was the same feeling Owen had while stacking his tiles. It was fascinating and, honestly, more than a bit alluring to watch her transform. He forced the thoughts from his mind, trying to stay focused on their upcoming mission together. She finished the last bit of color and then began mimicking Evie's expressions. Her eyes became animated, and her hands began their almost flapping gestures of excitement. "I love what you've done with your hair, Justine," Etain said, her voice sounding hauntingly like Evie's, her tone and inflection matching. "I think mine is too drab. I wish I had a spot of white right here, like Owen's. But alas, we cannot all have such dashing good looks. She grinned mischievously, looking at Owen in the mirror. He'd been staring too much, and she'd caught him at it.
I do recognize you,
Owen stammered with an approving nod.
but at a distance I'd be fooled. You're taller than Evie, but I don't think anyone would notice.
I made a few other adjustments, Etain said with a smirk. I've done what I can. Owen shook his head.
No, you haven't. You haven't done it all. Now, I want you to try and summon fountain magic. Here in this room, I want you to make me believe that I'm seeing Evie, like you did with Anchorette's image from my mind. I want to know if I can see through it if I try.
Excitement churned through Owen's body. There were so many possibilities, so many ways that Etain's power could be used, and he wanted to know how deep her magic could go. She could be a formidable ally if she learned to harness her powers. Straightening her shoulders, Etain stared at herself in the mirror. How do I summon the magic?
You did it before,
Owen said. Yes, but it's not like a pump handle. Last time I was responding to you. You started it. Owen nodded.
After Anchorette was gone, the king became my tutor in the magic. He sometimes needs to touch someone to get his magic flowing. That's not the way it is for me, but I learned this from him. Here, stand in front of me.
She obeyed. He blinked a few times, trying not to be distracted by her disguise.
This is an exercise the king taught me. Hold your arm out like this. Not stiffly. Good. Now spread out your fingers. Close your eyes and imagine that you have a river inside of you, yearning to come out. The waters are going to come out of your fingertips.
Do I touch you? She asked, wrinkling her brow. His skin prickled in anticipation.
No, just stand there as you are. Sometimes it helps to close your eyes. Imagine the flow of water inside you. Release it, feel it flowing from your chest, down your arm and out through your fingers. I'm not going to summon mine yet. I want you to instigate it this time.
He felt sweat starting to itch along his scalp from being so near her. He subdued his emotions, trying to maintain his composure. He was loyal to Evie, but this was a part of himself he would never be able to share with her. Not like this. All right, Etain said. She closed her eyes, and he immediately felt the magic coursing through her.
Can you feel it?
Yes, she said, smiling.
Well done. Now I want you to use it. I want you to become Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer. Convince me.
Etain took a deep breath and let out a sigh. As she did so, Owen watched her transform before his eyes. She even looked smaller, shrinking slightly to match Evie's stature. As Owen stared at her, he felt her magic come rushing into him, trying to persuade him that she was Evie. He wanted to believe it. Seeing her made his heart ache with longing. But he felt the flow of magic parting around him, making him immune to the deception. She looked like Evie, but he knew she wasn't. His heart couldn't be fooled.
Open your eyes,
Owen said softly, relieved that her power was not strong enough to deceive him. It would have duped another fountain blessed, he was sure of it. Etain did so, and the magic wavered.
Keep it going,
he insisted. The weakness dissipated, and the illusion was maintained. Owen took her shoulders and turned her around to face the mirror. To face the reflection of Evie. Bless me, Etain whispered reverently, her voice full of awe. I can be anyone.
You clearly are fountain blessed,
Owen said in admiration.
Now, do you feel the edges of your magic? It's like a big, vast bowl. Is it shrinking? Do you feel yourself growing weaker?
She nodded, trance-like. But I'm not tired yet. It is like Swimming. I could do this for a while, but not forever.
Good, Owen said. The last time you only held the illusion for a moment.
I think it helps, Etain said thoughtfully, that I put on her dress and her jewels. That I tried hard to look like her. I can feel a difference this time. I also know Lady Elizabeth better now, having spent time with her. I could speak in her voice. I could act like her. She glanced at him in the mirror. Did I convince you?
Owen shook his head. I can tell it's not real. But that's because I'm fountain blessed also. I can sense when others use the power, as you can.
Like when you used your power on me, Etain said slyly. So what is your plan, Lord Owen? He stared at Etain for a moment, feeling the final pieces click into place.
We're going to visit Eric. The two of us. We're going there now.
Chapter 25. The Ardennes. The carriage jostled and rattled, making Owen queasy. He would have preferred riding horseback, which would have brought them to the Ardennes manor at a faster pace, but the carriage was part of his plan. It was a simple, bow-curtained carriage, with drapes on the front and back sides, but those drapes were open so that passers-by could see the stunningly beautiful Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer, who was actually Etain, the king's poisoner. Owen sat in the rider's box, close enough for them to speak. A servant with a whip rode on one of the lead horses and kept the pace over the lumbering hills. The land was thick with woods and forests, and the road was made of compacted earth with the occasional ruts. Etain was not using her fountain magic yet, but her disguise was convincing enough at a distance. Riding alongside the carriage were two servants, also on horseback, whom Owen had bribed to accompany them as an escort and to handle the horses. He found himself staring longingly at their mounts. He chafed with impatience as they rode into the seclusion of the forests to one of the Earl of Huntley's manors, where the recently wedded couple were spending their holiday. Owen's plan was simple, and it relied on the element of surprise. Word had undoubtedly been sent ahead that Evie wanted to visit the couple with the king's household the next day. Imagine the staff's surprise when a smaller entourage arrived a day early. Etain would arrange for a private meeting with Lady Catherine, giving Owen a chance to be alone with Eric. Though he still did not believe Eric would accept his overtures, Owen would attempt to persuade him to come willingly to Ceredigion. Meanwhile, Etain would incapacitate Catherine, take one of her dresses, and then emerge in her persona. Their hope was that she could succeed where Owen would likely fail. The carriage would take them to the docks, where they would stow Eric aboard Evie's ship. If Owen was successful in convincing Eric, then Catherine would be given the opportunity to come with them. It was a bold plan. It was deceitful. And there were several dozen things that could go wrong. The closer they came to the Ardennes, the more he worried about them.
Do you remember what Lady Catherine looks like?
Owen whispered over his shoulder to the passenger. Vaguely, Etain said. I'll need to study her in order to get a grasp on her face and mannerisms. How long do you think you can keep Eric occupied?
Long enough, I hope,
Owen quipped. The whip rider turned back.
There is the manor,
he shouted, pointing ahead with the whip handle. The evergreen trees peeled away, opening to a lush green enclave surrounded by majestic trees and lawns. Instead of fences, there were large rough stones marking the path at intervals. As the carriage cleared the trees, Owen saw an imposing stone manor house set amidst the verdant splendor. The dirt road turned to the crunch of gravel as the carriage entered the drive, heading toward a large circular roundabout in front of the main door. The manor was made of rectangular stone bricks in differing shades of gray, giving it a patchwork look. The roofs were all sloped, and dozens of chimneys could be seen protruding from the roofline in various locations. The structure was only 2 stories high, but very long, with an L-shaped wing jutting toward them on the western end. There were all sorts of vegetation clinging to the walls, including an untamed patch of ivy and wisteria vines. A turret with a weather vane rose prominently over the front path, which was bordered by large stone planter vases thick with gorse plants. The structure at the far western end of the manor was almost completely overgrown with ivy. Even the chimney was sheathed in green, but the windows had been cut around to provide a view. It was a charming, secluded place, with lazy plumes of smoke coming up from some, but not all, of the chimneys. As the carriage wheeled around the circle, coming to a stop on the side facing the front door, Owen gingerly jumped off the rider box seat and went around to open the carriage. He felt the trickle and churn of Etaine's magic as she assumed her full disguise. The front door of the manor opened, and a thin, graying steward strode forward. His hair was still flecked with black, as were his eyebrows, and he had a thin, sour nose above a worried frown. His eyes were dark in color and very serious. Owen reached up and took Etaine's hand as she dismounted the carriage. The steward reached them immediately.
"We were not expecting you, Lady Mortimer, until tomorrow," he said in an agitated tone.
He gave Owen a quick glance, but then shifted his gaze to Etaine. "Tomorrow?" Etaine said blithely. "There must have been a misunderstanding. We have traveled quite far to arrive here today. Am I not welcome?"
The steward blanched. "Of course you are, Lady Mortimer," he said. "I was just noting my surprise at seeing you so soon. My name is Lawson, and I will attend you."
"My name is Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer," Etaine said sweetly. "Lady Mortimer is my mother."
"Ah, my apologies. Welcome to the Ardennes."
He smiled, but the furrowed brow and intense look did not alter. He was extremely nervous, and Owen suspected it was not just because he was unprepared to receive visitors.
"If you will follow me,"
Lawson said with a stiff bow, and proceeded to walk briskly back to the doors. Etaine glanced at Owen, a small frown of distrust on her mouth. Owen felt the shifting of the gravel under his boots. He turned to the hired men, who had also dismounted.
"Make the carriage ready,"
he ordered softly.
"Then rove the grounds in case you're needed."
The men nodded, and they began guiding the carriage around so it was ready to depart the way it had come. Owen followed Etaine and Lawson. The manor was furnished more decadently than Iago Llewellyn's palace. It was obvious the Earl of Huntly had far more extraneous wealth than his sovereign. There were servants rushing to and fro, looking nervous about the commotion, but Owen saw half a dozen, no more. The manor was much smaller than Taddon Hall, and Owen imagined the staff was smaller as well.
"How was the journey from Edinburgh?"
Lawson asked over his shoulder. "Pleasant," Etaine said simply, keeping her answer short and to the point. The steward steered them to the right, and they were quickly guided to a waxed wood door. He rapped on it firmly and then twisted the handles. It was a beautiful sitting room, with luxurious furniture and a huge bay window partially blocked by overhanging wisteria. The window curtains were open, filling the room with light. Eric and Catherine were already there, waiting for them. Eric wore a simple hunting tunic, the collar loose. He was not armed, for which Owen was grateful. He paced nervously, his hair unkempt. When they entered, his attention was fixated on Etaine, but there was nothing in his eyes to indicate he could see through the illusion.
"Lady Elizabeth," Eric said with a bow. "May I introduce you to my wife, Lady Catherine?"
Etaine did a formal curtsy, which was reciprocated by Lady Catherine, who also bowed her head as if deferring to one of superior rank, even though they were both the daughters of earls. Catherine was no longer wearing a headdress. She had a beautiful green gown, modestly cut, and was not wearing any jewelry save for a wedding band on her finger and a simple set of earrings. Her hair, Owen discovered, was chestnut red. Her lack of a headdress was another clue that their arrival had surprised the couple. Her hair was braided into rings on the back of her head, but stray wisps fell across her brow. Catherine was a beauty, as the reports had said, but there was no trace of haughtiness in her expression. Her eyes were hazel and innocent, and he knew without extending his power that she had had a very sheltered childhood and life. Her lips were full and almost hinted at sadness. As she looked at her guests, her brows wrinkled just slightly, showing concern. "The pleasure is mine, Lady Elizabeth," Catherine said in a soft, quiet way. "You honor us with your visit." "I am sorry for the misunderstanding," Etain said airily. "I do not know how it happened, but such things do, I'm afraid."
"May I bring refreshments?" Lawson asked, looking at Lady Catherine for direction.
Owen noticed the subtle deference. Catherine nodded simply, and the steward left, shutting the doors behind him. "While we are surprised by your sudden arrival," Catherine said, "it is not unwelcome. This manor was a wedding gift from my father. It is our new home." She smiled shyly at Eric, who looked at her with adoring eyes. He walked up and took her hand, then brought it up to kiss her knuckles.
"I imagine you came here to threaten me,"
Eric said to Etain, his face darkening.
"If that's your purpose, you wasted your trip."
Etain smiled coyly. "Not at all. We have much to discuss, actually. But I'm afraid I must beg a moment alone with Lady Catherine." Her voice pitched a little lower. "Along the journey, a most womanly matter suddenly presented itself and caught me by surprise. I must beg your help, Lady Catherine." Owen nearly smirked, but managed to keep his gaze neutral. Lady Catherine looked sympathetic. "My poor dear, of course. Come with me." Eric looked at his wife for a moment, but then smiled in understanding.
"Clearly, certain matters are of greater importance. I'll await you here, my love."
Catherine and Etain linked arms, their skirts swishing as they went to the door. Catherine looked back at Eric, gave him an endearing, tender look, and then escorted Etain away. As the door shut, Owen could not believe how well his plan was working. Would all the pieces fall where he'd arranged them? Eric stared after her for a moment longer, looking absolutely besotted. He sighed and clasped his hands behind his back. He glanced at Owen, though he only saw him as a knight, an escort, no one of importance, certainly no one worth conversing with.
"My congratulations on your marriage, my lord,"
Owen said innocuously. Eric started to pace again, the look of love beginning to fade into one of worry. He had a careworn look, the face of one who was hunted and weary of the chase. He was strong, young, and very good-looking. There was no doubt in Owen's mind that Catherine was already as much in love with her husband as he was in love with her. Eric glanced at him again.
"Thank you,"
he said absently, his brow furrowing. Owen slowly sauntered over to the window, looking out at the grounds below. It was a beautiful scene, and the puffy clouds made it even more idyllic. The trees swayed in the gentle breeze. He could smell the wisteria through chinks in the panes. Then he saw one of the men he'd hired walking around the manor, surveying the grounds. The man looked at Owen as he passed, and nodded to him discreetly. Owen smiled and nodded back.
"Do you know what Lady Elizabeth wants?"
Eric asked.
"Not that you'll tell me, being her loyal servant."
"I'm not her servant," Owen said, gazing at the beauty of the trees. There were only a few years separating him from Eric, but Owen felt the other man was much older. Though both had suffered, Eric's life experiences had been even more painful. Eric's head snapped up. A wary look crinkled his eyes.
"Who are you, then? Are you a poisoner?"
His voice nearly throbbed with fear as he suddenly realized he was alone and defenseless with an armed man. Owen gently reached out with his magic, letting the flow of the fountain rise out of him. He studied Eric, looking for weaknesses, and he saw him exposed like the words in a book. The deposed prince was a kind-hearted man. He was clumsy with a sword, having never been properly trained, but his whole soul was riddled with fear. and it reminded Owen, darkly, of himself. Eric was constantly aware of the threat of being caught. He was afraid of Owen, afraid a simple knight would be able to defeat him. He was afraid he would not be able to protect his wife.
"I am not your enemy,"
Owen said, shaking his head. He remembered something Anchoret had taught him. It was risky, but he decided to try it. If Eric was terrified, he would not think calmly or rationally. Owen needed to try to dispel his fear and build trust with the young man. The fastest way to build trust was to be vulnerable.
"Who are you?"
Eric said, a little throb of panic in his voice. He glanced at the door, the expression on his face indicating he was deciding whether to escape. Owen brought down the chain hood, freeing his mass of unruly hair.
"You've been away from court too long to recognize me. I am Owen Kiskaddon."
Eric gasped, whistling in his breath as if he'd been struck.
Your fountain blessed."
He was starting to pant.
"I am,"
Owen said.
"and you are not. I can sense that about you. Does Iago know?" "I don't think he does. He would have told me." "If Iago knew who I was, I'd probably be his prisoner,"
Owen replied candidly.
"I'm trusting you with my secret. In return, I'd like for you to trust me. Tell me who you are. Do not lie to me. I will know it if you are,"
he added meaningfully. He was confident that Eric was who he claimed to be, but the truth was so important he wanted confirmation from the man himself. The young man stared at Owen, his face betraying his surprise.
"You came all this way. You risked your very life to come here."
Owen nodded.
"Your uncle needed to be sure. He couldn't trust the rumors or the reports. It is only too easy to deceive." "My uncle?"
Eric said with a twinge of wrath.
"Of course my uncle wants me. He wants me dead."
Owen shook his head.
"He does not, I assure you. Tell me who you are." "I am Eric Argentine, son of Eridur. I swear it by the fountain."
"It is true."
"I believe you,"
Owen said.
"The Espion reported that you were possibly a fisherman's son, Piers Urbic."
Eric nodded.
"The Urbics protected me. They raised me. They were paid well to confess that I was their natural child." "Why the deception?"
Owen pressed, stepping away from the window.
"Why pay them to lie about you?"
Eric's eyes narrowed.
"I don't have to tell you."
Owen shook his head.
"Why not? What is going on?" "More than you know,"
was the evasive answer.
"More than Severn knows. He cannot be allowed to remain as king. He cannot wear the hollow crown. I must take it from him." "I don't think you can,"
Owen said simply.
"The Lord Marshal of Brithonica was just at Edinburgh, warning Iago that he will not support your uprising. And the people, Eric, won't rally to you. Chatrion is only using you to defy your uncle. He means to force a marriage to your sister and claim the throne for himself."
Eric's look darkened.
"I don't believe you." "You are being used by both sides,"
Owen insisted.
"Think, man. Chatrion only wants power for himself, and Iago is using you to topple Severn for his own purposes. You are their puppet. Let me help you cut the strings." "How?"
Eric said angrily. He frowned and started pacing, looking as if he wanted to grab one of the vases and hurl it down onto the floor.
"If Severn gets his hands on me, he will finish what he failed to do all those years ago. I was a child."
Owen stepped forward.
"I understand that. Believe me, I do. I spent months living at Kingfountain, shuddering with fear, thinking the king was going to murder me or throw me off the waterfall. My father betrayed him at Ambion Hill." "But you have value to him," Eric snapped. "You are fountain blessed. Of course he would want to save your life. I am his rival. He sent you here to kill me. If I don't come with you, you are supposed to murder me. Can you deny it?"
Owen breathed in slowly, trying to calm his own emotions.
Only if you were an impostor, he said calmly. Only if you were really Piers Urbik. But you are not. You are Eric Argentine. When we first arrived, when I first saw you at Iago's court, you said who you were, and the fountain told me it was true.
Eric's eyes widened.
Then you know my claim is just. You know I am your rightful king.
A look of hope sparked in his eyes.
If you help me regain my throne, your place in my court will be unparalleled. Name your terms, and I will grant them, even up to half of my kingdom. With you on my side, Lord Owen, I can do this.
His eyes were lit from within.
I will reward you with anything you desire.
A roaring sound filled Owen's ears. The roar of ambition, which he'd heard once before while Iago and Evie were playing wiser. He saw the possibilities, the chance to have Evie for his own. Severn was reluctant to unite the two duchies, but Eric would be happy to grant him such a boon. Owen had never felt so tempted in his life. He saw the road in front of him. But it would mean betraying Severn. It would mean betraying the man who had guided him and given him his current rank, the man who had sent him to Adabirian to help Evie win the heart of another man. Owen's heart ached with pain.
This is why men rebelled. This is how they fell. I am no kingmaker,
Owen said, shaking his head slowly.
I've read enough history to know what happens to such people. If you want to be a king, you must do it on your own merits. I will oppose you, vigorously.
Eric breathed in through his nose.
Your integrity does you credit, my lord. Loyalty binds me,
Owen said simply.
Reconsider your own claims, your own ambition. When you were a prince, you were the Duke of York. A title my uncle stripped from me,
Eric spat. Owen stepped forward.
But what if he restored it? You are his brother's child. I know for myself that he deeply regrets what happened to you and your brother. It was none of his doing. None of his doing? He usurped the throne from us.
Owen shook his head.
Because of your mother. She tried wresting the protectorship from him. The protectorship your father granted to your uncle. I know the history, Eric. We cannot undo what was done. But if you came to court, I am certain the king would not only spare your life, but he would also make you one of the nobles of the realm. You lack experience and training. You've been running for most of your entire life. Come with me to Kingfountain. I will speak on your behalf, and I give you my word, Severn is not the monster you fear him to be. Reconcile with him, and you will gain more than what you have now. This is a beautiful manor. You have a beautiful wife. Lay aside your claim to the crown. Come back with me, I implore you.
Eric was breathing hard, and he had a wild look in his eye. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples.
If only you knew,
he muttered.
Knew what?
Owen demanded hotly. Eric looked up at Owen.
It is a secret I cannot tell.
The door to the solar burst open, and the steward could be seen directing guards into the room.
Take him! Take him at once!
For a moment, Owen didn't know who they were going to seize, but then he saw the look of triumph in Eric's eyes.
You had your chance to join me,
Eric said.
Without you, Severn will fall. And when he does, you will lose everything.
In my research of the history of Ceredigion, I have been reading the interesting accounts of the Maid of Donremy. Truly, she is perhaps the most notable fountain-blessed these lands have witnessed in several hundred years. She was a peasant girl who came from a town on the border between Brithonica and Occitania. She turned the tide in the conflict between the protector of Ceredigion and the Prince of Occitania. One of the more fascinating aspects is that her rise to power occurred after she met the prince. The Prince of Aquitania demanded proof that she was fountain blessed. She demonstrated her talent by visiting the sanctuary of Our Lady of Firebos. She reached her hand into the waters of the fountain and withdrew a sword. It was cankered with rust, but the rust quickly fell away with a little scrubbing. There were 5 stars on the blade. That is all we know about her sword. When she was eventually captured, she no longer had the sword. No one knows where it is. The Aquitanians believe that if their kingdom is ever invaded again, another maid will rise up with the sword and expel the invaders. I did find one rumor in my search. One reference claimed the sword was found not at Firebos, but at the island sanctuary in Brithonica. Polidoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 26. Refuge. A shower of glass and fragments of wood preceded Owen's departure from the bay window. He had deliberately placed himself there, realizing it afforded him the most expeditious way to retreat from the manor. Shouts from behind heralded the arrival of his pursuers, and he wasted no time in drawing his sword and dashing for the front of the manor, where, he hoped, they had untethered the horses from the carriage. Using his fountain magic, he sent a thought hurtling through the air at Etain. "We must go now." As he rounded the corner, he saw that both of the carriage horses were free, and the servant with the whip was standing by them, his eyes wide with concern at the sudden commotion. The front door was wrenched open, and 2 men with swords emerged, coming at a sprint to head off Owen. The servant with the whip blanched and fit his own foot into one of the stirrups and hoisted himself onto the mount, then started whipping it violently on the flanks to get himself as far away as possible. That left 1 horse for Owen and Etain. As he ran toward the confused beast, he realized he could be pulled out of the saddle before he had the chance to escape, so he changed his tactics. Instead of fleeing the 2 men, he charged them. Hours and hours at the training yard came rushing back to him in a whirlwind. He didn't slow down at all as he rushed toward the nearest man and raised his sword for a downward thrust. Changing tactics at the last moment to catch the man off guard, he leaped forward instead, his boot connecting with the man's stomach so hard the man nearly backflipped and landed on his face. The other Atiberian lunged at Owen, and their blades connected. Owen parried twice, then dropped low and sliced the man's leg at the knee. There was a jet of blood, but Owen was not trying to amputate his leg, only cripple him and prevent him from pursuing them. "Catherine is drugged," the thought came from Etain. "I'm going to poison Eric's gloves to incapacitate him." "No," Owen thought back. He stared briefly at the farthest part of the building, the one half overgrown with foliage. "Get out here. Meet me there." He knew that she could see the vision of it in her mind. "This may be my only chance," Etain thought back angrily. "I cannot fail this mission." He could sense the determination in her thoughts. She had been trained by the very best poisoners in Paisan, and she did not want her first major assignment to bring her shame. Owen also realized, however, that if he left without her, it was probable she would be caught and killed. Anchoret had been tormented with guilt after accidentally poisoning the wife of her intended victim. Haste was dangerous. "Listen to me, Etain," Owen thought back. He reached the horse and swung up into the saddle as the guards rounded the end of the manor and rushed at him. He slapped the horse's flank with the flat of his blade to get it moving. His heart was thundering in his ears at the closeness of his pursuers. "Get out here! Now I'll circle back for you." "No, my lord, I'll steal a horse and meet you at Edinburgh. I can get Eric, I know I can. Let me try." Owen's mount was starting to gallop, and Owen had to hold tight with his knees and ride low against the horse's neck. One of the men sprinted after him. He was quite a runner, but even he could not outrun a horse. Owen stared back at him, smiling as the gap widened. The man quit the pursuit, hurling an epithet after him. "It's no good, Etain. They know who I am now. We are leaving as soon as we get back to Edinburgh. I'm not going to leave you behind. Now quit being stubborn and get outside. Don't make me come in there to fetch you." He could sense a hive of black thoughts, Yes, my lord. Owen circled back, bringing his horse into the trees for cover. He wondered whether he had done the right thing in revealing himself to Eric. He grit his teeth, angry that the man was too afeard of his uncle to accept Owen's words. He was angry, but he knew he shouldn't be surprised. The man had been trained his whole life to fear Severn, to mistrust him, and now he had a beautiful wife who was the daughter of Adabirian's wealthiest earl. What promises had he made to her? What promises had he made to everyone else? No, Owen realized that it had been naive for him to believe he had even the slimmest chance to change his mind. But he also couldn't stomach the thought of murdering him, especially since he knew the king's own feelings argued against it. He was an enemy to Ceredigion, but he was no traitor. He had a claim on the throne, if a weak one. Like Etain, Owen was troubled by the thought that he'd failed in his mission. He had come to prevent a war, and from the way things were shaping up, he'd probably contributed to starting one instead.
"Where are you?"
he thought, reaching out to Etain. The trees ghosted past him, and the horse was tense and nervous, snorting angrily at its rider. Silence. Owen's heart thrummed with worry. He could see part of the estate through the trees ahead. He'd taken his mount into the woods on the side closest to the ivy-thick hedge he had shown her in his mind. If he got too close, he would be seen. He reached out with his senses, listening, and heard the sound of men and horses. Through the trees, he could see Eric was in front of the manor, talking to the guards. Groomsmen were bringing up horses from the stables, one at a time. Owen wiped the sweat from his upper lip. Eric was going to ride after him. He could hear the murmuring of voices, but at this distance they were indistinguishable even to him.
"Etain!"
he thought again, gritting his teeth. No answer. His horse snorted loudly, and Owen frowned, hoping the sound had not been heard over the ruckus.
"Where are you?"
he muttered angrily, staring at the manor, feeling the hard saddle beneath him. Then he saw her slipping out the rear door of the ivy-choked house. Suddenly there was a scream and a shout.
"Over here! There's one of them here! She just left at the back! Hurry!"
The men milling around the entrance came running. One of the guards was mounted, and he kicked his beast into a trot. Owen saw Etain slip into the woods wearing a pale white gown, Adabirian in style. It was one of Catherine's gowns. He clicked his tongue and whistled, and her eyes darted over to him. A look of relief crossed her face, and he met her part way. Reaching down, he took her hand and swung her up into the saddle behind him.
"Why didn't you answer me?"
he snarled at her. She shook her head, her expression darkening. "I couldn't hear you. My magic failed." There was an exhausted look on her face, and she swayed a little in the saddle. Now he understood. She had expended her power in trying to maintain her illusion for too long. Her capacity would grow with time and practice. He realized that if she'd stayed behind, she would likely have fallen unconscious.
"I'm glad you listened to me,"
he said with maybe a bit too much self-satisfaction.
"In the trees over there! I see them!"
The voices startled Owen and Etain. He sighed.
"Hold on to me tightly. I want to get to Edinburgh before Eric."
Etain nodded and wrapped her arms around his waist, tightening her grip on her wrists. "Thank you," she whispered. The look in her eyes was revealing, vulnerable. He smiled at her and turned away, wondering what she was thinking. In truth, he was afraid of what the look meant. She was the daughter of a thief, a sanctuary man. He was the Duke of Westmarch, and his heart belonged to an earl's daughter.
"I don't understand why you must depart so quickly,"
Iago said as they walked down the many wooden steps leading to the docks. Owen was a few steps behind, watching Evie and the king as they walked ahead of them.
"Surely you can wait until tomorrow. I thought you wanted to see Eric and Catherine yourself."
"I did, my lord," Evie said evasively, "but I received an urgent summons back to Kingfountain. I must depart at once." Iago looked upset.
"What does that mean?" Why would Severn want you back so quickly? I was really enjoying our walk today and felt we were making strides. You're a remarkable woman. I was expecting your stay to be much longer.
I must go, Evie said. She glanced back at Owen with worry in her eyes. She knew about the disaster that had unfolded at Eric's lodge, so she was just as eager as he was to seek refuge back in Ceredigion. They did not have much time to take their leave. Iago looked like a disconsolate puppy. Owen wanted to kick him. Etain had ventured ahead to tell a captain to make ready. They reached the bottom tier of the docks. The sound of the waterfall made soft communication difficult, so Iago raised his voice.
When can I see you again?
Evie looked flustered by the persistence of his attentions. I don't know, my lord, she stammered. There was some noise from higher up on the platforms. Evie glanced up and her face went pale. Well, it seems you have some court business that requires your attention. I thank you for your hospitality. Iago turned and looked back up the ramps. Men were waving down and shouting, but their words were lost in the noise. Iago frowned in annoyance. Evie was about to walk down the pier toward the ship, but Iago caught her arm. She stared at him, her eyes blazing with the fear of being caught.
I wanted you to know,
Iago said, stepping toward her. He gently took her hand with both of his.
That I have given sincere thought to Severn's offer of a truce between our kingdoms. I can't tell you how tempted I am.
The words sickened Owen. He grit his teeth, scowling, wanting to be away from Adabirian and their peculiar customs and fashions. He wanted to be back in his own realm, his own kingdom, wearing his own badge. Iago wasn't looking at him, but he stared at him heatedly all the same. Evie was silent, her cheeks a little flushed.
I am bound by honor to help Eric. I wish I had met you prior to giving my oath. But I promise you, Lady Mortimer,
he added with a devious grin,
that I consider you a friend, that I will speak on your behalf when Eric rules.
He brought her knuckles to his mouth. His look was suddenly vulnerable as he gazed at her.
You have the most bewitching eyes,
he murmured softly, and Owen nearly rammed him off the pier into the fish-soiled waters. I truly must go, Evie said, trying to pull her hand away. Iago nodded and released her hand. She started to turn and leave. Then, in an act of pure impetuousness, he strode up and caught her shoulders, brought his mouth down on hers, and kissed her right there on the docks in front of everyone. In front of Owen. It was one of those claiming kisses, the kind that makes girls swoon and invokes murderous jealousy. Startled by it, Evie quickly pushed him back. My lord, she scolded, her cheeks stained with crimson. That was presumptuous. She wiped a hand over her mouth.
I know,
Iago said, grinning like a fool.
I'm reckless. I take risks, and I wanted you to remember me. Farewell, my lady. Until we meet again.
He bowed graciously. There were some whistles and catcalls from the docks, and, much to Owen's vexation, Iago Llewellyn seemed to bask in them. When Owen looked at Evie, she was staring after the king. She sighed and shook her head, and she and Owen started up the ramp. She gave him a pointed look. That's how it's done properly, by the way, she said to him. Owen was mortified. His heart burned with feelings too savage to describe. His ears were hot, his cheeks flushed, and he knew he would never scrub the memory of that kiss out of his mind. It was Evie's first kiss, he knew that, and it had not been with him. As the captain ordered the sailors to shove off, Etain approached them worriedly. She wore a cloak to cover the gown she had taken from Lady Catherine.
What is it now?
Owen asked with concern, seeing the look in her eyes. They had separated as soon as they arrived in Edinburgh from the Ardennes and had not spoken since. I went down into the hold to check on Bothwell, Etain said softly in his ear. He was gone. I found Clark in the cell instead, bound, gagged, and unconscious. Owen's eyes widened.
He's down below? He never made it back to Kingfountain?
Etain shook her head. I assume not, which means Severn may already be dead. Chapter 27. Seasons. On board the ship Vassalage, sails billowing with the wind, Owen paced as he watched Justine tending to Clark's injury, a particularly nasty gash on the back of his head that had left him unconscious and with a hazy memory. Etain's look was dark with worry and dread about the escaped prisoner. Poisoners were renowned for their sense of revenge, so she had much to fear from the man who had escaped. Clark sat on a barrel in the hold, wincing with pain. The lantern swayed with the rocking motion of the ship. Evie watched in worried fascination as Justine treated the Espion.
You can remember nothing else,
Owen pressed, trying to subdue his agitation. He felt as if they were being thwarted at every turn, and he did not like the thought of being outmaneuvered in any game, let alone the realities of life, especially not when his king's life was at risk. Clark tolerated the pain of Justine's ministrations with perfect patience, although his fingers were digging into the barrel lid, and the tendons were standing out on his hands.
I didn't see who hit me. Someone was crumpled on the floor in the yonder cage.
He motioned with one of his hands.
I called out to rouse him, and then I was struck from behind. The next thing I knew, I awoke bound and gagged with thunder in my head. I know I missed my transport back to Ceredigion. The captain surely left without me when I didn't show up.
He frowned with melancholy.
After this, I'll be assigned duty to watch over Dunsworth again,
he complained bitterly.
And I deserve it.
Nonsense, Owen said, rubbing his chin. The important thing, Evie said consolingly, is they didn't kill you. Justine's head jerked up, her eyes blinking wildly. She flushed a bit and then started back to work.
Thank you, lass,
Clark mumbled to her. It's quite all right, Justine replied, looking embarrassed.
Someone has been playing us for fools,
Owen said after a lengthy pause.
The problem is there are too many people who wish us harm. The king has too many enemies.
Including his nephew, Etain said darkly. Evie looked at the poisoner. Tell me more about what happened when you first went to see Eric. Feeling restless energy rush through him, Owen thumped his fist against one of the deck struts. He glanced at Etain, whose eyes were downcast. She believed she had failed in her mission. He could tell she was also worried about what Mancini would do to her. Owen was more concerned with finding out the true allegiance of the leader of the Espion.
I believe Eric is who he says he is,
Owen declared.
And I know that Severn would not have wanted him to be murdered in Adabirion.
He shook his head firmly.
That Eric survived is nothing short of a miracle from the fountain. I've known the king half my life, and he is still troubled by the murders of the princes. And Lady Elise will be thrilled to learn that her brother is alive. No, we did the right thing in sparing his life.
Etain's eyes and the expression on her mouth spoke that she felt otherwise. Yet he's going to invade Ceredigion to claim the throne. You can have no illusions about that.
I don't,
Owen said, agreeing with her.
Just as I believe Iago Llewellyn will join him in the invasion. We've wounded his pride, and he is a proud man.
The last comment he fired at Evie. Also a desperate one, Evie said, taking the blow without retaliating. His kingdom is nearly bankrupt, his nobles are all scheming. But Iago doesn't understand the might of his enemy. He's like a man who gambles on a throw of the dice. He risks much to gain much, but he doesn't realize that the outcome isn't up to chance, it's a matter of mettle. And I don't think Iago's matches King Severn's. But I understand why he's facing the hazard. In his mind, the opportunity for reward is too great. The chance to get out from beneath the thumbs of his nobles. Owen didn't like the man personally, but he agreed with her assessment.
Well, as Mancini likes to say, two can throw the dice in a game of chance.
You can't throw dice if you are dead, Etain said broodingly, reminding them all that the risk Severn faced wasn't just on the battlefield. The comment made them all sulk in despair for a moment.
I've done all I can,
Justine said after a moment, wiping her hands on the towel she had used.
Thank you, my lady,
Clark offered in a humble tone. She smiled at the praise and then followed her mistress back toward their private room. Evie motioned for Owen to join them, and he did. The steps leading out of the hold were steep and narrow, and it was dark when they reached above deck. The stars were shining through the windows like a swarm of tiny fireflies. They conferred with the first mate, who informed them that the journey back would take less time because the wind was at their backs. He hoped to reach Kingfountain before dinner the following day. Evie's chamber seemed much too small to Owen. Everything about the ship was cramped, like the cage in the hold. But the physical size wasn't the real issue. Owen was restless. He felt his life was becoming more confined and restrictive, and he longed to burst the bands of duty and obligation, to be free. But he would not risk losing everything he had acquired in a rash act of rebellion.
Loyalty binds me.
You're agitated, Evie said with a sigh. Justine started to help her remove her jewelry.
It's not every day you get to see another man kiss the woman you love,
Owen said with bitterness. Evie sighed. That was unfortunate. Please don't think I enjoyed it.
There has been precious little in this journey that I've enjoyed,
Owen said. He wanted to kick himself for being dramatic at such a time.
Forgive me for being sullen.
I can't blame you, Evie said, the wrinkle of a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. You've had to endure Iago talking about you in your very presence. You've watched him flatter and dote on me day after day. That was an unfair burden to place on you.
Let's not pretend that your discomfort was not as great as mine,
Owen said, deflecting her sympathy.
This has not been an easy mission for either of us. I'm sorry if I've not been as attentive as the King of Adabirian.
Evie looked at him and shook her head. You will always be my closest and dearest friend, Owen. Your pain is mine. And I don't want another moment to pass between us without you knowing how deeply I care about you and your feelings. She sighed, her look growing more troubled. Do you think Severn will force me to marry him? If he invades Ceredigion, I cannot imagine that Severn would still want an alliance. Owen chuckled.
Then here's to hoping he does.
Be serious, she chided. You know he cannot win. He's too brash and self-confident to realize it. He doesn't know the man he is provoking. But do you think Severn will still make me marry Iago? I'm too close to the situation to see it objectively.
And you think I am not?
Owen said, suddenly very serious.
Losing you is my greatest fear. I'm sorry, but I don't think Iago Llewellyn deserves you. He needs you, and not just for your connections and your inheritance. He needs your wisdom and prudence. The advantage is all on his side. You would bring him the stability that he most desperately needs. I have no doubt his efforts to woo you were sincere, if not selfishly motivated.
Evie flushed at the compliments. You are kind to say those things.
They're true,
Owen said with a grunt. The pain in his heart was swelling, making it almost difficult to breathe. He tried some levity.
I have a difficult time picturing you wearing one of those fancy Adabirian headdresses, though. You would look quite silly.
She started to laugh, and it was music to his ears. They stared at each other a moment, feeling the healing balm of shared pain. She wanted him to hold her. He could see the need in her eyes, but he also saw her unwillingness to act on it. Owen needed no more coaxing than that. He crossed the small room to her, startling Justine, and Evie rushed into Owen's embrace. He hugged her tightly, pressing her against him, feeling her body trembling in his arms. Her hair smelled sweet, and he could feel its softness crushed under his forearms, her cheek pressed against his chest and throat. "What will happen to us?" she whispered, her voice thick with tears.
"I don't know,"
Owen said, feeling as if his heart were wrenching into two halves. He held her for a long time, just enjoying the moment, the sway of the ship, the feeling of comfort that came whenever his love was near. He wanted to kiss her, to tilt her head up and kiss her, but not while he was consumed with the memory of Iago's lips having claimed hers first. At least he had the satisfaction of knowing the kiss would be tainted for Iago when he learned that Lord Kiskaddon had been in his realm.
"It's getting late,"
Justine said, looking forlornly at them both. Evie backed away, a little shy look on her face. She smoothed the wrinkled front of her gown. Her eyes were more blue at that moment. "What did you make of Eric and Catherine?" Evie asked curiously. "When you met them at the Huntley Manor?" Owen thought for a moment, bringing the memories bubbling back up in his mind.
"I have no doubt they are very much in love," he said. "There was something special about seeing them together. It may have been a political match on the surface, but I have no doubt the two care deeply about each other. And I believe that Catherine has confidence in Eric and his story. Their love was touching."
Evie seemed pleased by the words, but then a worried look replaced it. "What will happen if he does become king?" she whispered.
"What always happens when a king is thrown down,"
Owen answered ominously.
"It's rare for the king's favorites to stay in power. Your grandfather would lose his title, and so would I. We have much more to lose if Severn falls."
"And you don't think that Eric would be willing to accept something less than the crown?" Owen shook his head.
"I offered that to him and he rebuffed me. He cannot trust Severn. Not after all he has been taught about his uncle. He fears the man. He probably even hates him. No, I don't think Eric will be swayed with the promise of being the Duke of York again. He wants the crown or nothing."
Evie's face went dark with anger. "Then he will likely lose everything."
"Or we will,"
Owen said flatly. Her lips pressed into a firm line. He'd seen that look on her face before, the look of determination that was a warning not to defy her. The next day, the sky was veiled in thick gray clouds. Owen craned his neck, feeling an icy bite to the wind. He needed to go to his room for a cloak soon. Every sailor chafed his hands and blew on them, looking hard-pressed to tug on ropes and tie knots in such cold. Owen went to look for Evie, and he found her and Justine talking to the captain above deck.
"How far off is Kingfountain?"
Owen asked, staring at the churning sea as the vassalage sliced through it.
"It's yonder,"
the captain said, a strange look in his eye. The captain had a small scar on his left eye, slicing down his cheek. It was faint, and Owen hadn't noticed it before. Owen raised his hand to his brow to get a better look at the land ahead. He started with surprise. "This is unusual," Evie said, shaking her head. "I've never seen Kingfountain swathed in snow this early in the season. Winter is still 2 months away." The palace of Kingfountain and the trees on the grounds were shrouded in a thin blanket of freshly fallen snow. Owen had been there in winter before, but he had mostly spent his winters in Westmarch, where it didn't get as cold. This was an unusually early winter storm.
"Have you seen the like before?"
Owen asked the captain. He shook his head.
"Not in my 20 years at sea,"
he said.
"I've never seen Kingfountain so white this early."
A memory stirred in Owen's mind. He felt the supple churn of the fountain along with it. It was something Severn had said during breakfast to Dickon Ratcliffe one long ago morning. Owen had been close enough to hear the conversation. The memory had always nagged at him.
Remember the eclipse, Dickon? The eclipse that happened the day my wife died? I was blamed for that, too.
Then his voice had shrunk to almost a whisper.
That, however, may have been my doing. My soul was black that day, and I am fountain blessed.
It is true, whispered the fountain. The first flakes of snow began to fall silently on the deck. Chapter 28. Perfidious. A servant took the snow-dusted cloak from Owen and shook it over the threshold. The interior of the palace of Kingfountain was lit with braziers, filling the air with a smoky haze that gave the scene a surreal look, the stuff of dreams. It was a relief to be back in Ceredigion, but with such dramatic changes happening all at once, it felt almost as peculiar as Adabirian. As Owen marched toward the throne room, he encountered Mancini along the way. The very sight of the man twisted his mouth into a sour frown.
Your return could not be more expedient,
the spymaster said. He looked stressed and sleep-deprived.
That you returned at all counters our worst fears that mischief befell you in Edinburgh.
Mischief did befall us, Owen said angrily, breathing in deep mouthfuls of the warm air to soothe the coldness from the journey.
Justine and Clark were poisoned. I would have been a victim too, but I did not partake of the food on that particular outing. We caught and then lost the poisoner. You should know that it was Lord Bothwell. He went by the name of Falkart at the poisoner school.
Bothwell? Mancini said.
He betrayed us after all I've paid to win his loyalty?
Owen was impressed by how surprised Mancini sounded. He would keep his suspicions about the spymaster to himself until he had a moment to confide them to the king.
How is the king? I sent Clark ahead of us to warn him of the Aquitanians' plot to poison him and deceive Lady Elise. Clark was waylaid and knocked out. We've had our share of troubles, Dominic. They sent a poisoner? He said with surprise. We've seen none of that. And I have the Espion investigate those who request work at the palace. The king is quite hale, but he is not well. You know about his niece? How did word reach you so quickly that she fled?
Owen gave him a wry look.
I am fountain blessed.
He was relieved to hear that Severn was still alive.
Then make it stop snowing, please, Mancini quipped. The common folk fear the river will freeze over. You can imagine the consternation that is causing at the sanctuary. Whatever for? Owen asked. You know the legend of Our Lady? That the rites of sanctuary will last until the water stops. Because that waterfall has never stopped flowing, not in 1,000 years at least. It's believed the rites will last into perpetuity. The sanctuary men are thinking they will lose their protection. Superstitious fools.
Owen shook his head with scorn.
How long ago did Elise flee? And how did she get away? Was she abducted? No, I don't believe she was abducted, although I cannot be totally certain. She vanished the day after her mother's funeral. The Queen Dowager is dead? Owen exclaimed. I learned in Adabirian that she was being slowly poisoned.
Mancini shrugged helplessly as they approached the doors leading into the throne room. The doors were closed, and the guards posted on either side of them bore spears. The spymaster gestured, and they saluted and then opened the doors.
She died not long after you departed. She'd been sick for many months. Her death was a terrible blow to Lady Elise. It's my belief that Diconius Tunmore used her death and the girl's subsequent grief to persuade her to accept Chatrion's proposal of marriage. She was smuggled from the sanctuary in disguise and then boarded an Aquitanian merchant ship set to sail that morning. You can only imagine the king's fury at such a betrayal. I told him to keep her on a shorter leash, any leash. But he trusted her, swore she would never abandon him. Well, she has, and I can't blame her, considering her reduced prospects and his unwillingness to take her for a wife. He is angry, lad. Angrier than I have ever seen him. It's a boon you are here, for he listens to none of us.
Owen swallowed as he crossed the threshold, his insides churning with worry. Mancini took a position near the fireplace, close enough to be within earshot. He saw Severin slumped over in his throne, a man who looked exhausted and full of turmoil. His hair was grayer, or so it seemed from his unhappy demeanor. He sat in brooding silence, teasing his bottom lip with a black-gloved hand. Light from the torches exposed his unshaven chin and untidy hair. He was wearing the crown, which was unusual, for he seldom wore it outside of ceremonial occasions. The metal band around his head seemed to be made of dull iron instead of gold. Owen approached the dais and then sank to one knee. As he looked up into the king's eyes, he saw the caged inferno hiding behind the steel. That he was sitting so still belied the explosions roaring inside him. His eyes shifted to Owen, and for a moment, it seemed he did not recognize him.
"Owen?"
the king asked hoarsely.
"I've returned, my lord," he replied. "But I fear not soon enough to prevent such mischief."
He wished Mancini would leave so that he could vent his suspicions, but this wasn't the right time.
"So you've heard,"
the king said flatly, his voice tight with control.
"My lord, I heard about the plot in Adabirian," he answered. "I tried to send word, but I have failed you."
The king's expression changed. He rose from the throne like a puppet on strings.
"You? I have been plagued with doubts and torments. I feared that even you were in on the plot, or that you would be destroyed yourself. And yet here you are, kneeling. Rise, my friend. You needn't kneel to me ever again."
Owen slowly stood, staring at the king, feeling the depth of the man's emotions.
"What happened?"
he pressed, keeping his voice low. There were no servants in the great hall. It felt like a sepulchre. The king came off the dais and put his arm around Owen's shoulder, leading him to the furnace-like hearth. Owen was quickly drenched in sweat, but the king seemed immune to the heat. Severin stared into the flames, his mind tormented.
"With her mother's failing health,"
the king started.
"she came less frequently to the palace. It did not alarm me. It was only natural she would seek to comfort her mother in those final hours. She came to me once. It was late at night, and she looked so tired, so sad. There was little I could do to offer comfort, for I hated her mother and she hated me. But I said no harsh words, and offered only sympathy for her grieving. Elise,"
her name seemed to burn his tongue, and he flinched,
"asked if I would ever force her to marry. I'd long ago promised I would never do that, so I repeated my pledge. She was quiet, and then she asked if I would ever let her marry at all. She said that she understood any child born from her womb would be perceived by some as an heir to the throne."
He stared deeply into the flames, butting a clenched fist against his mouth.
"What did you tell her?"
Owen asked, wiping a trail of sweat from his cheek. The king's eyes were haunted.
"I told her the truth, that I couldn't let her marry, not yet. And then I told her that she was my heir, that she would inherit the throne if anything happened to me."
His lips curled into a grimace.
"The next morning she was gone."
He whirled away from the heat, his face livid with passion.
"She abandoned me for that whelp Chatrion, who promised to make her his queen, that sniveling upstart who wears hose and garters and has never killed a man with his own hands, his own knife. He thinks to lay claim to Ceredigion through her. He thinks that I will just lie down and let their boots dash me to pieces."
The look in his eyes, the tone of his voice was terrifying.
I will not be easy meat for their feast. This boar has tusks, and I will gore them all. My lord, Mancini said guardedly, we haven't heard Lord Owen's news. What of the pretender, Piers Urbick? Is the king's enemy dead?
Owen looked from the spymaster to the king.
I'm convinced he is being truthful. My lord, hear me out. I know Mancini's spies have found people claiming to be his parents. I think that is a purposeful deception. I've met with him, my lord, more than once. He is not fountain blessed, neither is anyone around him, at least not from what I could perceive. When we arrived, we were in time to join the wedding celebrations.
Wedding? Mancini gasped.
Yes, Iago Llewellyn matched him with the Earl of Huntly's daughter, Lady Catherine. They've been married less than a fortnight now. All the nobles of Adabirian believe Eric is who he claims to be, an Argentine. Your nephew. I believe he is as well.
Severn stared at Owen in surprise.
How did he survive? Why has he not tried to come back before now? You must recognize his very claim as highly questionable.
If you were to meet him yourself, Owen said, reaching out and gripping the king's shoulder,
I think you would come to the same conclusion. He's terrified of you, my lord. He believes what they say about you. I tried to persuade him to return with me. In fact, I was planning to kidnap him. But Catherine's steward must have overheard our conversation, for he sent men to capture me. I fled with Etain, and we returned promptly. I don't think Iago will be pleased when he learns about my duplicity. I don't give a care about how he feels, Severn snapped. You were wise to flee instead of being captured. I would have paid any ransom to secure you, Owen. Now I can save my gold and conquer Adabirian and Occitania with it instead.
Owen shook his head.
You don't need to attack Edinburgh. Iago is going to come here. He's desperate to prove himself a man, and he's reckless. I think he was tempted by your offer. He is fond of Elizabeth. But I think he hopes he can still have her once Eric is wearing the crown. They are coming to invade.
Severn frowned.
Let them come. Let them all come. I can defend my kingdom. And if these little ewes want to wet their swords in blood, I will give them all the blood they can stomach. They can watch their men perish and their manors burn. They can hear their mothers weep. There is more, Owen said fervently.
He could feel the rage seething inside the king. Best to deliver all the bad news at once. Severn cocked his eyebrow in disbelief.
They have no wish to face you in battle, Owen said. It turns out that our espion at Iago's court, Lord Bothwell, was a poisoner trained in Paisan under the assumed name Foulcart. His mission was to kill us all and foment a war between Ceredigion and Adabirian. From him, we learned about another plot to murder you. A poisoner hired by Chatrion is here in the palace. According to Bothwell, the king of Occitania doesn't want Eric to rule. I think he's right. He's just using Eric and King Iago as a distraction to keep you looking north. Lord Rue of Brithonica confirmed as much. He came to Edinburgh to warn Iago not to oppose you. Rue was there? Mancini said with shock. I don't believe it. He came in person, Owen said to the king, nodding back to the spymaster. I recognized him and he recognized me. I think he's fountain blessed, my lord. And he said the Duchess is still our ally.
Severn gazed at Owen in awe, his blazing anger finally beginning to cool. He reached his hand around Owen's neck in a fatherly gesture, then clapped him on the back. You have done well, my boy. You have done your king good service and honor, and for this I will reward you. If you revealed yourself to Eric, you took a huge risk, but I can see why you did it. You tried to persuade him, did you not? You tried to convince him to return willingly. Owen nodded.
I did. I promised him a duchy.
The same duchy he once held as a child. Severin smiled.
And I would have honored your pledge. Instead of gaining a duchy, he will lose everything. I wish his father-in-law well, for he will be supporting these children with his own treasures. Oh, the irony of it galls me. He could have become my legitimate heir if he had proven himself an ally and friend, but he gropes for a prize he is not tall enough to reach. He's a child.
The king shook his head.
And a disobedient one at that. I feel cheerful for the first time in days. I am hunted and oppressed. The wolves are yapping at my heels, but I have true subjects. I have warships and an army. And my enemies will learn that when they rouse the wrath of a beast they fear, they will feel the bloody tusks. To war, then. I welcome it.
He slung his arm around Owen's shoulder and led him back to the throne. He nodded to Mancini.
Now fetch me Horwath's granddaughter. I'm in need of her grace and good cheer. I dare say if she asks me to build a fish pond in the Great Hall, I may just do it.
The king laughed, probably for the first time in weeks, and clapped Owen on the back.
Well done, lad. Well done.
Then his face grew more serious.
Oh, and Mancini. Have Tunmore join us from the tower for supper. It's been 2 days since he's eaten. I'm sure he's hungry.
Owen's smile faded as he realized what the king meant. Tunmore had already been dragged out of sanctuary. Chapter 29. Grave Secrets. Owen and the spymaster Mancini walked side by side, moving deep into the palace's espion tunnels to the towers where the prisoners were kept. The dark corridors were frigid, and Owen saw little puffs of mist as he exhaled. A deep sense of foreboding had settled inside him, thicker than the winter clouds shrouding Kingfountain.
You finally persuaded him,
Owen said, trying to master his anger. He still distrusted the man, but for the moment he needed Mancini to believe they were on the same side.
Persuaded whom to do what?
Mancini asked.
Be clear, young man. I do a lot of persuading every day. You know what I meant,
Owen snapped.
Abducting Tunmore from the sanctuary. We should have done it years ago,
Mancini said dismissively.
The man's been scheming from Our Lady all the while. Why should he be protected from his treason? How did you do it?
Mancini shifted the lantern he was carrying to his other hand and lifted it higher.
There are men in that place who do anything for enough coin.
Such as you, Owen thought darkly.
I had someone distract the sexton while 6 men waylaid Tunmore. He was carted out under a tarp, trussed up and gagged, and brought straight to the palace.
He snapped his fingers.
Easily done. How did you convince Severin to do it?
Mancini snorted.
I didn't need to persuade him at all. Once we discovered what had happened with Elise, you should have seen his fury. I don't think I've ever seen him rage like that, not even when Ratcliffe turned traitor. Her betrayal was particularly personal because he had put so much trust in her.
The espion turned and gave Owen a knowing look.
Even you betraying him would not have cut him to the quick like this. He needed vengeance. And it was Tunmore who turned her mind to Chatrion. I'm surprised Severin didn't throw him into the falls, Owen muttered. As we both know, that particular method of execution cannot be relied upon for the Fountain Blessed. No, the king has had Polydoro investigating all the details of the execution of the Maid of Domremy. He wants to make sure Tunmore stays dead.
The bleak feeling within Owen worsened. He did not have much pity for Tunmore, but something felt entirely wrong about forcing the man from sanctuary. Violating an ancient tradition out of petty revenge did not sit right. While Owen believed that some of the folk customs about the fountain were merely superstitions, he knew for a fact that the fountain was real, and he felt a queer sensation that it was offended. There were espion guards waiting for them at the end of the corridor.
Good evening, Master Mancini,
one of them said. Mancini handed his lantern to one of them. He glanced at Owen.
I change the guard regularly, and we inspect his cell every hour. The man hasn't slept or eaten in 2 days.
Owen felt a throb of pity.
He's quite uncomfortable, per the king's commands,
one of the guards added with a cunning smile.
Tonight the king would like Tunmore to join him for supper.
The other man chuckled.
What will he serve him? Rat stew? With a side of kidney pie,
Mancini snapped.
Open the door.
A guard unlocked the heavy iron door, and a drafty breeze came through. Together, Owen and Mancini started winding their way up the tower. The wind keened and moaned up the black shaft. It sounded like the pained moans of a man, a thought that made Owen shudder.
Do you think Severn will release him?
Owen asked Mancini.
Faugh, no. Nor would I advise him to. No, the man is going to die. Severn is implacable in that regard. He's a changed man, boy. When Elise betrayed him, something jarred loose. Or should I put it another way? His disposition altered rather suddenly and dramatically.
How so? Owen pressed, feeling the weight of his conscience grow heavier. He had sworn his loyalty to the man Severn was. What if Elise's betrayal had scarred him so deeply Owen could no longer serve the man he had become? All of Owen's wealth, his status, and his holdings were due to his loyalty to the man. Was he willing to risk all of that? Was he willing to betray his king?
In many ways, Mancini said. For starters, his first impulse was to assassinate Chatrion. But now that his temper has cooled, he's determined to destroy him in person. He is planning to invade Aquitania and shatter the lad's kingdom. It may take him several years of austerity to finance such a venture, but he's determined to depose him, to yank the crown from his head, all while Elise watches helplessly. He will never trust her again. I don't know if he will trust anyone again after this. Confound it, is that the wind or Tunmore's moaning?
He seemed to have finally noticed the noise himself. When they reached the top of the tower, there were 2 more guards pacing nervously in front of the door.
He's been moaning like a madman, one of the guards said worriedly. I've warned him to shut it or we'll gag him, but he's gibbering. He's gone mad, he has. Open the door,
Mancini said sternly. The guard wrestled a key into the lock and opened it. The tower loft was ice cold. All the windows around the cell were open, and snow hung in thick clumps throughout the freezing chamber. There were no beds. An empty brazier had been knocked over, and other than a filthy straw pallet, the only furnishing was a foul-smelling chamber pot. At first, Owen could not see Tunmore, but the moaning brought his attention to the man standing on a previously unnoticed bench by a double window. His arms were gripping the window ledge. He was making a terrible sound, his eyes filled with despair.
What are you? Get down from... What are you doing, man?
Mancini shouted against the wind. Tunmore had sleet sticking to his face. His hair was spiky, and his skin had a grayish cast to it. There was a wild look in his eyes when they came to rest on Owen.
Shah! He groaned, recognizing the young man instantly. It's not too late. It's not too late. Thank the fountain, it's not too late.
Owen stared at Tunmore without comprehension.
What is the matter with you? I am a dead man. I've seen the waters. I've seen the deep fathoms, so I thought it was too late, but you are here. You are fountain blessed. The dreadful dead man is coming. He returns to Ceredigion. He must wear the crown, boy. He must. What nonsense are you babbling about?
Mancini asked angrily. Owen felt something reach into his heart and clench it. A cold hand. A knife.
Who?
Owen demanded.
Eric Argentine?
Tunmore's face twisted with pain.
He's not the dreadful dead man. You will know. You will know him. You are part of him. You serve him. You've always served him. Be loyal to your true King Kiskaddon. King Kiskaddon?
Mancini shouted in surprise, but Owen knew the spymaster had misunderstood. There was a feverish look on Tunmore's face.
It's not too late. It's still not too late. The chest. Boy, the chest, you must move it, or all is lost. Take it to the fountain at St. Penryn. The waters there will quiet the curse. Do it, boy, before all here perish. He's raving,
Mancini said with a whisper.
Who is the dreadful dead man?
Owen asked, taking a step toward Tunmore.
Do you know? He is coming, he is returning. As it was, so it will be. You are his champion, the true king.
His words were cut off by a roar of wind that jolted the castle tower and brought in flurries of ice. Owen shielded his face from the sting of sleet.
Take him!
Mancini shouted to the soldiers.
Grab him before he jumps!
But it was too late. Through squinted eyes, Owen watched as Tunmore toppled over the window ledge. He raced over to the window, staring in shock, his heart thundering in his chest. The wind knifed against the keep towers, sending swirls of snow with it. When he looked down at the inner bailey, he saw a crumpled body spread-eagled on the flagstones below.
He killed himself?
Mancini shouted, grabbing Owen's shoulder. The spymaster gazed down at the body, shook his head with revulsion, and then ordered the soldiers to hurry down and conceal the body. Owen felt dizzy from the great height, and the Diconius's words had shaken him to his core.
What was he raving about?
Mancini asked in a troubled voice.
I couldn't hear the last words. Did he name you king, lad?
The grip on Owen's shoulder tightened.
I thought he did. He was a Diconius. Was it a prophecy?
Owen could see Mancini's mistake, but he was too confused and heartsick to know what to say.
He was delirious,
Owen finally answered, shaking his head.
You drove him mad by putting him up here.
But the young man remembered seeing the chest in the waters at the Fountain of Our Lady. A chest that he had first seen in the cistern waters beneath the palace. He was confused and shaken, but something told him Tunmore's words were not meaningless ravings.
So he was trying to do more mischief?
Mancini asked.
Trying to sow the seed of rebellion in you? I wouldn't put it past him. That man was a cunning eel. He said something about St. Penryn. That's a sanctuary in Westmart, isn't it?
Owen wished the spymaster hadn't heard that part.
Yes,
he answered. It was a fishing village along the coast in a deep corner of Owen's domain. He had heard curious tales about that place. Fishermen routinely dredged up strange items along the coast. Shields, rusted helmets, and horseshoes. There was a history to the land of Penryn. Owen did not know much about it, having spent so much time in the north, but he knew of two people who did know a great deal about history. He had to see Evie and the court historian, Polydoro Urbino. But first, they needed to tell the king that his enemy had fallen to his death from the tower and would not be joining him for dinner.
In my time at Kingfountain, I have found no legend more commonly known but ephemeral than that of the first king of Ceredigion. Chasing this legend is like chasing a ghost. Very little has been documented, and most of the documents that do exist date back centuries and are duplicates of earlier sources. The legend depicts a time in the distant past, a time when powerful wisers walked the land, a time when bravery was accounted as the foremost virtue. It was an era when a young man, a fountain-blessed boy named Andrew, united a fractured kingdom and stopped the wars and bloodshed that tortured Ceredigion. This young man became a great and mighty king, perhaps the mightiest of kings, and he had wisers who advised him. It is said that he had a magic wiser set, a set that, if played, would predict the outcome of battles and determine the destiny of nations. King Andrew was so wise that he never lost but one game. a game he played against his bastard son. King Andrew was defeated shortly thereafter, flooding the world with darkness. But there was a prophecy by the great wiser Myrddin that Andrew would one day return. The prophecy is called the Dreadful Dead Man.
Polydoro Urbino, Court Historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 30. Leonaeus. Owen knelt on the floor, arranging the final pieces of a massive tile tower that was so delicate it was already starting to wobble. He felt fountain magic seeping into him, replenishing him from the earlier drought. Justine was working on an embroidery nearby, but she occasionally glanced over at him and Evie on the floor, their heads nearly touching as they concentrated on the final pieces. He had shared with Evie every detail of his confrontation with Tunmore in the tower. Speaking the words out loud had allowed him to sift through his thoughts, arranging what he knew and did not know. He knew he lacked all the pieces to solve the riddle. "How did Severn react to Tunmore's death?" Evie asked, handing him the final tile. Owen shook his head.
He was surprised but not sorrowful. I would almost say he exulted in the man's downfall.
"But you didn't tell him what you told me about the chest."
"No, and neither did Mancini. I'm sure the Espion will be watching the sanctuary. But Mancini thinks the fountain is a superstition. He can't see the treasure. Now that Tunmore's gone, I might be the only one who can. I think Mancini took Tunmore's words as the ravings of a madman before committing suicide."
"But you think there's more to it," Evie said softly. Her eyes were shifting colors at the moment, moving from silver to blue to green. She was deep in thought.
"It is so frustrating," Owen complained. "All these hints and secrets are maddening. When I faced Eric, I could tell he had been told something. A legend, a secret. I'm not sure what it was. But it influenced him greatly, and he tried to influence me to join him. But how could I without knowing more? I don't relish being someone's fool."
"I know," Evie said sagely. She reached out and patted his hand. "No one does. You are wise to be wary about what Tunmore said. He implied that some sort of imminent danger was coming, and you were the only one who could prevent it. That would naturally make you curious, but it could well be a trap."
Owen looked into her eyes. He literally gave his life because of this information. It was like a burden he had been carrying, but he told me what I must do without explaining why. If I listen to him, if I carry the chest to St. Penrhyn, won't that implicate me in a greater plot? Yet, if I tell the king, what will he say? He is fountain blessed himself. Will he seek the treasure?
Owen frowned and tried to tame his frustration.
I remember something Anchoret said. That Dunsworth's father could see the treasure in the waters but could not claim it. It drove him mad and he drowned himself.
"You nearly drowned yourself trying to get it too," Evie reminded him.
"No, I didn't."
Evie shook her head, exasperated. "I remember it very well, Owen. I was worried about you. You were under the water for so long. There was something wrong about what you were doing. I could feel it." He continued to frown at her, but there was some truth in her words.
"I don't know what to do, Evie. I'm so confused. Our kingdom is about to be invaded by 3 men. Eric, Iago, and Chatrion are going to fight us, and one another, to lay claim to Severn's crown."
"Iago doesn't want the crown, but go on," Evie said simply.
Owen squelched the sudden pang of jealousy. "Well, the man wants something. My point is that we're about to be invaded. But there is something else happening as well, something we can't see. Another player moving on the board. It has something to do with the past, but it's affecting us today, and at the center is this myth about the dreadful dead man. I've told you about the whispers I used to hear from the fountain about the dead man. I still hear them. Somehow I'm part of this prophecy."
Evie blinked. "Are you the dreadful dead man?" she asked him. Owen stared at her.
"Why do you ask that? Of course I'm not."
"Think on it, though. You told me the story long ago. You were stillborn, and then you came back to life, just like you brought Justine back from the brink in Edinburgh. This power you have, Owen, this is not a superstition. It's real. I've seen it. Maybe you are the fulfillment of that prophecy. Owen continued to stare at her, his heart beating wildly in his chest. He was feeling the flow of the fountain all around him, in him. Then he heard its whisper. You are not the dreadful dead man, but you will be one of the first who will see him. A shudder rippled through Owen, and Evie looked at him in alarm. What's wrong? She asked.
I'm not,
he said, shaking his head.
But the fountain told me he's coming, that I will be one of the first who sees him.
The room grew quiet and still. Even Justine had stopped her needlework. Her eyes were dark and serious, as somber as the overriding mood in the palace.
I can't tell Severn,
Owen whispered.
Not yet. I need to know more myself.
Evie nodded. Let's go see Polydoro. He's been studying the myths of King Andrew since he arrived. I know nothing about St. Penrhyn, as I said earlier, but I imagine he might. She paused, then said, I don't think you should tell him about your visions, if that's the right word. He feels a great depth of loyalty to Severn. I'm not sure I would trust him entirely.
That's good advice. Let's go see Polydoro. Would you do the honors?
He asked, motioning toward the starter piece that would knock them all down. Evie smiled and obliged. Polydoro Urbino was an interesting, intense fellow. Tall and rail-thin, he had skin that was well leathered from the elements, silvering brown hair that was always neatly slicked back, and intelligent eyes. He wore the court fashions of Paisan, which were more gaily colored than Severn's favored black, and he had a reedy voice that made him sound always breathless. He was a man of many flowering words, great curiosity, and it was obvious that he was completely in awe of Evie. Owen gave Justine a warm smile and nod as she sat down on a nearby chair.
I tell you, Lady Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer is the wisest creature in all this vast kingdom,
he crooned, pumping Owen's hand vigorously as a pleased, rapturous smile stretched his lips. He bowed to Evie with a deep flourish.
King Severn has a jewel in his kingdom, to be certain. I was just going over the court records of the Maid of Domremy. An interesting tale. I know you'll like to read them as well, my dear. I am so pleased you took the time to visit this lowly court historian. If I can be of any service to you whatsoever, you know you only need ask.
Evie was smiling a little from the barrage of flattery. Justine rolled her eyes. Master Urbino, there is something I'd like to ask you. I think your knowledge would help settle a dispute I have with Owen. Polydoro bowed again.
I am yours to command, my lady. The two of you make an excellent pair, if I might say so.
He straightened and tapped his lip.
I've always been struck by you. What point of conflict could exist between such kindred souls?
It's a geography question, actually, Evie said. Owen told me that the sanctuary of St. Penrhyn was in Westmarch, but I disputed that it was once laid claim by Aquitania. Can you settle the matter for us? Owen loved how deftly she had posed the question.
St. Penrhyn,
the historian muttered, tapping his lip. Then he clucked his tongue.
I'm afraid, my dear, that neither of you scores the point on this match. You are both wrong.
Owen looked at the historian curiously.
I've seen the map of my duchy, sir, and I'm quite certain I saw St. Penrhyn on it.
Polydoro shook his head and offered a wizened smile.
No doubt you saw the sanctuary there, but did your map also show the land of Lyonnaise? Of course it didn't. It's all underwater now.
Owen felt a jolt in his heart.
What did you say?
The historian nodded vigorously.
The kingdom is gone. Lyonnaise is part of the King Andrew legend. It's where King Andrew was slain by his bastard son. Well, not slain to be exact. He was mortally wounded unto the point of death. They put his body in a boat and sent it over the falls. Shortly after, the land of Lyonneus was flooded. Only a few souls survived. The sanctuary of St. Penrhyn was on higher ground, and the people who had fled there survived. It's one of the reasons sanctuaries offer protection today. Fascinating, isn't it? You are saying that the history of the sanctuary privileges of Our Lady go back to this time? Owen asked. The story was hauntingly similar to the vision he'd experienced as their ship entered the harbor at Edinburgh. He wondered how many more drowned cities existed. The historian shook his head. No, those practices existed before. Those who survived the great flooding helped reinforce the belief. I've heard that fishermen off the coast of Westmarch continue to draw objects from the drowned households out of the waters around there. There are dealers who specialize in that trade. I've heard that buyers in Brithonica pay enormous sums. Brithonica? Evie asked before Owen could. Indeed. The Duchess is a great collector of historical artifacts. I thought everyone knew that. Did you know that one of King Andrew's greatest knights was from Lyonneus? He was banished to Brithonica for having an affair with the king's wife. Can you tell me where you found that history? Evie asked, her tone one of intense curiosity. It's not history, my Lady Elizabeth. To be sure, there are many who claim King Andrew was real, but there is no evidence whatsoever that he was a real king. These legends are entertainment, that is all. But if you are interested, I would recommend an Aquitanian poet. I think I have a translation somewhere in here, and when I find it, I'll bring it to you. Thank you, Master Urbino, Evie said with a pleased smile. So you see, you both were wrong. While St. Penrhyn is technically off the coast of Westmarch, it is actually considered part of Lyonneus. It is where King Andrew met his fate, and they say, he added with an amused chuckle, it is also where he will return again. I hope you found the tale diverting. Indeed, Owen said, giving Evie a meaningful look. The three young people left the historian's chamber, listening to him chuckle and hum to himself as they walked away. Owen pitched his voice low. The treasure in the cistern had an ancient look to it. Evie shot him a dangerous glance. Do you think it came to be there after Lyonneus flooded? I think I would like to find out, Owen said. Assuming, of course, that the cistern hasn't frozen over yet. I don't think it's that cold, Evie said. Where are we going? Justine asked worriedly. I don't like the sound of this. Owen looked at Evie. Have you ever told her? Evie shook her head. It was our secret, remember? Owen turned to Justine. Are you afraid of heights? Chapter 31. Cistern. A trail of footprints in the snow led to the edge of the cistern opening in a walled-off portion of the palace of Kingfountain. The air was chill, and thick flakes of snow came down like autumn leaves. As Owen stood at the lip of the cistern and gazed down, he saw the water was much deeper than it had been in their younger years. The reservoir was well stocked. It looks colder than the Verne River near Dundrennan, Evie said, stifling a shiver. You are both quite out of your senses for considering this, Justine warned. The water is absolutely frigid. You won't be able to spend more than a few moments in it without catching a chill, and how will you get up again? Owen nodded to an ivy-strewn portion of wall. There is a door over there and steps leading up to it. He sighed as he stared nervously down at the water. It does look cold. My lady, Justine said, shaking her head. This is ridiculous. Your grandfather would not approve. Come away from the edge. Evie gave her a rebellious look. Be a dear and fetch us some blankets. I think we'll need them. You're not going to... Evie reached out and took both of Owen's hands. Together, like we did before? Ratcliffe is dead, so I don't anticipate anyone will drain it on us. Owen took a shuddering breath. Someone is trying to kill you, Justine said, her face going white. Please, my lady, don't do this. Go,
Owen said, squeezing her hands. Standing across from each other over the hole, they stepped off at the same moment and plummeted into the cistern. The shock of cold was worse than the Verne, absolutely worse. It made Owen nearly gasp as sharp needles of freezing pain stabbed at him from all sides, soaking into his clothes. His vision went black for a moment, and he feared he'd passed out from the shock of it. He kept himself still, trying to let the momentum of the fall bring him down to the bottom. He craved a fresh gasp of air. His lungs were screaming for it, but he felt the solid thump of the cistern floor against his boots much sooner than expected. Of course, he was much taller now than he had been as a child. Already the air in his chest was making him start to rise again, so he let out a few bubbles and blinked rapidly, trying to see through the blur of water. The treasure was still there. He saw open chests spilling over with coins. There were battered shields with strange markings on them, the crests unfamiliar. Were these truly from Linnaeus? He felt a tug on his hand, and Evie motioned for him to swim back up. He needed to bring something away, something to show her that the treasure was real, that he could see it even if no one else could. He spied a long, weathered box about the size of a sword, with straps and buckles holding it shut. There was a symbol branded on top of it. It looked vaguely familiar. "Take it. You will need it." The whisper came from the fountain. Owen felt himself rising again and breathed out a few more bubbles of air. He broke his grip with Evie and used his arms to swim toward the box. His muscles cramped with the cold, and he felt the edges of his vision growing black. Gritting his teeth, he kicked hard and tried to close his unresponsive fingers around the box. He could not get a grip. His freezing fingers just wouldn't respond. But Owen was determined. He used his forearms to scoot the long box toward him and managed to clamp it against his side with his left arm. Using his right, he paddled back toward the surface. The weight of the box and the lack of air in his chest threatened to suck him back down, but he surfaced moments later, gasping for breath and chattering with cold. "Over here," Evie stammered. She grabbed at his shirt, and the two quickly swam to the stone steps. "Are you all right?" Justine cried from the cistern hole above. Her voice was edged with concern and panic. "I'm going to fetch help." "No," Evie shouted. "Just fetch some blankets." "I'll be right back," Justine shouted and vanished. "That was cold," Evie whispered, shuddering violently.
I liked the last time better,
Owen offered with a smile. His fingers were working a little better now.
Do you see this? I'm not imagining the box.
"No, it's real," Evie said, nodding vigorously, her eyes wide. "Let's get out of here first. We need a fire." Owen didn't object. Pressing the box against his body, he gripped her arm with his other hand and helped haul her up the stairs. The Espion latch was a bit tricky with his numbed fingers and trembling body, but he managed to get it open. He had to butt his shoulder into the door, and the force of it made them stagger into the snow, clutching each other. Evie looked as pale as the weather, and her lips were faintly blue. Their teeth were chattering too much to talk, and each time they exchanged a look, they both started laughing. It reminded Owen of their childhood, of chasing her around the edge of the fountain before she fell into it. Maybe she had the same memory. Her eyes carried the same mischievous glint he had always fancied in her. When they reached the open doorway leading back into the warm corridor, the one they had used to reach the cistern, he helped hoist Evie up. Justine was already approaching with blankets, and she scolded Evie thoroughly as she wrapped her up. Owen handed the box down through the window and then struggled to climb through himself, his body shaking so violently it wouldn't obey him. He ended up tumbling onto the floor in a heap, his belly tight with laughter. "Get up off the rushes, Master Owen," Justine said, an amused look belying her frown. She swaddled him in a blanket as well, and they started quickly back to Evie's room. There was a servant girl stoking the fire when they arrived, and both of them collapsed in front of it, savoring the cascading blasts of heat. The servant girl looked at them askance, and it was all it took for Evie to burst into giggles again. Owen could not help but join her. Justine paced behind them, folding her arms. "My lady, we must get you out of those wet clothes at once. You've ruined your gown. Come to the changing screen. Master Owen, you can sit in those wet clothes for all I care."
"I'll be fine,"
Owen said, trying to subdue his laughter. Evie smiled and paused to squeeze his shoulder before rising and hurrying over to the changing screen. "If your grandfather only knew," Justine said in a scolding whisper. "You'd better not tell him," Evie said. "You are the only other person who knows about our secret place. It needs to remain a secret, Justine. You know you can trust me." "Don't open the box yet," Evie called from over the screen height. "I can hear you fidgeting with the straps. I'm almost done." She was right, of course, so Owen forbore what he had been doing until she hurried out from around the changing screen. Justine was trying to cover her head with a towel, but Evie shooed her away and rushed over to kneel at Owen's side, wet hair dangling in front of her face in a deliciously tangled way.
"You look like a half-drowned mouse,"
Owen said with a smirk. "You are a half-drowned mouse," she quipped back. "Open it." There was a firm pounding on the door, and then it immediately opened. Both turned in shock as Mancini hurried into the room. There was no time to hide the box.
"There you both are,"
Mancini said angrily, striding forward.
"Look at you both. It's as if you've been swimming in the—"
His voice dropped off as he recognized the truth of his forming statement from their guilty looks, Owen's soaked clothes, and Evie's wild hair.
"What is it?"
Owen asked, angry that the spymaster had caught them so quickly.
"It's cold as death out there, and you two were playing in the cistern again?"
He gaped at them, but then his shrewd eyes saw the box lying before them.
"What is that you have there? What's in that box?" "I don't really know," Owen said. "We haven't opened it yet. Why are you here?" "Because you were seen tramping about the palace, soaked to the bone, while I was trying to summon you to see the king. Jack Paulin arrived with news of the blizzard from East Stowe. The king wants to see you at once, Owen. I have news to share as well. But what is in that box? It looks long enough to hold a sword. Open it. Where did you get it?"
Owen didn't fully trust the spymaster, but he was not sure how he could refuse. "Go ahead, Owen. Open it. We didn't do anything wrong." Evie gave Mancini a look of unconcern. She was a great actress sometimes. Owen bowed forward, his curiosity piqued, and started unfastening the leather straps holding the box closed. The leather was surprisingly hard for having been submerged under water for who knew how long. The buckles were rusty, but the rust flaked off easily, revealing shiny metal. Evie worked on one of the straps while he did the other, and soon they were loose. Owen bit his lip as he studied the markings on the box. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a raven's head. Wasn't that Brythonica's symbol? Owen pried open the lip of the leather-bound box, and the hinges groaned a little and sloughed off rust as it opened.
"A scabbard," Mancini said with a tone of disappointment. "That's all?"
It was indeed a scabbard, devoid of a blade. But it was not just any scabbard. It was made of leather, wrapped around a wooden sheath, hand-stitched with a wide belt fashioned into it. The hilt guard shared the same raven's head sigil design as the box. The scabbard was scuffed and blood-stained. A few strands of leather had been tied into decorative knots. It was a beautiful work of craftsmanship, and it looked quite old. A metal chape ended it with a filigree design. Owen reached into the box and hefted it. The leather felt warm in his hands, which surprised him, considering the cold place where it had been hiding. The interior of the box had no water stains, No sign of seepage, which also did not make sense.
"Just a scabbard,"
Owen said. What sword had this scabbard held?
"The sword of the maid,"
came the answer.
"Where did you get it?"
Mancini asked, his tone questioning and stern.
"The cistern?"
Justine gasped and covered her mouth. Evie rolled her eyes in disgust.
"That answers that," Mancini said, chuckling at the girl. "When you were children, you said something about there being a treasure in the water. I didn't believe you. I was there when the cistern emptied. I saved your sorry carcasses from the falls. Let's not forget that. But there was nothing on the cistern floor, not even a florin."
"But there is treasure on the floor," Owen said, turning and looking up at the spymaster.
"Only you cannot see it." "But you can."
Owen nodded.
"Is that what Tunmore was raving about, then? Did he leave a treasure in the fountain at Our Lady?"
Owen didn't want to answer, but he knew he should.
"He did. I've seen the chest. But not open. It's not long like this one. It's about this size."
He held up his hands about shoulder-width apart. Mancini rubbed his mouth.
"This is all very interesting and quite curious. I'm not one for superstitions, as you know, but I seem to have heard a legend or two about swords and fountains."
He glanced at Evie.
"You know the ones."
Evie nodded. "The greatest is the legend of King Andrew. He was a base-born son of a duke. He drew a sword from a fountain and used it to claim the throne of Ceredigion." Mancini nodded curtly.
"And the other?"
"The other was more recent. The Maid of Donremy drew a sword from a fountain in Aquitania and used it to defeat Ceredigion. No one knows what happened to these swords, or if they were the same sword." The spymaster pursed his lips.
"Very curious. Well, lad, best you dry off and go see the king. Paulin is here, as I said, and the king wishes to consult with you on his strategy for defending the realm. I'm going to pay a little visit somewhere, and then we'll join you. I won't be long."
Owen didn't like his tone of voice.
"Where are you going, Mancini?"
The spymaster gave him an enigmatic look.
"Never you mind. You keep your secrets too, my boy. I'll meet you in the throne room. Tell Severn I have news about the poisoner Tyrell. Etain is closing in on his trail. He came aboard a ship from Brugia 5 days ago, it seems. I'll have more news later. It's best not to get his hopes up."
Mancini stared down at the empty scabbard and sniffed.
"Pity it wasn't the sword itself. The king could use a legend in his favor right now. He could certainly use a miracle."
Chapter 32. Fall of the Espion. Before going to the throne room, Owen changed into dry clothes. He belted the new scabbard to his waist and slid his sword into it. He wondered if there would be some manifestation from the fountain when he did so, but there was not. Still, it should have been impossible for the leatherwork to be in such perfect condition after being submerged for so long. Though his hair was still damp and mussed, Owen made his way to the throne room. Jack Paulin was still there, and the king was pacing with great agitation. One of the things Owen did not like about the Duke of East Stowe was that the man was significantly taller than him. He was slightly taller even than the king, and had a handsome face and dark brown hair that was long and wavy. Jack was twice Owen's age, with a younger wife and 2 small children. The badge of his duchy was the bare and ragged staff, an emblem he had inherited from his ancestors. The bear was muzzled, and a chain connected it to a long tree trunk covered in stubs where once there had been branches. The bear was facing the trunk, and its 2 front paws were extended, holding the beam upright. It was a symbol denoting power and strength, the ability of man to subdue a fierce and primal creature such as the bear. Although Jack had every reason to be agreeable. He was a handsome man and one of the few dukes of the realm. He had adopted the sardonic temperament of Severn. The king stopped his pacing when he caught sight of Owen, but he was still full of brooding energy.
"There you are, lad. You took your time coming.
Owen let the comment pass. He bowed his head formally.
Mancini said there was news? There is, but curse this storm, it was delayed because of the roads. Jack rode in from East Stowe, and I'll let him tell you.
Hello, Jack, Owen greeted, nodding. The Duke of East Stowe gave Owen an angry scowl. They had never been close, for Owen's loyalty was bound to the north and Duke Horwath. But nothing in their past would explain such open animosity.
The roads were pitiful, my lord,
he said, addressing the king rather than Owen.
It was hard going and cold, but I knew you would want to hear the news immediately. Cut to the quick, man,
Severin snapped angrily.
I want to get Owen's opinion.
Jack's eyes narrowed at the slight.
If it pleases your grace.
He looked at Owen again, seething.
News from Adabirian. Seems you and the Mortimer lass rankled feelings during your visit. The king just told me that you went with her. I hadn't known that.
Again, Owen sensed his resentment.
One of our trading ships arrived with news that Iago Llewellyn has summoned his nobles to court, and they're stuffing provisions onto ships. The call has gone out to the warriors to come down from the hills and gather at Edinburgh. The Earl of Huntly is the foremost among them. I heard you ruined one of his manors.
Owen snorted.
Only a window. What else?
The Duke smirked.
News from abroad is always exaggerated. I'll try not to repeat the sin. They tried to stop our ships in the harbor, but this one fought its way through. They were fired at from harbor defenses and took serious damage, but they escaped. Clearly, Iago didn't want them to warn us, which implies, as I told the king, that Adabirian intends to invade immediately.
Owen shifted his gaze to Severn, who was nodding in concurrence.
That's what I think as well, Owen. Is that also your interpretation?
Owen folded his arms, letting out a sigh.
I agree with you both,
he said tightly.
We warned him not to. You did, or Lady Elizabeth?
Jack asked, the challenge clear.
She did, of course, but I spoke to Eric myself. The King of Adabirian invested too much into the alliance. Eric married the Earl of Huntly's daughter. He is the noble with the most treasure in the kingdom. I don't think we can avoid a war with them.
Jack sniffed.
My thoughts exactly. My lord, I have ships patrolling the coast of East Stowe. We have strong captains and can cast a wide net. I say we don't even let the Adabirians touch our sand. Let's fight them at sea.
Severn listened to him, but then he turned to Owen, which made Jack glower.
Did you warn Steve Horwath?
Owen asked the other Duke.
They could just as easily strike the north as East Stowe.
Jack blinked with surprise.
But the Duchy of East Stowe is the closest to Adabirian. I thought. In other words, no, you didn't,
Severn scoffed.
You came running here straight away to get the glory of telling me the news, but you thought about your own duchy instead of the kingdom.
Jack's face went pale with rage and humiliation. He was flummoxed. Owen intervened.
No, he did the right thing by coming here straight away. In such a moment, I would have overlooked it as well. Not likely,
Severn snorted, and Owen wished the king would keep his barbed tongue behind his teeth.
Regardless,
Owen said with a cough, trying to change the tenor of the conversation.
Duke Horwath needs to be told immediately. Agreed. I'll send his granddaughter. A little snow won't stop her. You should hear the common folk complaining about this storm. It disgusts me. I've enjoyed seeing the palace shrouded in white.
Owen noticed that Jack was still fuming, his eyes flashing angrily at the king.
I agree. It makes sense to send Evie to the north immediately to warn her grandfather. I'm not going to wait here and do nothing,
Severn said, starting to pace again.
If Eric wants my crown, he'll have to wrench it from my head while I'm lying in a pool of my own blood. I'm not afraid of Iago or my brother's son. He would have fared far better had he listened to you and come to my side. I think I should go to the north. They are the most loyal to me. and the people would come in droves to protect the kingdom if we're attacked.
Owen shook his head.
You disagree? We don't know where the Adabirians will strike, and I've had no dreams to offer guidance. My advice, my lord, if you'll heed it, calls for a different strategy.
The king beamed.
That's why I summoned you, lad. I wanted you to plan our defenses. But my ships are already defending us,
Jack said petulantly. The king only sneered at him, not bothering to respond. Owen gave up trying to save the other duke from himself.
And your ships are probably too spread out to communicate with each other. Iago will come with a fleet, and he will slice through your net. His people are sailors, and they are warriors. They will strike hard. Eric is convinced, my lord, that you will be killed up front to make way for him. Aquitania sent a poisoner to accomplish this. Better to keep you moving. Go to Beestone Castle. It's in the heart of your realm. It's closer to Westmarch, Jack sniped. I'm pleased you know your geography, my lord, Owen said. Since we cannot predict where he will land, we must stand ready to respond as soon as he does. Let Iago try and put one of our cities under siege. Let him see what happens.
The king smiled grimly.
Then we collapse around him on all sides. First we cut off his escape, Owen added, trap him inside our realm. And then we teach him the cost of betting foolishly.
The king's smile turned into a smirk.
I like your thinking, lad. So your plan is to return to Westmarch, gather your forces, and stand ready. All the dukes will do the same. Wait until Iago lands, and then...
He suddenly clapped his hands together, letting out a sharp noise that startled Jack.
Like a fly caught between two hands.
Owen felt a queasy sensation in his stomach. In his mind flashed the quick silver thought of Iago kissing Evie. Well, if Iago were dead, the rivalry between them would end. But still, it felt unfair that Iago was being maneuvered into attacking Ceredigion, only to fail as part of a larger conspiracy. The king of Adabirion was operating under imperfect knowledge.
What vexes you?
The king asked Owen, his brow narrowing. Owen shook his head.
It's something I cannot say,
he said, struggling to put his doubts into words.
Give me a moment to think on it. By all means,
the king said. He came up and slapped Owen's shoulder affectionately. Then he turned to the duke.
Sail back to East Stone, my lord. If this blizzard keeps up, the roads will be difficult. Call your retainers, those who owe you loyalty, and prepare for war. Go.
It was a firm dismissal, and Jack Paulin bowed stiffly, his complexion showing the hue of his jealousy and resentment. He stared at the king with eyes full of wrath, taking Owen by surprise. The look was beyond humiliation. The man's eyes were full of murder.
I would speak to you about Mancini,
the king said to Owen, his back already turned to Jack. Owen could not rip his eyes off Jack's face. The emotions there were boiling hotter and hotter. He felt a trickle of warning from the fountain and realized its power had been seeping into the room. The king seemed to sense it as well, for his head jerked up and his hand dropped to his dagger hilt. Owen stepped around the king and walked briskly over to Jack, putting his hand on the man's shoulder.
What are you doing?
He asked in a low voice. As soon as he touched Jack's shoulder, he felt as if the waters of the fountain had been diverted, like a river splitting off around a boulder. Jack blinked suddenly, the anger purging from his expression.
I'm not feeling well,
Jack stammered, his forehead suddenly rimmed with sweat beads. The power of the fountain was emanating from the doorway of the throne room. It was rushing toward where Owen and Jack were standing, but the power of its intention was broken now that Owen was standing there. He remembered Etain saying that Tyrell was fountain-blessed.
It's coming, Owen started. From the doorway,
Severn added. Both of them drew their weapons and started toward the closed throne room doors.
"Open the doors!"
the king commanded the soldiers standing guard there. The rushing sensation from the fountain vanished in an instant. The guards yanked on the door handles and pulled them open. As the doors opened, the air filled with noisy commotion. Servants and soldiers were running up and down the corridors in absolute confusion. There was a mass of bodies, so many it was impossible to discern who had summoned the fountain's magic. But as Owen reached the opening, he sensed the residue of the magic on the doorframe itself. Clark broke out of the crowd and rushed forward, his face grave and streaked with sweat.
"What's going on?"
Owen shouted above the ruckus as the espion came into the room and shoved the doors closed, muffling some of the racket. Clark pressed himself against the doors.
"My lord,"
he said, facing the king.
"The people were rioting in the streets. The palace doors have been barred and sealed, and your guard is being summoned." "For what cause?"
Severn snapped, his eyes piercing and fierce.
"Bring me my sword. What has happened?"
Clark leaned back against the door, panting.
"My lord, Mancini is dead. He went to the sanctuary of Our Lady. He had several espion with him. When he arrived, the Diconius denounced him. He said he had broken the privilege of sanctuary by abducting Tunmore. He said you threw Tunmore from the tower window yourself."
"That's a lie!" Owen shouted.
"Tell that to the mob," Clark said, gesturing with his head. They grabbed Mancini and hauled him to the river.
Severn's face was aghast. He mouthed the word, "No." Clark nodded vigorously as Owen felt his own stomach tighten with horror.
"The mob threw him into the river, my lord. He went over the falls. A friend of mine saw him go over the edge. Now they are marching on the palace. We must get you out of the city. The mob is coming here next."
Chapter 33. Retribution. When Owen looked at Severn, he saw the king's implacable will turn his face to stone, sending ripples of the fountain into the room. The king's eyes were like flint, and his mouth twisted to a deep frown.
"If I abandon my crown to a mob,"
Severn told Clark in a tight, barely controlled voice that quickly rose to a shout,
"then I do not deserve to wear it. By the fountain I will make this rabble kneel in obedience."
He grabbed Jack Paulin's tunic and jostled the man.
"Go through the castle and rouse every man with the spleen to fight. Every butler, every knave, even my woodsman Drew. We're to gather in the courtyard and open the gates."
He turned to face Owen.
"I want my armor and my horse. They will not evict me from this place willingly. Will you stand with me, lad?"
Owen admired the king's bravery and courage. He had no idea what was going to happen, but his instincts told him Severn was right. If he fled from the mob, he would not be allowed to return. But there would be blood spilled. Mobs responded to force, not sugared words.
"Loyalty binds me,"
Owen said gravely, gripping his own sword hilt.
"This is the proof of it."
He glanced at Jack, who was quailing with fear.
"Why are you still standing there, man?"
he barked, and the Duke hurried to the doors. Owen turned to Clark.
"Summon every espion in the palace and arm them. We fight with the king, or so help me, every last one of the spies will drown with us. No one leaves the docks. Not a single ship is to set sail. Lock down the harbor, Clark, now." "It will be done,"
Clark said darkly and rushed from the room. Moments later, a few of the more level-headed servants arrived, bearing armor for the king and Owen. Severn was impatient with his squires, but they managed to help him shrug on the hauberk and plates despite his constant epithets. Owen donned a hauberk and hood himself, wearing his own badge this time. While the king was finishing his preparations, Owen went to the open doorway, his eyes drawn to smudges on the lintels. There was a stain on the wood that had not been there before. It looked like some bloody mixture had been dabbed over it. It was out of place and ominous, and he called over a servant to fetch some soap and water to clean it. He spied Evie approaching him from down the hall, her face flushed. Justine trailed behind her. "The city is in an uproar," she said passionately. She paused at the threshold by Owen, then stared at the king. "He's going to fight them?"
"And what would you have me do, my lady?"
Severin snapped, his every motion accompanied by a clang of the metal armor.
"Surrender to mob justice? If I'm going over the falls, at least I'll drown if I'm not shattered to pieces."
Evie stared at him. "The people are afraid, my lord. They are superstitious because of the snow. They think you caused it by taking Tunmore out of sanctuary."
"They may think many things that are unreasonable and foolish,"
Severin shot back.
"The only thing they'll understand is force."
He looked at Owen.
"The time has come."
Evie caught Owen's arm, but her gaze was pinned on the king. "Don't just kill them, my lord. They are panicked, frightened of the early winter storms. Try to appease them first." Severin's face twisted with anger.
"They think I'm a butcher,"
he said with a voice full of loathing.
"Well, even the sheep flee from wolves."
"You are not a wolf," Evie insisted. "You are a man, a misunderstood man. Do not support their fears through actions that seem to confirm them. Let Owen speak on your behalf if you are too angry. He was in the tower when Tunmore jumped. He was a witness."
"They'll not believe us," the king said, shaking his head. "Men believe what they will. I do not fear them. I don't fear death."
He snorted, his eyes flashing with fire.
"I would welcome it."
But then he paused, giving consideration to her words.
"If they won't listen, I will compel their obedience."
"Do that, my lord," Evie said, releasing Owen's arm. Her cheeks were flushed. "We only detest that which we do not truly understand. You can be very persuasive, my lord. Try that first. Try your gift of words first." The king sighed.
"My gift only works 1-to-1. I'd never be able to persuade so many."
"At least you can try," Evie pleaded. The king gave her a pitying look, as if he thought she was quite naive. He glanced at Owen to solicit his thoughts.
"I trust her judgment," Owen said. "The worst that can happen is the people drag you from your horse and throw you into the river. Any less than that is a victory. But if you are going into the river, so am I. We may even survive it."
The king smirked at the words. Then his face hardened.
"Well said, lad."
And he marched out of the throne room, sword in hand. The courtyard teemed with soldiers wearing the badge of the White Boar. There were a few who had Owen's badge and even fewer who bore the badge of East Stowe. When the soldiers had learned the king intended to suppress the uprising personally, they had taken courage and rallied behind their master. Muddy snow had built up on the flagstones, and stable boys were using muck rakes to drag it clear. Fresh snow fell in gentle waves, sticking to the black tunics and giving them a silvery cast. Owen's mount shifted nervously and snorted with the cold. Noise from the mob could be heard beyond the portcullis, louder than the distant roar of the waterfall. Severin sat on his war horse, his face firm and resolute. He wore a helmet that had been fashioned to hold the crown, the same battered helm he had worn at Ambion Hill. But while Owen's father had made a different decision on that fateful day, Owen rode at the king's side. Evie was also there, much to Owen's annoyance, with a group of men wearing her grandfather's badge. She would not be kept away from the action, and she'd insisted that the presence of a lady might help prevent violence.
"Open the doors!"
the king shouted over the ruckus.
"But do not raise the portcullis, not until I command you."
He looked to his right and then to his left.
"When I give the order, we charge. Your swords are sharp. Your courage is tested. These are our countrymen, but they will yield or they will perish. The choice is theirs." "Aye, my lord!"
shouted the gate captain. 4 men on either side helped haul the doors open, revealing a tangled mass of men. As soon as they saw King Severn astride his horse, their roars turned into screams. Rocks came tumbling into the courtyard, clubs and staves rattled the iron bars of the portcullis. The king shouted at the mass of angry faces, trying to be heard, but the mob only grew louder, more truculent. Some of the men were heaving at the portcullis, trying to winch it open with their brute strength.
"They won't even listen,"
the king said with a snarl of contempt. Owen saw his hand start to lift, ready to give the signal to open the gates and attack. His stomach roiled with despair at the imminent slaughter. The mob was ferocious, true, but how many had survived a battlefield before? How many were used to the pain and disfigurement that armed warriors could inflict? Then Evie's horse charged forward toward the gate, and Owen watched in horror as she positioned herself in front of the king. Her action completely startled everyone, including the rioters. Those in the front ranks quieted somewhat when they saw her.
"Foolish girl,"
Severn muttered, nudging his stallion forward as Owen did the same. "Stop this!" Evie said in a clear, strong voice. "Stop this at once! Go back to your homes before there is violence. Think of your families. Think of your children and your sisters. Retreat from the palace immediately, and none of you will be harmed." "The king has broken sanctuary!" someone screamed, and instantly the flash fire of shouting went up again. Yells and jeers came from the crowd, the noise so loud it drowned out any further chance for Evie to be heard. Owen felt a throb of pride and a twinge of panic. She was totally fearless, and totally exposed. Someone threw a club through the gate, and it struck her stallion's foreleg. The beast reared in surprise, and Owen watched as Evie tried to cling to the saddle horn. Then the horse's hooves slipped on the ice, and both beast and girl went down. Owen gasped in shock, unable to move quickly enough. He swung out of his saddle and rushed to her side. She was so still on the stones, her face so pale, and his heart spasmed in pain and panic as he knelt beside her, lifting her head and cradling it in his arms. The winches of the portcullis were groaning, and Owen saw the iron teeth lifting from the holes. Suddenly the mob was turning in fear, pressing against each other to escape the wrath that would hail down on them. The sound of archers loosing strings came from the battlement walls, and then a swarm of arrows began to descend on the mob. Owen cradled Evie's head, his heart breaking with despair. Bellowing with rage, the king was the first through the portcullis, followed by rows of battle-tested war horses. The white boar pennant fluttered in the snowy breeze. Owen caressed Evie's hair, his chest heaving with emotion. Was she dead? He pressed his ear to her mouth, trying to hear or feel even a puff of air amidst the chaos around him. He would use every bit of his magic to save her life. He began summoning fountain magic, drawing it inside him. Was her skull broken? Was her neck? There was no blood he could see, but he felt the knot of a bump on the back of her head. Owen felt her lips kiss his ear. "I'm fine, silly boy. I've fallen off horses before." He lifted his head and looked down at her, her eyes gray in the low light. She blinked quickly, and a smile stretched across her mouth as she awoke in his arms. He could not believe she was even speaking, not with her cheeks so pale. Evie sat up, holding Owen's shoulders and drawing her legs in toward her chest to keep from getting trampled by all the horses charging through the gates. The thrum of bowstrings continued to sound, and a cheer went up from the soldiers who were now chasing the mob away. She put her hand on Owen's cheek. "Go to the king. Go right away." Owen shook his head. He felt a hand on his shoulder, but he didn't even look to see who it was.
"I won't leave you,"
he said with determination. She blinked and gave him a look that said he was being foolish. She let her hand linger on his cheek. "I fell off my horse, Owen. This is not the first time. I'll be all right. But you need to go to the king, to rein him in before he massacres all of them. Her eyes burned into his. "He's in a rage now. Stop him before he goes too far." She smoothed her thumb along his bottom lip. "Etain will help me. I'll be all right." Owen glanced back and saw it was Etain's hand that was on his shoulder. As he watched, she stepped forward and applied a compress to Evie's wound to staunch the bleeding. "I'll take her back to the palace," Etain promised. A conflict raged inside of Owen, but he knew Evie was right. She was always right. And in hindsight, her intercession had disrupted the riot. Although it was an accident, it had caused the rabble to start to flee, struck by the shame of their conduct. He stared down at Evie, his heart nearly breaking.
"I love you,"
he whispered. Evie closed her eyes, smiling as if savoring something delicious. Then she opened them again and patted his cheek. "Finally," she said with a contented sigh.
I had not expected to be at court when such momentous times unraveled. The more superstitious denizens of the city, riled up, I believe, by the sanctuary men, who are natural criminals, tried to overthrow the monarchy by literally throwing Severn into the river. Their attempt met with a disastrous failure, as the rebellion was snuffed out by the heavy snows and the steel courage of Severn's knights. Order has been restored to the city, and people are keeping to their homes. The grounds of Our Lady have been deserted by all but the Diconius and the sexton. The lawless men who have lived under the auspices of the ground's protection have fled, and skulk in taverns and dark holes. The king, at this very moment, is with Duke Kiskaddon at the sanctuary. News of this event will spread quickly. One cannot know the consequences.
Polydoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 34. Our Lady. The violence was over. The rioting quelled. The streets were deserted, and the trampled snow had crimson stains that sickened Owen. He did not know how many had died. But the memory of the freezing corpses would haunt his dreams. He had never seen the interior of the sanctuary of Our Lady so empty. The black and white tiles in the main foyer that had always reminded him of a giant wiserboard were now littered with debris from the hundreds of inmates who had fled the sanctuary, carrying their belongings and dropping many in their haste to exit. Owen nudged a book with a broken spine with his boot. The sight only added to Owen's worry and despair.
"My lord, sovereign,"
the Diconius said in a tremulous voice to the king,
"what is your intention regarding worshipping at the sanctuary of Our Lady? The grounds are despoiled. Men were tromping in the fountain waters to seize as many coins as they could before fleeing."
His voice was heavy with grief. Owen slid the broken book out of his way and joined the king. The Diconius and the sexton were aged men, and they looked crushed and defeated in their cassocks and robes.
"Spare me the gloom, gentlemen,"
Severn said with a sardonic edge in his tone.
"And do not pretend to think I don't know what really happens here."
He gestured to the wide, empty space.
"The sanctuary has always been an illusion, a dream."
The Diconius's suffering expression turned grim.
"You meddle with something you do not comprehend, my lord." "Do I?"
Severn said with a tone of exasperation.
"You curry the people's fear to hold dominion over them. I did not raise the sanctuary, Diconius. The villains you harbor here fled of their own accord because they did not believe the fountain would protect them from me." "They did not believe it because you had your espion kidnap the Diconius of Ely,"
the sexton said in a tone that was almost a shout. Severn skewered the man with his gaze, and Owen took a step closer. He did not believe the king would shed blood in the sanctuary, but he was not completely convinced. The sexton was a fool for speaking so boldly.
"The Diconius was a proven traitor to Ceredigion,"
the king said venomously.
"And you've been harboring him these many years, while he continued to plot with our enemies in Aquitania. How long have you known about his efforts to lure my niece away? You cannot suppose I would hold you guiltless for such treachery."
The Diconius's eyes blazed with naked fear.
"I knew nothing of that," he gasped. "I find that terribly difficult to believe,"
Severin said with a cluck.
"For all I know, you're an integral part of this conspiracy. You've been waiting for me to fail, to fall. Oh, don't bother denying it, either of you,"
he scolded when he saw they were about to object.
"I've stayed my hand in punishing treason long enough. I have been too gentle."
The sexton looked as if he were about to swoon.
"What's to become of us?"
the Diconius asked hoarsely. Severin sneered.
"You'll have to wait for the Assizes now, won't you? Unfortunately, your meddling has thrust me into the middle of a war. Adabirian will invade, and I have no doubt that Chatrion will use that as a pretext to take back the land Lord Kiskaddon wrested from him. If my enemies think I'm unable to fight 2 battles at once, they completely underestimate me. I had Mancini fetch Tunmore, but I did not throw him from the tower. You think I'm that great a fool? The gibbering coward leaped to his death. Lord Kiskaddon is my witness, for he was there and saw him do it. Mancini is dead, thanks to you, at a time when he is sorely needed. I will not forget this, gentlemen. Trust in that."
He looked up to the vaulted ceiling, examining the silver light streaming in from the stained-glass windows.
"I will post soldiers at the gates of the sanctuary. This is a place of worship, and you've made it the lair of thieves and murderers. I will let the people worship here for now. Let them salve their consciences by tossing coins for their crimes in the fountains. But each night you will dismiss the visitors. Each night it will remain empty, at the peril of your lives. My men will lock the gates."
He gave them both a stern, angry look.
"Is that clear, gentlemen?" "Yes, your grace,"
choked the sexton, bowing meekly.
"Indeed,"
said the Diconius.
"Leave us,"
Severin snapped, and watched as the 2 old men shuffled away, their shoes clapping on the tiles. Severin walked to the edge of the main fountain and gazed into the waters. As Owen joined him at the edge, he could see the mud and debris from the boots of the men who had trampled inside the fountain to steal the treasures. His heart wrenched with pain. He looked for the chest he had seen there earlier. He remembered exactly where it had been. There were 2 scraped gashes in the mud, showing where it had been dragged to the edge of the fountain. It is already gone. Another fountain blessed must have taken it. Owen gritted his teeth with frustration. He placed his hands on the rail, staring into the dirty water and feeling naught but disgust.
"Was I too harsh, lad?"
Severin asked, putting his hand on Owen's shoulder.
"I was so angry, so very angry. I could have thrown them all off the bridge, but I didn't because you were here. You have a calming effect on me. So many of them were men who have long defied my laws and flaunted the protection of the sanctuary."
He stared up at the statue of wisdom at the head of the fountain.
"I do not think that was the intention when this place was hallowed."
"What are you going to do with the Diconius?" Owen asked. He didn't bother mentioning the sexton. The king had a faraway look in his eyes. Then his lips began to quiver with wrath.
"I suppose that depends, lad. It depends on whether I survive this conflict. Iago and Eric are goading me to go after them, but it is Chatrion who is pulling the strings. Aquitania is our ancient enemy. He has stolen my niece, and I will never forgive him that. Never. She deserves to be a queen."
Owen watched the emotions battle across Severin's face. That he missed Elise was obvious, but he was pained by her betrayal, and the wound was festering.
"She didn't betray you, my lord,"
Owen whispered.
"I'm certain of it."
His eyes flashed with anger as they met Owen's gaze.
"It was Tunmore's fault,"
Owen said.
"You know about his gift. He was fountain blessed with writing. Your niece is an exceptional person. I know both of us admired her. Elise was the first person who offered me friendship when I came to the palace. But you were in an impossible situation with her. You could not marry her for yourself for fear of impropriety. But she deserved more than to simply be remembered as your brother's bastard. Her situation was becoming more and more hopeless, and then her mother died, probably by poison. All these events crowded together and made her vulnerable to being twisted and manipulated by someone with power. Someone who was desperate."
Owen saw the tears in Severn's lashes, but the force of the king's will was too strong for them to fall.
"She should have come to me,"
he said thickly.
"She should have come. I trusted her more than any person alive. Even more than you,"
he added blackly, his jaw quivering.
"If she could betray me, then I can no longer trust anyone. My brother Eridur knew I would never falter. He knew that loyalty bound me."
His frown was so heartbroken that Owen grieved for him.
"I have no one like that. Not anymore. Well, I wish Elise well with her new husband. A husband she will not keep for long, for I intend to crush Aquitania and bring it as a vassalage to Ceredigion. I will do the same with Adabirian. If they think I'm a monster now, they will not like what they have made me become."
Owen's heart cringed at the words.
"You are not a monster,"
he insisted, but he could see what was happening to the king. The constant pressure to be someone he was not was winning out. How uncanny Anchoret's discernment of Severn's character had been. The king was altering, irrevocably. It was like a tile that had been tipped from back to front, but this tile would not be easily set aright.
"Hear me now,"
Severn said, turning to face Owen with ruthless determination in his eyes.
"I will go to Beestone to prepare to defend my realm. I take your counsel and value you as the masterful strategist that you are. I'll let Iago strike me, but after I give him a fleeting taste of victory, I will crush his raiding party and make him beholden to me. Unless I feel like killing him. I command you to go to Westmarch and hold the territory you've won from Aquitania. I want you to take Atane with you." "But what about the poisoner coming after you?"
Owen stammered in surprise. The king's gaze was stony. Maybe he secretly hoped he would die.
"I've lived under that threat for years. We foiled the plot here. All the Espion reports suggest he fled the city during the chaos. He's probably skulking back to Aquitania. It's you that I'm worried about now. If Chatrion comes himself, you will order her to poison him. You must defend Westmarch alone, Owen. I will not be able to spare the men to come to your aid. You do this, lad, and you will prove you are worthy of my trust. May the fountain weep for you if you fail me."
Owen felt the push of the king's will against his mind as the king's fingers dug into his shoulder. He knew the king was in earnest. And for the first time since he was a boy, he felt his life was at risk from this man. Swallowing, Owen rested his hand on his sword hilt and steeled his courage.
"I will not fail you, my lord,"
he said solemnly.
"Then go at once. Do not waste a moment. Get you to Westmarch."
Owen felt conflicted. He wanted to see if Evie was recovered, but the look in the king's eyes showed that he was testing Owen. Duke Horwath had lost his own son, Evie's father, in the Battle of Ambion Hill. Yet instead of going north to comfort his daughter and granddaughter, he had gone to Tatton Hall to fetch Owen. He knew this is what the king was expecting of him, although he would not say it.
"Send word for Etain to join me, my lord,"
Owen said with determination, swallowing his rising discomfort.
"I leave at once."
The king gave him a proud smirk.
"Bless you, lad. May the fountain bless you."
With the king's hand on his shoulder, they walked across the black and white tiles to the door of the sanctuary. As they crossed the threshold, Owen noticed that all the clouds had fled and a deep blue sky filled the horizon end to end. The snow and icicles were already starting to drip and slough.
"The storm has passed,"
the king said with a touch of irony in his voice.
"That's all it was. Just a storm."
But Owen had the distinct impression that it was something else that had caused the snow to abate. Something involving the chest that had miraculously disappeared from the Fountain of Our Lady. And he also had a suspicion of where he might find it next, as well as the person who had taken it there. He would be going west, but not to Tatton Hall, or to see the mayor of Avaranche in the new territory he had won. No. Owen would be going straight to the sanctuary at St. Penrhyn. Chapter 35. St. Penrhyn. The air had the chill of winter. Owen walked through the camp of his soldiers at dawn, hand on his hilt. His sword was sheathed in the braided leather scabbard he had withdrawn from the cistern waters at Kingfountain. It gave him a strange feeling of peace. The sky was gray, and shallow wreaths of snow encircled the grounds. He could hear the sound of the surf crashing nearby. Leaving his pavilion and the warm brazier inside behind, he trekked toward the water, following a sandy footpath overgrown with scrub. His mind was full of worries and doubts, of tangled plots and subtle machinations. This felt like a game of Wiser, only he could not see all the pieces on the board, and shadowy hands were moving them. The footpath ended abruptly, pitching steeply before a wash that led to the crashing waves below. The churning sea was impressive and came in undulating waves that crashed against jutting stones covered in seaweed and urchins. The beach was flat and gold, the sand fine and smooth. To the north, he saw the sanctuary of St. Penrhyn a short distance away. The sanctuary was built against the cliffside, a tall, stocky structure with many arches on each face. Thick balustrades offered support, and the main facade had twin towers on each side, set within a triangular-shaped roof. Owen perched one boot on a boulder and stared at the structure. The stones it was made from were variegated bricks, giving it an almost mottled look. It was an ancient structure, in existence long before Ceredigion had become a kingdom. It was also where Owen was setting his trap. His mind wandered to Evie, as it so often did. His final words to her had been his declaration of love. The words burned in his chest, along with a sickening dread that Severn would continue to keep them apart. Part of him hoped that Iago Llewellyn would be slain in the coming battle. It was an ungenerous thought, but he did not regret it. The more he pondered the possibility of losing Evie to that man, the sicker his heart felt. So many tiles were being arranged, but they were being arranged by someone else, someone who knew the pattern and knew the goal to achieve. The more Owen thought on it, the more he suspected that perhaps it was Marshal Rue of Brithonica who was behind the mist and shadows. Owen had long suspected the man was fountain-blessed. Surely the Duchess of Brithonica would bring the most able and intelligent men to her service, men capable of impressive deeds. Rue had been there the night of Owen's attack on Chatrion's army. He had come to Edinburgh with a message of warning at exactly the right time to catch Owen and the others. But might there not have been another reason for his visit? Bothwell had escaped after that point, after all. Owen had not reasoned this out before, but he thought it possible that Tunmore might have been an ally of the Marshals. Did the sheath bear the mark of the raven because the treasure was connected to Brithonica? If so, then it would make sense that Rune knew about and would try to seize the chest himself. But as far as Owen knew, the Marshal had never tried to conceal his comings and goings, and no tangible link existed between him and the others. Tyrell, on the other hand, was a skilled poisoner, and Bothwell had identified him as the man who had been sent after the king. There was more evidence indicating he had been the thief, but that did not mean it was the correct answer. Owen stared at the walls of the sanctuary, frowning deeply. He was convinced that the chest Tunmore had hidden in the sanctuary of Our Lady of Kingfountain had been brought to St. Penryn. The snow that hung thick on the sanctuary walls and the tents of his camp was a further testament to his intuition. The storm had moved to the coast next. He knew with an unshakable certainty that something in that chest was making it happen. Even though it had remained hidden in the palace for years, the unfolding of recent events had done something to trigger whatever was hidden inside it. A force powerful enough to affect the very weather. The sound of approaching boots pounded up the footpath, and Owen turned, catching sight of his herald, Farnes, in the mist. Dawn was creeping in slowly. The sound of a gull's shriek split the air.
"There you are, my lord,"
Farnes said with a sniff, rubbing his arms to ward away the cold.
"I was told you'd wandered off this way. Best to stay closer to your men, I think. These cliffs can be treacherous."
Owen shoved off the boulder he had been leaning against and met Farnes a few steps farther down.
"What news, Farnes?" "You wanted to be told when the Espion girl arrived. She's in your tent right now."
"Thank you," Owen said with a nod. He was anxious to see Etain, hoping for news about Evie's health.
"And word has also arrived from Avalanche,"
Farnes continued, a gleam in his eye.
"You were right, my lord. They have word of Aquitanian troops marching toward the city. You have several hundred men holding the city's defenses. They can hold the city until the rest of our army arrives."
Owen shook his head.
"We're not going to Avalanche, Farnes. That's exactly what they want me to do. I'm keeping my army near St. Penryn."
Farnes wrinkled his brow.
"What on earth for?"
he said with confusion.
"There are no enemies here. And no fortifications either."
"Not yet," Owen said with a smile. Farnes looked even more confused.
"Did you have a dream, my lord?"
Owen rubbed his mouth.
"You could say that. We stay here. Let Chatrion hammer away at Avalanche for a while. He'll be watching his back the whole time. And I don't think that's his true goal anyway."
Owen started down the footpath toward his pavilion, Farnes at his heels. The men were murmuring from their places among the patches of snow. There were no inns or taverns nearby. The conditions were rather deplorable. But these were men of Westmarch. He could see the looks of respect and determination in their eyes as he passed them on his way back through camp. His fingers and toes felt wooden from the cold, and Owen stretched his fingers beneath his gloves, clenching and opening his fists. After bidding Farnes to linger outside, he ducked inside the warm interior of his tent, feeling the heat sting his cheeks. Etain was kneeling in front of two large saddlebags, undoing the straps. As he entered, she turned and saw him, and a slight flush crept onto her cheeks, followed by a hesitant smile. "She is on the mend," Etain said, preempting his first question, and he was grateful to her for that.
"Thank the fountain,"
Owen sighed, rubbing his forehead.
"In all likelihood, it looked worse than it was."
"I stitched it myself," Etain said. "She'll have a small scar on her brow, but only if you look for it. When I left Kingfountain, she was preparing to ride north." Owen started pacing, feeling edgy and anxious.
"Did the king give you your orders?"
he asked gruffly. Etain inclined her head. Her face was deadly serious, but she nodded once. "I was expecting to find you still at Taddon Hall, but they said you'd ridden on to St. Penryn." She stood and smoothed her dress. "This is a desolate place to bring an army. Why here?" Owen wished he could discuss his plans with Evie, but she was not there. Etain had shown herself to be loyal thus far, and he believed she would tell him the truth if his reasoning were off.
"Can I trust you?"
he asked her in a low voice. Etain's countenance changed, and she stepped forward. "I would do anything you asked of me," she answered sincerely. He sensed an invitation in her words, but he sidestepped it.
"How is your strength with fountain magic right now?"
he asked her.
"Have you recovered from our journey to Adabirian?"
She nodded resolutely. "I grow stronger day by day." Owen flashed her a smile. Then he tapped his mouth, deciding he would trust her with the entirety of his plan. Anchoret had said that the most important skill was the gift of discernment, of being able to judge the motives and intentions of another. In his dealings with Etain, he had learned that the thief's daughter had been so mistreated and distrusted that she craved approval and attention. Owen had given that to her by treating her as a person and not an instrument. He had noticed her growing attachment to him, her loyalty. With Mancini's death, she was no longer bound to anyone else. He was certain she would be more loyal to him than she had ever been to the spy master. He looked deeply into her eyes.
"I believe Iago is going to strike soon. Not here, but in the north or the east. I think East Stowe is his most likely destination, because he would not want to attack Evie or her grandfather directly. One of the duchies alone could repulse Iago's attack, let alone two. So the threat isn't going to come from Adabirian. It's going to come here."
Etain looked thoughtful. "How so?"
"Iago's attack is a diversion," Owen explained. "It draws our forces away and opens up Westmarch. I think this is where Eric is going to land. This is where he will lay his claim to the throne of Ceredigion. This is where King Andrew died."
He pointed in the direction of St. Penrhyn.
"This area was once dry land, Etain. There was another kingdom here, a kingdom called Leonaeus. It's now under water, covered by the sea."
Etain's lips twisted with surprise and horror. "They were all drowned?"
"Indeed," Owen said, continuing to pace. "There was a prophecy that King Andrew would return. This was where he was supposed to return to save the kingdom. The prophecy is called the Dreadful Dead Man. Eric is not that man, but many believe he is. They are bringing him some relic of magic to turn the tide. Perhaps even literally. Aquitania is a part of the plot, though I'm certain Chatrion has his own ends in mind. And I believe that Brithonica might be as well. I don't trust Marshal Roux. Something is happening here that I don't understand. Something no one will explain. So I plan to be very unpredictable. And I plan to set a trap to lure Roux into revealing himself. If my instincts are correct, he is not in Brithonica right now. He is coming here by ship."
Owen used his forefinger to stab his empty palm to emphasize it.
"And we will be waiting for him."
Etain's eyes were wide. "Owen, you said that one duchy would be enough to stave off an invasion from Adabirian. But the last time you faced Chatrion, you were not alone. You had Duke Horwath with you. Now you're talking about facing Aquitania and one of its strongest duchies by yourself." Owen nodded.
"I know. I'll be a tempting target, don't you agree?"
"You'll be crushed," Etain said, blinking worriedly. He smiled.
"Not if they think I'm on their side," he answered in a quiet voice. "Anchoret once told me this story. It was about one of the previous kings of Ceredigion and how his nobles revolted against him. They raised an army to defeat him, and the king's son, a prince, negotiated a truce. He was so convincing that he was able to disband the rebel army, and then he destroyed it. They may try to do the same thing with me. I have no intention of trusting Chatrion or Eric, but I will make them both believe that I do. Eric offered me power.
I plan to accept it. Etain smiled at him, her eyes filling with light. You are crafty. He bowed to her.
But I need your help, Etain. I need you to become someone else in order for my plan to work. May I look in your saddlebags, please? I am hoping you brought something. Knowing what your mission was, I was counting on you to bring it.
Etain's eyebrows lifted, and she smiled, one of her knowing, beautiful smiles. I think I know who you want me to be. And yes, my lord, I did bring her dress.
One can scarcely credit what one hears these days. But if rumors be true, then King Iago Llewellyn has indeed invaded Ceredigion. His troops landed in Aberystwyth and began burning villages in a direct course toward Kingfountain. Refugees have been spilling from East Stowe. Some are heading south to Kingfountain, but most are rallying north to where the king's army has encamped. If that were not enough, there are reports from Westmarch that the King of Aquitania has attacked our holdings there, and that Duke Owen has turned traitor, and has been in league with Aquitania all along. As I said, I can scarcely give credit to such reports.
Polydoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 36. Duplicity. Owen rubbed his bleary eyes, listening to Farnes as he hastily explained the news from Avalanche. The reports were bad and getting worse, and Owen's army was restless with inaction. They wanted to fight, to attack, to do anything but camp in the frost-bitten wastes of St. Penrhyn. Farnes's hair was unkempt, and he stroked his fingers through vigorously.
Avalanche can withhold a siege for a few days, a fortnight maybe. But if there is no hope of being relieved, they will turn back and seek terms with Chatrion. We will lift the siege,
Owen said forcefully, staring at his herald with determination.
But they must hold as long as they can. How much food do they have?
Farnes shook his head.
The provisions will hold for a fortnight, easily. Captain Ashby isn't worried about that, and he is rationing the stores. He's more worried about the locals betraying us. The Lord Mayor, for example.
Owen stroked his lip.
I trust Ashby. He'll follow orders. Have supplies run by sea to support the castle. Yes, but it's only a matter of time before the Aquitanian ships blockade the city,
Farnes insisted.
When shall I tell him you are coming to relieve them? I can't say when, Farnes. The situation here is risky. I know Chatrion is trying to lure me to Avalanche, and I'm not going to snap at the bait like a codfish. He's distracting me from this place. This is where Eric is going to land. I know it. I'm determined to wait like the patient hunter. But when, my lord?
Farnes pleaded.
If those under siege lose hope of rescue, they will falter. The Aquitanians have brought in a mighty host. They will retake the city, and once they've done so, they'll challenge Westmarch. Would it not be more prudent to pull out our men by ship and bring them here? We could face Chatrion from our own lands.
Etain's voice interrupted. Lord Owen will not abandon those who put their faith in him, she said scathingly. Chatrion would show no mercy to the Lord Mayor and those who surrender the city. Owen was surprised at her remarks, and he glanced at her, seeing through the disguise she wore. But even her tone and accent were convincing. Farnes flushed.
I meant no disrespect, my lady,
he said, flustered.
It's just that we risk running out of time. Your troops here are restless. The action is to the west, not here. The longer you wait, the more you risk. I'll not abandon Avalanche, Owen said. You send word to Ashby. Tell him to hold the city to the last man. I won't fail him.
Farnes pursed his lips.
Very well, my lord.
He nodded, bowed, and exited the tent. Owen was pacing, feeling the tension roiling in the pavilion. The fate of Ceredigion was hanging in the balance. From the reports he'd received from the king's army, Severin was letting Iago venture deep inland, letting him think there was little opposition in the anticipation that he would extend himself too far. And then Horwath would cut off his retreat, and Severin's army would come thundering out to trap Iago between them. Owen had no doubt that Severin would win. He walked to his table and stared at the map there, running his finger along the coastline between West March and Occitania. There was a V-shaped wedge of water at the crux between the two kingdoms. That water had once been the kingdom of Leonaeus. Owen looked at the outline of Brithonica and shook his head. Where was Marshal Rue? What was he doing? It felt like he was waiting in the shadows, waiting for Owen to move first. The thought made him grit his teeth with frustration. "You look worried," Etain said softly, coming up next to him. Even her perfume reminded him of her.
"I can't stay here much longer,"
Owen sighed, stabbing the map with his finger.
"If Eric doesn't arrive soon, I'll have to go to Avranches and lift the siege. You were right. I'm not going to abandon it. But I can't help but think that I'm being forced to step forward. Something isn't right. And it has to do with Brithonica and the Duchess's true allegiance."
Etain smiled at him. "You also don't want to be wrong. I don't know any man who readily admits he's made the wrong choice." Owen smirked.
"That too. But I know I'm right. There is something important about St. Penryn. Something I don't know, but I can smell it in the air."
He gave her disguise another appraising look.
"You're not even using your magic and you look like her."
Etain dimpled at the compliment and nodded gracefully. Owen fetched a flask and took a drink of stale wine. Wincing at the taste, he set it back down in a hurry.
"Tell me more about this poisoner. The one who fled Kingfountain during the riot."
"Tyrell," Etain said. "He crossed from Brygia in a ship, disguised as a sanctuary sexton, and visited Our Lady. One of the sailors remarked on the gap between his teeth, so I knew it was him. He stayed in an inn on the bridge between Our Lady and the palace. By the time I found his dwelling, he had already infiltrated the castle. He was the one who started the riot and spread the rumor about the king throwing Tunmore off the tower. I know he's fountain-blessed. I felt him use his power." Owen nodded, frowning.
"And what would you say his power is?"
She wrinkled her nose. "His power is causing hatred. There is a potion he uses. I have a report that he carries a box of some lotion which he spreads on doorways. Those who pass the doorway begin to feel a keen hatred for the man in his sights. He assassinates by poisoning the minds of others, causing them to murder his target. It's clear his target was Severin, as we suspected. It wasn't just the storm that was making the people riot. He spread some of his ointment on the gates of the sanctuary as well." Owen stared at her.
"Poor Jack was being affected by it. I thought he wanted to kill the king, though it made no sense."
Etain looked at him shrewdly. "Thankfully, fountain magic doesn't work on you, Owen. Or you might have been tempted to kill the king." Owen chuckled softly.
"So you almost had him in Kingfountain when the riot started. He may have removed the chest from the sanctuary and taken it here to St. Penryn."
"Or so you believe," Etain prompted. "What about Marshal Rue?"
"It can't be both of them, can it? My suspicion is that Tyrell did it, and he's trying to get the chest to Eric. It will make a difference somehow. It's important in some way I don't understand."
"Why don't you just go into the sanctuary and take it back now?" Etain asked. Owen shook his head.
"Because I'm going to figure this out, Etain. I'm tired of being in the dark about our enemies and their plans. If I pretend to be on their side, they may expose the entire plot to me."
The sound of boots came rushing up to the tent, and Farnes burst in, flushed.
"My lord!" "What is it?"
Owen snapped.
"Eric's ship just docked at the sanctuary. 4 fishing vessels. He's at the sanctuary right now. You were right."
Owen felt a throb of hope in his breast.
"Get word to Ashby,"
Owen said.
"Tell him I'm coming straight away."
Owen carried a torch to light their way as they walked down the main road to the sanctuary of St. Penrhyn. There were espion hidden all along the way, as well as in the area surrounding the sanctuary, and they were the ones who had alerted Farnes of Eric's landing. Owen missed Clark, but he had been assigned to protect Evie and get her and Justine safely back to the north. Owen did not think he minded the assignment, for it would bring him close to the woman he cared about. An espion by the name of Victor waited in the gloom, wearing beggar rags and shaking a cup. Owen paused and rifled through a coin pouch for some money to toss in.
"How many?"
Owen whispered. Etain wore a thick silver mantle covering her dress and hair. She faced the sanctuary so he could only see her profile. She looked like an apparition in the mist.
100 men, if that,"
the espion wheezed, jiggling the cup as the coins clinked into it.
"They raised a battle standard from the spire of the sanctuary. The sun and rose. Men are coming in from all quarters, drawn to it. He has a boat ready to flee, though, and soldiers are guarding it with drawn swords. Oh, and his lady wife is with him."
"Catherine?" Owen asked in surprise.
"What about the Earl of Huntley?"
The shabby espion shrugged.
"No sign of the Earl." "Thank you,"
Owen said, then tugged at Etain's elbow and started toward the sanctuary. He felt the magic of the fountain begin to trickle in around her.
"Not yet,"
he cautioned.
"And stay close. If Tyrell's there, I want him to think I'm the one who's causing it. They all know I'm fountain blessed."
The pathway wound its way up to some steps, which they mounted as they rose toward the grounds. A stone fence surrounded the sanctuary, while a wrought iron gate speckled with flakes of rust commanded the entrance. They entered the gate, and Owen began to summon his magic as the sound of their footfalls echoed on the pavement. There were others carrying torches on the grounds, and the wind and sea fog blew in sharp gusts, threatening to tear away Etain's hood. She gripped Owen's arm with one hand and used her other to keep the cowl in place. The sexton awaited them at the main doors.
"Lord Kiskaddon, Lady Elise,"
he greeted warmly. But there was a nervous edge to his voice.
"They are expecting you both. Follow me to the fountain."
As they cleared the threshold, Etain brought down her hood. Owen could feel the magic flowing from her, as innocuous as the breeze. She looked exactly like Lady Elise. She was wearing one of her gowns, and her hair was in the fashion favored by the king's niece. Owen made himself appear agitated and nervous, and he continued to glance back the way they had come, as if suspecting treachery. Etain's disguise was perfect. There was a circle of light near the fountain's edge, and the lapping of the water helped prevent noise from carrying. Owen recognized Eric immediately, only now he wore gilded armor and a sword belted to his waist. The pommel gleamed, and the polished armor fit him well. Standing next to him was Lady Catherine, holding on to his arm. She looked beautiful, but also very wary and nervous, and her eyes scrutinized them as they made their approach. There were several men standing with them, including the Diconius and warriors from Adabirion with their braided locks and rugged looks. They stared at Owen with open dislike as he approached. Standing just behind the Diconius was another man wearing the robes of a sexton. He had a noticeable gap in his front teeth. He was tall, with reddish-brown hair and freckled skin. The robes could not hide his muscled gait. He looked like he was from Legault, and Owen could sense the power of the fountain flowing from him. The man stared at Owen and Etain shrewdly, a small frown quirking his mouth down as they approached. A decorative table had been brought to the edge of the fountain, and Owen saw the chest on the table, the lid open and cast aside. His heart pounded with curiosity. They were all gathered around the box, but they'd turned as Owen and Etain made their approach.
"Sister,"
Eric breathed with pure delight. Catherine released his arm, and Eric rushed forward. embracing Etain with all the fervor of a man who had not seen his sister in a long, long while. Etain fell effortlessly into the role of rejoicing sibling and even shed some convincing tears as she hugged her long-lost brother. Owen almost felt guilty for the deception, but he knew it would not work with the poisoner Tyrell. Owen came forward and took Lady Catherine's hand. He bowed graciously.
"I beg your pardon, Lady Catherine, for shattering the window in your manner before I left. I hope you can forgive me."
She gave him an intense look, not showing any emotion other than nervousness. "I do not consider it inappropriate, given the circumstances." "You had deceived us, Lord Kiskaddon. I trust you have not come to deceive us again." Her words stung Owen's heart, especially considering how vulnerable she appeared at that moment. Eric swept up Etain and twirled her around.
"My dear, dear sister,"
he crooned, shaking his head.
"I would recognize you even if 50 years had passed. This is she, my love,"
he said, looking back at Catherine.
"I would have known her anywhere."
Lady Catherine's mouth turned down. "If you say so, my lord husband." Her voice was skeptical.
"What brings you to St. Penrhyn?"
Eric demanded almost gleefully as he took Etain's hands.
"We weren't expecting you here. It's a welcome surprise, to be sure."
Owen patted Catherine's hand and then met Tyrell's gaze. The poisoner looked quite uncomfortable, almost writhing in his disquiet. Owen finally allowed himself to look into the open chest. It was a wiser set, but it was far from ordinary. Owen could feel the presence of the fountain's magic just from looking at it. The board was small, roughly the span of both of Owen's hands from end to end with his fingers spread apart. The board was made out of grayish-brown stone, and while the darker squares were marble, the lighter squares were some other polished stone. The figurines of the set were the typical pieces, except they were each hand-sculpted into small, squat depictions. The king, for example, sat on a throne, like in Owen's set, only each piece was carved with a face and an expression. One of the kings was leaning forward, resting his chin on his fist. The pieces were each highly detailed and looked to be centuries old, showing some wear and cracks. The board was already assembled, but it seemed to be in the midst of a game. Many discarded pieces were settled in the little slots around the sides of the board. Tyrell's face twisted with anger as he watched Owen regarding the pieces.
"My lord,"
he said with alarm,
"you'll have time to visit with your sister. You must make your move, play the game."
Owen felt something twist inside his stomach. Eric was enraptured by Etain, gazing at her with adoring eyes, completely unaware of the tension around him. He kissed her knuckles and laughed softly.
"Will Chatrion still support me, sister?" he pleaded. "When I heard you had married, I began to wonder if he wanted the throne of Ceredigion for himself. Lord Owen said as much to me earlier." "The game, my lord," Tyrell said with a cough.
Eric waved him down.
"I haven't seen my sister in over a decade, Tyrell. A moment."
Owen suppressed a smirk, watching with pride as Etain masterfully mimicked Elise. Even her voice was identical. "My lord husband," Catherine said in a pleading tone, looking more and more concerned. Her words broke the spell. Eric turned to look at his wife, then nodded obediently. He returned to the table and gazed down at the set. Owen could not determine any order from the way the pieces were positioned on the board, but he could tell by looking at them that both sides were evenly matched and in defending postures. He quickly memorized the pieces on the board, trying to parse any patterns from the previous matches he had played.
"Your move,"
Tyrell repeated with agitation.
"But I don't know this game very well,"
Eric said with unease, staring down at the board. His hand hovered over the pieces.
"What is this game?"
Owen asked, standing shoulder to shoulder with Eric as he gazed down at the box.
"You'll see,"
said Tyrell with venom.
"My lord, it doesn't really matter what piece you choose. We just need to see if you can move the pieces."
Owen felt a prickle from the fountain in his mind.
He cannot, but his wife can. In her womb is the dreadful dead man. Protect the heir.
Owen blinked with surprise and noticed for the first time that Catherine's hand was gently pressing her belly. Chapter 37. Loyalty. Etain cast Owen a nervous look. He didn't know if she had heard the fountain's voice or not. He was reeling from the revelation that the dreadful dead man was an unborn child, the son of Eric Argentine, and he felt the imminent burden that would fall on his shoulders. He would need to protect this babe, as Anchoret had protected him. Reaching his hand toward the chest, Eric tried to move one of the pieces of the Weiser set, but the piece resisted stubbornly, and Eric's face crinkled with concern as he applied more pressure.
"It's not moving,"
Eric said worriedly. The poisoner Tyrell frowned, seeing the failure as evidence of something.
"It's because you are not recognized as the king," he said. "You have claimed your uncle's throne, but you have not won it yet. Once you wear the hollow crown, you will be able to move the pieces, my lord. Not until then."
Tyrell swiftly took the lid and shut it over the Weiser set. Lady Catherine took her husband's arm, giving him a worried look. "So it is true. You must earn the right to rule through conquest. My husband, I fear for you." He gave her a tender look and then smoothed a strand of hair from her brow.
"The fountain will aid me, Kate. Look at all the allies it has already brought."
He glanced back at Elise and Owen, on whom his gaze rested.
"Have you come to join me now?" he asked. "You spurned my offer before. I would welcome your support most ardently, my Lord Duke. Did my sister persuade you?"
Owen knew he had to control his expression. It was difficult when so much was happening around him. He tried to sound sullen.
"The king changed when Lady Elise forsook him. He's a different man now. He violated the sanctuary of Our Lady, and the people nearly threw him into the river."
Owen risked a glance at Tyrell, trying to judge his reaction. "I have persuaded Lord Owen," Etain said, her voice and tone mimicking Elise's perfectly, "to join our cause. I knew you would not trust his offer of assistance without assurance. Welcome home, my brother. The crown is rightfully yours." Eric's lip trembled with emotion.
"I would take back what is ours, sister. Uncle Severn besmirched our name, our family, and our inheritance. He sent the espion to kill my brother and me, and Lord Bletchley ordered Tyrell, who is Fountain blessed, to do the deed. But the Fountain forbade him from killing me. Instead, he smuggled me to Brugia. It is time to remove that monster from the throne before his madness infects the entire kingdom. He ought never to have worn the crown."
Etain stroked Owen's arm. "Only Lord Owen has been able to quell his rages. I could not, in good conscience, continue to stand by him as he changed. Brother, I must return to my husband in Aquitania."
"Before you leave, my lady,"
Tyrell said, his voice full of warning and disbelief,
"I suggest, my prince, that you ask your sister a question, something only you and she would know." "Tyrell, it is my sister,"
Eric said with a snort.
"I recognize her as if we'd never parted."
Owen knew Tyrell sensed fountain magic, but he probably could not determine whom it was coming from.
"I know Princess Elise as well," Owen said. "I was raised at the court of Kingfountain. Believe me, Master Tyrell, I'd know if she was an impostor. I'm sure you would,
Tyrell said acidly, his eyes churning with rage. Owen felt the fountain boiling inside of him. Lady Catherine's eyes wrinkled in concern, and Eric patted her hand.
There is no need to fret, my love. The danger is real, but I believe the people will rally to me now that Severn has violated sanctuary. They will flock to me in droves, like sheep needing a patient shepherd. You are my queen.
Owen wanted to get his hands on the chest. It was sitting on the table, teasing him with its vulnerability. It was a riddle and a mystery, and he wanted to solve it. But he had no doubt that Tyrell would never allow it. Catherine's eyes were doubtful.
My husband, your uncle is a cunning and shrewd man. He sent Lord Owen to deceive us once. Why would he not do so again? I feel,
she paused, her hand tightening on her stomach,
that we can trust him. But I worry what will happen if you are caught. I could not bear to lose you.
Her look was so tender and loving that it made Owen regret what he was about to do.
If I am caught,
Eric said, dropping his voice lower.
We already discussed what I would do, what I would say. Have courage, dear one. It is time to cast the die. Iago Llewellyn may rid us of this monster once and for all. We must march against him now while the tide is in our favor. We won't get another chance.
It was true. Eric turned to Owen.
Where is my uncle's army? He's in the north.
Eric nodded firmly.
That was always his greatest bastion of support. But I was once the Duke of York. The people there will forsake him as everyone else has done. He was never meant to rule Ceredigion. It is time we rectified that mischance.
Hold me,
Catherine murmured worriedly, coming into her husband's embrace. The couple lingered that way, and Owen's heart wrenched inside his chest. He had to look away, and his gaze found Tyrell's. The man's face was twisted in rage. It was easy to guess at the cause. His efforts to stir up contention had failed because Owen's magic deflected the magic of others. He was impotent in Owen's presence, and he knew it.
Come, my lord,
Tyrell insisted, almost whining.
Let's summon your soldiers. We have 200 men so far, and more will come every day. The sooner we march, the sooner the people will rally to the sun and rose. I perfectly agree,
Owen said, stepping forward.
I have a pavilion a short distance. Why don't you and Lady Catherine join us for a meal?
Eric shook his head.
My lady will not leave sanctuary until I return to bring her to the coronation. The fountain will look after you in my absence.
He tipped up her chin and gave her a lingering kiss. Lady Catherine blinked back tears.
I will return for you, my love. I swear it.
He turned to Owen and Attain.
Let's gather at your camp, then. I'd like to speak to your men. I hope to help them see the rightful cause they undertake. My lord, I don't think that's wise,
Tyrell said, shaking his head.
Come, Tyrell, I've lurked in shadows for long enough. It is time to face the light.
He gave Catherine one last look before shifting his attention to the Diconius.
Your Grace, I leave my most precious jewels in your hands. Guard them well. I will, Your Majesty,
the Diconius said with a plump smile. Lady Catherine gave Owen an imploring look. He was about to turn away, unable to bear her gaze any longer, but she caught his sleeve.
Thank you,
she whispered. She blinked quickly.
I know you risk a great deal, Lord Owen, and I will not forget your kindness. The daughter of the Earl of Huntly is grateful. My father will reward you handsomely.
Owen's mouth was dry.
Thank you, Lady Catherine, but I do not do this for the reward.
He looked into her eyes. knowing the memory of the trust he saw there would haunt him the rest of his life. It did not matter. He had a duty to perform. The fountain had told him to protect Eirik's son. It had not told him to defend the father. But despite that, it was still an agonizing conflict. Tyrell hefted the chest under his arm, and they started to walk together out of the sanctuary. Owen sensed he had a dagger concealed behind the chest, but the man was not wearing armor, so he was quite vulnerable to blades himself. The night was cold and misty. Men came quickly with torches, and a rabble of Adabirian warriors drew in around them as protection. Some cheered Eirik's name, and others hoisted banners with the sun and rose. Eirik raised a fist and smiled. He was a handsome man, and he looked like a true prince. The call of a nightbird came in the distance. As they reached the gates, Tyrell cast furtive glances into the gloom, looking weary and sick with nerves.
"My lord, where are your other guards? Should we not fetch them?" "It's only a meal, Tyrell," Eirik said with a grunt. "I'll be staying with my lady at the sanctuary tonight. Once the soldiers hear my speech, the word will spread faster. Trust me, old friend."
Tyrell was growing frantic. He knew crossing the gate was dangerous, but he seemed to sense the tide had turned against him. Owen stared at Eirik, willing him to leave. "It's cold," Etain said with a shiver, bringing up her cowl. He wondered if her disguise was in danger of slipping.
"Of course," Eirik said, hooking arms with her. "Let's get you back to a brazier. Come, Tyrell, quit skulking, let us go." "My lord," Tyrell moaned. "I have an ill feeling."
Eirik snorted again, shaking his head at the man's foolishness, and then pulled Etain with him as they left the gate. Tyrell lingered at the threshold, clutching the chest to his body. His eyes burned into Owen's with wrath and heat, but Owen merely gave him a confused expression, shrugged slightly, and followed Eirik. Tyrell gritted his teeth and left the sanctuary. Their boots crunched on the gravel path heading back into the mist toward Owen's camp. His heart, though tortured, felt a quick surge of hope. It was going to work. A little farther. Just a little farther. The beggar man sat at the side of the road with his cup, shaking it and making the coins inside rattle.
"Alms, my lords! Alms!"
Eirik opened his purse and produced a crown.
"Here you go, my good man. Your fortunes are changing."
The coin thunked in the cup.
"Thank you, my lord. So are yours."
The Adabirian warriors slowly lowered their torches and tugged free their tunics, revealing the badges of Owen's house beneath, the bucks' heads on a field of blue. Owen turned to the deposed prince coldly.
"I arrest you by the name of Eirik Argentine."
The look of shock and horror on the prince's face would also be seared into Owen's mind forever.
How?
Eirik gasped, his jaw quivering. The chest thudded onto the ground. There was a flash of movement, and Owen saw Tyrell's dagger plunging toward his heart. Etain caught the thrust and jammed the flat edge of her hand against Tyrell's throat to crush his windpipe. She torqued the wrist, and Tyrell went face first into the ground as some of the Espion rushed forward to restrain him. Seized by a hateful rage, he choked for air and thrashed against his captors. Two of the Espion, one of them the beggar with the cup, grabbed Eirik. Etain pulled a vial from her sleeve, uncorked it, and quickly tipped the liquid into Tyrell's mouth as he gasped for breath. Owen watched her do it. He had ordered her to do it. He would not risk taking another poisoner captive, especially not one as skilled and deadly as Tyrell.
"What are you doing? What have you done?"
shrieked Eirik, struggling against his captors. Realizing he had been duped, he started to sob hysterically. There would be no civil war. The embers of hope, which had burned so bright just moments before,
had been crushed underfoot. The choking sounds coming from Tyrell grew more spasmodic as he realized what kind of poison was in his mouth. Etain backed away from him, her disguise gone, but except for her haughty, cold expression, she still resembled Elise. In moments, Tyrell hung limply. There was a hiss and a sigh from the fountain as he died. Owen walked over to the chest Tyrell had dropped onto the sand and picked it up. He was surprised at how heavy it was, but it fit under the crook of his arm. Etain looked at him, her eyes glinting in the torchlight.
What are you going to do with me?
Eric stammered, his cheeks pale.
I'm going to turn you over to your uncle,
Owen said dispassionately.
After we've dealt with Chatrion. Trust me, sir. I'm not going to let you out of my sight.
Eric's lips twisted with rage.
You are just like him!
Owen shunted aside the truth in the words. He didn't want to falter, not at the final moment. It was too late to change the course he had chosen. He could only hope he was doing the right thing.
You should have heeded my warning in Adabirian. What you will get now is much less than what you could have had. I am the rightful king of Ceredigion,
Eric said quaveringly.
No,
Owen replied flatly.
You were only a pawn.
Chapter 38. Wiser. Owen carried the chest under his arm until they reached his warm pavilion. He was thrilled by the victory and frankly amazed it had gone off so well. He had been concerned that Tyrell would try to do something rash when he realized his gift of rancor was useless against Owen.
Well done, my lord,
the beggar-clad Espion said, grinning broadly. Eric came into the tent, looking haggard and worried, and was followed by Etain, still wearing Lady Elise's gown.
Your work isn't finished,
Owen said.
I want you to keep the Espions stationed around the perimeter of St. Penryn. Anyone who arrives to join the rabble is to be arrested and sent to Beestone Castle. Is that where you're taking the pretender?
The Espion asked, giving Eric a derisive look that made the man bristle with anger.
Oh no,
Owen said with a chuckle.
He's coming with me. I'll present him to King Severn myself after I've lifted the siege of Avaranche. What about the boats?
The Espion nodded vigorously.
We did as you ordered. The boats from Adabirian are no longer seaworthy, my lord. By morning our ships will have blocked the waters to St. Penryn. No one comes or leaves without your express permission. What about my wife?
Eric asked, anger throbbing in his voice. Owen turned to him.
What about Lady Catherine? Will she be coming with us?
Eric asked, fidgeting. Owen wrinkled his brow.
I don't think she's going to leave Sanctuary. Do you?
Eric shook his head.
I didn't know if you would still respect that privilege. Will you?
He asked with a taunt. Owen ignored the question and turned back to his captain.
Get word to Ashby that we're on the way. We ride before dawn. Leave sufficient men to guard St. Penryn, and get word to the king that we have his nephew in custody. Aye, my lord. Leave us,
Owen said, setting the chest down on the nearest folding table. Everyone other than Eric and Etain left the tent. The deposed prince looked defeated as he slumped onto a camp chair, massaging his eyes dejectedly.
Why did you murder Tyrell?
Eric said with a tone of sadness. One could hardly call that a murder, Etain rebuffed. He was coming at Owen with a poisoned dagger.
He was only trying to save me,
Eric sighed.
Save me from my own stupidity.
He lifted his head and gave Etain a scowl.
You are good, poisoner. I could have sworn you were my sister. Even now you resemble her, but I can tell the difference. Back at the sanctuary, you completely deceived me. I'm fortunate you didn't use a knife when you embraced me.
Etain gave him a cold, triumphant smile and bowed graciously.
So Tyrell was the one who rescued you from Bletchley? Owen asked.
Eric nodded bleakly.
He used his strange power to goad a henchman into smothering us. But Tyrell used a powder on the pillows, one that would make us fall unconscious.
He stared at the ground, his eyes haunted as a shudder went through him.
I will never forget the sensation I experienced when that man shoved the pillow against my face. I couldn't breathe, but there was something noxious, some smell. I passed out. They threw our bodies into the cistern beneath the palace.
He shook his head.
I could hardly swim. My brother couldn't swim at all. He never revived and drowned there.
His voice fell off. Owen stared at him, feeling the truth of his words.
Then what happened?
Owen prompted. Eric looked up at him, his eyes bloodshot.
Tyrell came for me. He was grieved that my brother was dead. There was a boat in the cistern. He snuck me to the sanctuary of Our Lady and then onto a ship bound for Brugia. I was a prince no longer, but I was promised that I would return one day, just as the prophecy of the dreadful dead man promised. A king who was dead returning again.
Owen rubbed his own jaw.
But you're not the dreadful dead man.
Eric shrugged with melancholy.
No, I'm just a dead man now.
He covered his face with his hands, his shoulder buckling with stifled sobs.
Your uncle isn't going to kill you,
Owen said.
If you had come with me from Adabirian, you would have fared much better. He may, in time, have grown to trust you, perhaps even made you his heir.
Eric looked up at him then, his eyes welling with tears.
You think I believe that? I've heard what he's done to my cousin Dunsworth. I would rather go over a waterfall than endure such dishonor.
Owen sighed heavily.
Your uncle would have restored you as the Duke of York. But now you've attempted twice to invade his kingdom and depose him. Hardly grounds for trust. I have no reason to trust his word,
Eric snapped.
Nor yours, for that matter. You came to Adabirian to dupe me. You have finally succeeded. Well done, my lord,
he added contemptuously.
But my wife is wiser than I am. She will stay in St. Penrhyn. She will stay there just as my mother endured sanctuary. She will stay there until the...
He caught himself, realizing he was about to make a blunder. But Owen already knew the secret. The fountain had told him.
Until what?
Owen pressed.
Nothing.
Eric sulked.
Until the babe is born?
Owen asked softly, and Eric's head jerked up in utter astonishment.
What sort of wiser are you?
The man gasped. Owen stifled a smirk. Etaine's eyes were wide with surprise, but she said nothing.
I am fountain blessed,
Owen said in an easy tone. He fetched a cup, but then stared down at it suspiciously, wondering if he were in danger of being poisoned. His thoughts went to the king, who had lived for years under the dark shadows of that fear. He set the cup down and walked over to the chest. Eric's eyes widened with alarm as Owen unlatched it and raised the lid. As he stared down at the wiser set, Owen felt the power emanating from it. Just looking at the ancient relic made him feel wary and vulnerable. The positions hadn't changed since they'd left the sanctuary, he noticed. The carved faces on the pieces were full of emotion.
What is this?
Owen asked, trying to discern any patterns in the arrangement. The one he discerned the most quickly was a series of pawns blocking each other, as if two master wiser players had been scrupulously defending each piece, not wanting to surrender. The wiser piece from the dark side was missing, which usually meant the game would come to a quick end. But the darker side had managed a defensive strategy to prevent the light side's wiser from moving easily across the board. As he studied the pieces, he felt the rushing sensation of the fountain. A touch on his arm startled him, and he blinked and looked away from the game. Etaine was staring at him worriedly. Owen shuddered, feeling vulnerable to a power much greater than his own. He closed the lid of the box. Etain stared at him fixedly. "Are you the dreadful dead man?" she asked. Owen blinked with surprise.
"Why would you say that?"
"The way you were looking at the Weiser set. It was like it was speaking to you." He shook his head, but she still continued. "It was uncanny, and everyone has heard your story, how you were brought back to life as a babe, how you were the youngest person to be discovered as Fountain Blessed in all of Ceredigion. Are you the king everyone is waiting for?" Owen was amused by the reasoning.
"I am not,"
he answered truthfully. The Fountain had told him Eric's son was the one. That knowledge twisted inside him, as did the directive he had been given to keep the heir safe. He gestured back to the chest.
"What is this?"
Eric's countenance fell.
"I cannot say." "You cannot say, or you will not say?"
A wry smile quirked on Eric's mouth.
"If you let me return to the sanctuary, if you let me return to my wife, I will tell you. Do not keep us apart."
Owen shook his head.
"Impossible."
Eric shrugged meaningfully.
"Then I will not help you. There is power in that game. If only you truly understood it."
Owen realized he was being goaded. He changed tactics.
"What do you know of your sister? Did she go to Chatrion willingly, or was she abducted?"
The other man threw up his hands.
"I cannot say. Lord Marshal Rue warned Iago that the alliance between Occitania and Adabirion would come to naught. That man is cunning and wise. If we had hearkened to him, none of this would have happened. If you had listened to me," Owen said angrily, "a better outcome would have befallen you."
Eric frowned.
"I have not spoken to my sister. I do not know why she did what she did, but I believe she did it willingly. It was her only chance to escape the prison my uncle crafted for her. It was a prison, my lord, no matter how gilded the bars. If my sister had not been so loyal to our mother, she might have left long ago. She did not want to abandon her, as so many had done."
His voice throbbed with emotion.
"You cannot imagine how my family has suffered." "It seems to me to be suffering resulting from bad choices," Owen replied. "Your mother tried to prevent Severn from fulfilling his duty. Surely she realized that Severn was loyal to your father, that his loyalty defined him in his own mind."
Eric gave a solemn frown.
"I don't think she realized the depths of it, no. Or what he might do in order to secure his own interests. He's not blameless, Owen, and neither are you for supporting him. You're his little lapdog, his little fountain-blessed pup. Wait until he starts kicking you like a dog, too."
Etain stepped forward quickly, as if she were about to slap Eric across the face.
"Etain,"
Owen said, forestalling her.
"I think our guest is tired. Fetch him a drink."
Eric's eyes widened with terror. The disheveled prisoner was soon snoring on a pallet covered in fur blankets. Owen sat on a camp chair and pressed the bridge of his nose, trying to decode the mysteries he could not solve. Etain had changed out of Elise's gown and was wearing one of her own, a much simpler design. She came up behind Owen and put her hand on his shoulder, using her thumb to dig circles into his tense muscles.
"What do you make of him?"
Owen asked her, giving her a glance over his shoulder. She didn't bother concealing a sneer. "He's a puppet, Owen. He may be of noble blood, but someone else was controlling him."
"Who, though?"
Owen said.
"Tunmore claimed that he saved him and had him shuttled away first to Brugia and then to Legault. Yet who was Tunmore serving? Everyone believes Eric is Eridir's son. Yet it's as if they want him to rule Ceredigion because he's an idiot."
Etain laughed softly. "Not everyone is as smart as you, my lord, including our king." There was an implication in her tone. Owen shifted his gaze to her face and saw the look she was giving him. It was a look of total and complete surrender, a look that said, "You could be the king of Ceredigion. I could help you." It was a temptation, and he felt its cracklings awaken inside him like sparks on kindling. But he knew he would never be able to look Evie in the eyes again if he succumbed to it. Her look, her offer, her fingers soothing him, all of it made him wholly uncomfortable. So he rose from the stool and started pacing. Her hand lingered in the air for a moment before she lowered it. His thoughts became muddled with traitorous impulses, but he shook his head, trying to master himself. "Who do you think the king would choose to replace Mancini?" Etain asked softly. Owen had almost forgotten about that.
"Poor Dominic," he said. "When I first heard he had been thrown into the river, I wondered if it was a lie. But you saw him go in?"
Etain nodded. "There was no way I could have saved him," she said. "It happened so fast. I think Mancini came to the sanctuary looking for something. But when he arrived, the Diconius denounced him with hostility and rage. I imagine it was Tyrell's doing, now that I think on it. It matches with what Eric told us." She took a step closer to him. "I don't regret that Mancini is gone. It seems he was part of this plot as well in some unfathomable way." Her eyes were full of meaning, and Owen suspected that something dark had existed between her and the Espion Master. "Do you think, my lord, that the king will choose you?" There was hope in her eyes, a questioning hope.
"I have no idea," Owen said with a depressed sigh. "That may all depend on whether we survive the next fortnight."
He looked at her seriously.
"I will serve my king however he wishes. I am not like Mancini," he said reassuringly.
She nodded. "Indeed, you are not. He was very selfish." And she left it at that before turning away. Her back was to him when she spoke again. "I don't think the king intends to let you marry Lady Elizabeth," she said over her shoulder. "I know Mancini was persuading him against it. The king will use you to expand his realm, even if it breaks your heart." Owen had the sensation of being a castle gate struck by a huge battering ram. He jolted at her words, not wanting them to be true, but fearing that she was right. It rattled him to his core. But he felt helpless, unable to prevent the separation between him and Evie without destroying the king.
"How do you know this?"
Owen whispered hoarsely. She glanced back again, almost shyly. Her hand smoothed her gown in a nervous gesture. "I overheard them discussing it."
"And they did not know you were there?"
Owen said, trying but failing to conceal a sad smile. Etain shrugged. "When Eridur ruled Ceredigion, he had his brother do many unpleasant things. Things that were required under the circumstances. Things that tested Severin's loyalty." She turned and looked him in the eye. "He will do that to you, my lord. He will test your loyalty to the breaking point." Owen gritted his teeth, feeling his cheeks flush with heat. Etain's eyes narrowed coldly. Her voice was just a whisper. "But remember this, Owen. I am loyal to you."
"We anxiously await news. The king's army has faced Iago Llewellyn at the village of Taunton. They fought during a blizzard. We have no word yet who won the battle. Some have said the king was betrayed and fell. Not since Ambion Hill has such uncertainty hung over this realm. If the Duke of Westmarch had been at Taunton, what would have happened? But the Duke has joined forces with the army of Aquitania. The betrayal of Owen Kiskaddon to his king will live in infamy.
Polydoro Urbino, Court Historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 39. The Queen of Ceredigion. Staring at the map, Owen felt his pulse quicken and his stomach twist with dread. Although he was physically tired from the hard journey back to his army, the news awaiting him was ominous. He stared at the map again, wishing the situation were only a dream. Like one of those nightmares that forced him to blink awake, heart hammering in his chest.
"How many does Chatrion have?"
Owen asked again, swallowing thickly.
"At least 20,000,
Captain Stoker said.
"We have almost 5,000. They continue to hammer away at the defenses of Avaranche, but the Aquitanian army is poised for battle. Their camp is disciplined, and they have guards day and night."
Owen stared at the map. Surely Chatrion was not leaving things to chance. He was bringing the brunt of his army into action following his defeat. This wasn't a border skirmish. This was a full-out war. Owen tapped the map, which was covered in metal markers to indicate the size and composition of the various forces at play.
"And the Brythonican troops, you say they have blockaded the harbor as well and have troops encamped here and here?" "Aye, my lord. Marshal Roux leads them." "And his soldiers are right there betwixt us and Chatrion's?" "He could be on either side,"
Owen added darkly.
"Have we had any messages from him?" "Only one. The Lord Marshal sent his herald with the missive that Brithonica stands with you." "My lord, if you attack the Aquitanian line, it would give Roux the perfect opportunity to flank us."
"I see that plainly," Owen grunted.
"And how many men does he have?"
2,000, possibly 3.
"And he may have more soldiers in the ships in the harbor."
Owen gritted his teeth.
"And there's no way to tell?"
The espion in charge, a man by the name of Kevin, shook his head.
"We can't get close enough. Roux's fleet is preventing us from providing any relief to Avaranche, and if there are additional soldiers on board, they are rotating them with the crew so that we do not know. My lord, this is clearly a trap. Ashby's men are cut off in Avaranche. I advise we draw back to Westmarch and choose the ground we defend. Better to lose 500 than risk losing them all."
Owen looked at Kevin and scowled.
"I won't abandon Captain Ashby."
Captain Stoker looked angry.
"Nor do I recommend it, my lord. If the king's army were coming up the road behind us, perhaps we would stand a chance, but he isn't." "The king is facing Iago Llewellyn amidst a storm,"
Owen said, rubbing his lip. The tent flap moved, and grim-faced Farnes entered, looking as if he had been blown in on an ill wind.
"What is it, Farnes?"
Owen asked his herald.
"The Aquitanian herald just arrived. You remember him, Angers."
The last time they had faced each other, Angers had tried to bribe Owen into relinquishing his campaign. The soldiers in his tent scowled. He wished Etain were with him, but she was guarding Eric in another tent, making sure he was not privy to their plans.
"Send him in,"
Owen snapped. In a moment Angers arrived, ducking low enough that he did not smack his head on the tent flaps as he'd done before. He wore his garish Aquitanian finery and had a sneering look on his face as he approached.
"Back so soon,"
Owen quipped. Angers flushed with anger.
"Still so smug, Lord Kiskaddon,"
he replied in a saucy tone.
"Then surely you have not yet received notice of your king's death at the Battle of Taunton."
He rubbed his hands together, giving Owen an imperious look.
"Her Majesty Queen Elise is now the lawful ruler of Ceredigion. She bids me command you, on pain of death, to join your forces with ours as she marches on Kingfountain to seize the city."
Owen could see the troubled looks on his captains' faces. He kept his own expression carefully neutral.
"I find it incongruous, my lord, that you would hear of this before I did. Whence came this sorry news?" "It came," Anders said disdainfully. "From our poisoner. You know the man, I am sure, for he duped you in Adiberian. Birds travel faster than horses, my lord," he added condescendingly. "We will march with you or through you. If you wish to preserve your rank and your lands, then you will submit to Queen Elise's authority at once. To do otherwise would be an act of treason." "Is she truly amidst your army, Anders?" Owen asked. "Perhaps I would be persuaded of this fanciful tale if I could actually see and speak with her." "By all means, you are most welcome to come with me to see her," Anders said. "But do not think us mad enough to trust her amongst those who would wish to do her harm, or pretend to be her," he added with emphasis. "What is your answer, my lord? I grow impatient with this dallying. Will you submit to your rightful queen?" "I will gladly submit to my rightful queen," Owen replied with a bow, "when there is one to submit to. Thank you for your pains in delivering the message. You will receive our response shortly." Anders sniffed, clipped his heels together, and bowed to Owen before departing from the tent. As soon as he was gone, Owen let out a pent-up breath.
"Is the king truly dead?"
Stoker asked in a strained whisper.
"I cannot believe he would lose to that Adiberian peasant."
Owen put his fists down on the map. He had studied warfare since he was a child. He had read the accounts of all the major battles in the last few centuries. All of his instincts screamed that this was a trick. If Severn had died, the Espion would have gotten him a message. But with Mancini dead, it made sense that there would be confusion and chaos in the way messages were handled and delivered. He stared at the pieces on the map, looking from his small cluster of pegs to the Aquitanians' enormous army. In a straight battle, the odds were not in Owen's favor. He had not chosen the ground. His supply lines would get longer and longer the farther he went from Taddon Hall. Owen grimaced, feeling the weight of the decision on his shoulders. If Severn were dead, then continuing to fight would be construed as treason. Besides, Elise would make a better ruler than Eric, a man who no longer knew his country or his countrymen. He would submit to Elise, but only after he had seen the king's corpse. "What should we do, my lord?" Stoker pressed anxiously. "Out," Owen said sharply. "I need a moment to think. All of you, out." The captains abandoned his tent, leaving Owen in the muddled silence of the camp. He stared down at the map and opened himself to the fountain's magic. How could he turn this situation to his advantage? A nighttime raid would be predicted and prevented. Chatrion would not be duped the same way twice. He could try to send Etain into their camp to murder the king, but they would undoubtedly be expecting it. He rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling the trickle of the fountain as it rushed into him. He stared at the emblems on the map representing the Brythonican forces. If the alliance with Brythonica were real, then having Marshal Roux there would actually help his cause. But he could not trust that the Lord Marshal was a true ally. He had been involved all along, working toward his own unknown motives ever since Owen's first encounter with the Aquitanian army. And then there was the uncanny way he always seemed to know where to be and when. No, Owen could not trust him. But he could test him. The fountain filled Owen's mind. It was like he saw a wiser board mapped out in his mind. It almost felt as if Anchoret were there in the tent with him, leading him from the deep fathoms. He felt his throat catch and thicken with tears. She was the one who had taught him about Wiser, who had shown him how to defeat an opponent quickly and decisively. But she had given him another lesson in the game. When an opponent threatens you, the best way to respond is not by reacting to the threat, but by turning the game around and delivering a new threat. The way you won a game of Wiser was by capturing the king. The strategy unfolded in Owen's mind, blooming like a flower kissed by the first rays of the sun.
Owen watched Etaine's face for her reaction as he explained his plan to her. As she grasped the full scope of it, her eyebrows lifted. "You're going to march against the capital of Occitania? The city of Pree?" Owen nodded.
"I won't need supply lines because my men can feed off the wagons that Chatrion is sending to support his own army. More importantly, it pulls him after us, away from Kingfountain. It buys Severn time."
"But what if Severn truly is dead?" Etaine asked, still dumbstruck.
"I don't believe he is,"
Owen said, shaking his head.
"We would have heard. We need to give the king time to bring his army down here. Then we will have caught the Occitanians between us. And by marching on this side," Owen said, pointing to his map, "we keep the Occitanians between us and Rue's men. There's no opportunity for him to flank us. If he's on our side, it actually pinches the Occitanians between us. They won't be expecting it."
"But we have only a few thousand men," Etaine said, shaking her head. "This plan is full of risks, Owen."
"A smaller force defeated Occitania years ago at Azinkeep. Surely they won't have forgotten that. I'm going to leave behind a column to block the road. Then I'll have the men come around in circles to make it seem like reinforcements are arriving constantly. War is all about deception, Etaine. If we're going to face this army, I want to do it on ground we've chosen. On our terms, not theirs."
"You are either mad or brilliant," Etaine said, shaking her head. "When will you do this?"
"Now,"
Owen said.
"Rue always seems to be one step ahead of me. I hope to catch him off guard this once. Tell the captains to come in. We're leaving camp right away. We'll leave all the tents up to disguise what we're doing. I want to start marching while there is still daylight left."
The captains were amazed to learn that Owen was planning such a bold maneuver, but they assured him the army would be ready to move quickly. Clouds from off the coast began to churn in the sky, promising fog or a sea storm. Owen strapped his sword to his waist, wearing his hauberk, and nodded to his flag-bearer. Farnes had been sent ahead to advise the Occitanians of Owen's decision not to join forces, but he would give them no warning as to his plans. His stomach churned with worry as he watched his army begin to march in thin columns. There was movement in the Occitanian forces. The troops were lining up for battle, assembling soldiers to form the vanguard. The wind whipped up, making the pennants and flags flap sharply. The air smelled of mud and filth. Owen could not remember the last time he had bathed. He led the column with his captains, some mounted archers going off ahead to clear the way. The Espion had chosen a road through a small wooded area where the army could divert from Avaranche and join the main road to Pree. A few splattering drops of rain began to strike against Owen and his steed. The clouds were black and roiling in the skies overhead. Soon it became a downpour. Owen marched on grimly, trying not to let the weather foul his mood. The roads became muddy and clogged within the hour, and the men began to grumble. Lightning forked across the sky in the distance, followed by the distant rumble of thunder. They reached the main road to Pree, which was able to accommodate a much larger column. They were now at the flank of the Occitanian army, cutting off their supply lines and blocking their way to the capital. Owen felt as if a giant hand were looming over his head, releasing a wiser piece and saying in sepulchral tones, "Threat." Moments later, a soaked and bedraggled Espion came riding up to him from the road to Pree, having scouted ahead.
"My lord,"
he called above the torrent. His face was spattered in mud.
"What news, man?" Owen shouted. "The supply wagons are stuck in the mud yonder," he replied, pointing down the road they traveled. "Enough of them to feed us a good while. But there's a problem, my lord. There are several thousand Occitanian soldiers coming up the road from Avaranche right now to stop us from claiming it. They'll be on us within the hour."
Owen felt the queer sensation that the next move would be against him. Chapter 40. The Battle of Avaranche. Owen's first battle was amidst a rainstorm in a valley near Avaranche. The Aquitanian army had not stood still while Owen's men had marched past them on another road. The tiles were starting to fall, and there was no way of stopping them now. Owen had his archers line up to block the road and send volley after volley at the advancing troops. Rain may have dimmed their vision, but it was nearly impossible for the archers to miss with so many coming against them. Behind the archers were his spearmen, row after row, ready to charge. Once the battle began, it was impossible to control or predict the course of it. Owen felt the sick reality of combat, all the glory of it reduced to angry men trying to bash in one another's brains. The number of Aquitanians seemed unending, wave upon wave of them hammering a rocky shore. There was no going back, no retreating. The muddy road was stained crimson with the conflict. These were not men. These were soiled wretches who cut and smashed against shields and pikes. Owen soon lost count of how many he had killed. But his sword felt like it was part of him. The years of training, the grueling hours in the yard had finally come to fruition. He was exhausted, but he was relentless, urging his men to continue on and on, to endure the hardships that rain and steel inflicted on them. His throat was burning for a drink, but there was no time. He had to be everywhere at once. Whenever someone charged at him, he would focus on the attacker for a moment, use his magic to read the other man's weaknesses, and then parry his blow and dispatch him quickly. He felt power surging inside him each time he struck, and his blows seemed to wield an unbelievable power. Owen wiped the mud and rain from his face, staring at the onslaught that continued down the road. His men were grim-faced and terrible as they held their position on the road amidst a field of corpses and wounded men.
"My lord!"
someone shouted, coming up behind him. It was Captain Stoker. The captain's sword was dripping with blood.
"How many are there?"
Owen snarled as the next phalanx approached. His horse shied from a groaning man, and Owen had to cling tightly to its reins as it almost reared.
"My lord!"
Stoker said, his face jubilant.
"The Brithonicans! They're attacking the Aquitanians from behind. They've trapped Chatrion between us. That's why we're being hard-pressed. We're all that stands between them and safety."
Owen coughed with surprise. Marshal Roux was attacking? Attacking Chatrion's army?
"Be you sure, Stoker?"
Owen asked forcefully. He wanted to believe it, but he didn't trust it to be true.
"His banner is the Raven,"
Stoker said, nodding.
"His men are in the field. They started as soon as Chatrion turned on us. It helps even the odds a bit, my lord. In this tempest, it's difficult to tell friend from foe."
Lightning split the sky overhead, sending crackles of thunder across the heavens. Owen raised his arm up to shield his eyes, and an arrow struck his arm. Pain exploded from his elbow down to his wrist. His entire arm went numb, but his mind reeled in shock as he recognized that if he hadn't lifted his arm at exactly that moment, the arrow would have pierced his neck. Or worse.
"My lord!"
Stoker shouted in surprise. The arrow shaft felt like a hot poker in his arm, and he swore in pain. Was his arm broken? He was thankful it wasn't his sword arm. An archer had singled him out. Then a strange numbness started to stretch down the length of his arm and move up to his shoulder. He felt his body start to stiffen. Poison. It was in his blood. Owen turned to Stoker, blinking rapidly.
"Etain! Get me to Etain!"
A shroud of black seemed to drape across Owen's face, and he felt himself tipping out of the saddle. He was falling. He struck the muddy ground face first and began choking in it. It sounded to Owen as if he were amidst a hive of bees. There was light beyond his lids, and he felt tugging and jostling. Suddenly, all of those bees were stinging his left arm. There was something in his teeth, and he bit down on it as the needles of pain in his arm worsened. He shook his head, trying to rouse himself, and then opened his eyes. Etain was crouching over him, and they were inside a small tent filled with the rattling sound of rain striking the canvas. The sensation of being in the beehive faded as he came awake. "Hold still," Etain said, working feverishly on his arm. He looked down and saw that the needles he imagined to be figurative were literal. She was stitching his arm with catgut thread and a needle that looked as blunt as a shovel. With his other arm, he removed a half-bitten arrow shaft from his mouth. "That hurts," Owen rasped, his voice so thick with weariness it croaked. Etain shot him a concerned look. "It was moonflower," she said. "The arrow tip was coated in it, enough to kill you, and quickly. Thankfully, I know the cure."
"What has happened?"
Owen said, trying to sit up, but she shoved him back down on the cot. "The battle is over," she said, giving him a private smile. "You won."
"How could I have won if I wasn't even there?"
Owen said, shaking his head. He tried to sit up again, but she pushed him back down. "Rest, Owen. If you try standing now, you're more than likely to end up on the floor in a puddle of vomit. Hold still while I finish the sutures." Owen eased back down, scowling and wincing as she continued her work on his arm. When she finished, she dabbed ointment around the wound and then bound it with linen strips that she tied off with tiny knots. He noticed a blood-stained arrow on a camp table nearby, and the size of the head made him shudder.
"Is my arm broken?"
he asked. "No, but the arrow went deep," she replied. "Let me give you something for the pain." He shook his head.
"I'll deal with the pain. I want my wits about me. Where is Captain Stoker?"
"He's talking to Marshal Rue in your tent."
"Where is that?"
Owen asked, looking around.
"Where is Eric?"
"This is the tent where I was hiding Eric. He's in your tent now with Stoker and Rue. You've won, Owen. You've defeated the Aquitanian army. Do you know how many ransoms you will get for this?" She looked at him with delight, shaking her head. "Do you know how wealthy you will be after this battle? How many lands you will be entitled to?"
"Where is Chatrion?"
Owen demanded. She shook her head. "He was never here. He sent all his marshals and captains to defeat you. He feared for his life. He's been in Prix all along." Owen tried to sit up again, and this time Etain helped him. His arm was throbbing with pain, making him regret his refusal to take a potion. He blinked swiftly, realization slowly sinking in. The battle was over. He had won. "Let me find where they put that shirt for you," Etain said. Owen only then realized that he was stripped to the waist. His battered and stained hauberk was crumpled on the floor of the tent. There were rags stained in mud and dirt strewn about, and a basin of filthy water. He looked down at himself and saw that he had been cleaned. Etain seemed to notice the reason for his scrutiny, and she flushed slightly, then hastened to find a shirt for him to wear. She helped him put it on, being especially delicate with his arm as he struggled to get it into the sleeve.
"Thank you,"
he said as she finished tying the crossweave at his neck. She brought out a padded vest, which was much easier to put on, and helped him stand. His legs were wobbly, and his head spun for a while, nearly making him fall, but she was there to keep him steady. When he was finally standing without wavering, she looked him over critically, arranging his clothes a little to make him look more like a lord and less like a mud-spattered peasant. She then strapped the scabbard and sword to his waist, her hands deft and efficient. He was uncomfortable with her standing so near, dressing him.
"I meant to thank you for saving my life,"
Owen told her, trying to catch her eyes even though she was refusing to look at him. She shook her head slightly, ignoring his words. "It's still storming. You need a cloak." Once again, he sensed that she felt more for him than friendship and gratitude. He thought it only fair to disabuse her of the notion that they could ever be together. But doing so now, just after she had saved his life, well, it would feel a bit cold-hearted. He grunted as a throb of pain burst to life in his elbow. She fetched a cloak, draped it over his shoulders, and lifted the cowl over his head. Once she was also equipped to face the rain, She took him through the rain-drenched camp to the command pavilion. Outside the main doors were 2 battle standards, the Aurum and the Raven. Both were dripping. Owen ducked his head as he entered the tent. It was dusk, and the pavilion was full, but he immediately spotted Captain Ashby and the mayor of Avalanche inside. He also recognized Marshal Rue, who was still wearing a mud-spattered tunic over his armor. The marshal gave him an almost reproachful look, as if it bothered him that Owen had come to the meeting so late.
"It is good to see you hail, my lord,"
Rue said warmly, though his eyes were wary.
"Thank you, Lord Marshal," Owen said. "Your intervention once again could not have been better timed."
Even though that had decidedly worked in their favor on this occasion, there was still something about the Brythonican that set him on edge. He noticed Eric sitting silently at the edge of the tent, listening to the conversation. The marshal bowed stiffly.
"The Duchess keeps her promises,"
he said. Captain Ashby came forward.
"My lord, the Lord Marshal has been supplying Avalanche for days. His ships brought casks and kegs to make sure the city was well provisioned. It was a siege, but we ate like kings. I wanted to get word to you that we could have held on much longer, only we could not get past the soldiers at our gates."
Owen felt a prickle of guilt for having distrusted the Brythonicans so much. But even after hearing about their generosity, he felt uneasy. The Lord Mayor looked particularly relieved.
"We are grateful, Lord Kiskaddon, that you kept your word and did not forsake us. The people of Avalanche long to welcome you back into our city. If I may suggest that you move from your camp to the castle to get out of this storm?"
Owen smiled when another loud crackle of thunder followed the mayor's words, causing him to stiffen in surprise.
"I thank you, Lord Mayor, but must decline,"
Owen said, shaking his head.
"I long to get out of the wet, but we must ride back at once to bring tidings of our victory to King Severn. You may be sure that a celebration of our victory will be held in due time. At such an event, I hope we can have the pleasure of the Duchess's company."
Owen gave Rue a serious look. The marshal's face was perfectly composed.
"She rarely ventures from Brythonica, Lord Kiskaddon. As you can imagine, her situation is fraught with peril, and there is a considerable risk of her being kidnapped and made a hostage. She has authorized me to negotiate the peace terms and ransom distributions on her behalf, though she is wont to be generous to our allies from Westmarch. I am certain we will find an equitable arrangement."
"Indeed," Owen said, feeling his curiosity about the Duchess grow. His left arm started to throb painfully, and he felt sweat bead up on his brow. He wanted this conversation to be finished. Marshal Rue studied Owen's face for a moment, so implacable.
"We will depart, then, and seek shelter at the castle as the Lord Mayor's guests. If you permit it."
"I do," Owen said with a nod.
"We would be most gracious hosts, my lord,"
said the mayor, grinning eagerly. He seemed the kind of man who relished having powerful guests.
"Captain Ashby,"
Owen said,
"provision the garrison to remain behind. Captain Stoker, have Farns begin tallying the noteworthy hostages. Once it's done, bring word of them to me at Kingfountain. The king's nephew and I,"
he said, looking Eric in the eye,
"will join him."
Marshal Rue inclined his head and was about to leave. Owen stopped him with a gesture.
"My lord, have you heard anything about the battles in my realm? Angers insisted that Severn was dead, but I'm convinced it was a trick."
The Lord Marshal's brow furrowed slightly.
"I pray the fountain that your king is safe," he said cryptically. "I have no spies in your realm, my lord. We would appreciate the same courtesy in return."
There was a slight tone of reprimand in his voice.
"My best to the Duchess,"
Owen said. The Lord Marshal nodded. Then his eyes wandered over to the chest containing the ancient Weiser board. His lips pursed.
"You may wish, my lord,"
he said in an undertone,
"to leave certain valuables in places where they cannot be easily stolen."
He then ducked under the tent flap and left. Owen was curious about his choice of words. As his captains prepared to leave the pavilion and enter the storm once again, Owen crept over to the chest. He carefully removed the lid, afraid the wiser set inside might be missing. The pieces were still there, undisturbed. Except for one. His mouth went dry as he realized a move had been made. One of the pawns on the white side had been replaced by the wiser piece. His heart started pounding violently in his chest as he stared at the gleaming piece. It was on the left-hand side of the board. The pawn was now sitting in one of the adjacent trays for discarded totems. Had someone come into his tent and moved the piece? Or had it moved all by itself?
King Severn Argentine returned to Kingfountain with his triumphant and frost-bitten army. There is no doubt his life was preserved by the fountain, and that he is truly the king of Ceredigion. He defeated Iago Llewellyn's forces with the help of his loyal friend, the Duke of Horwath, who cut off Iago's retreat and captured him along with his chief nobles, including the wealthiest one, the Earl of Huntly. The prisoners are being held at the royal castle while preparations are underway for Iago to marry Lady Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer, who will become the Queen of Adabirion and seal the new alliance between our kingdoms. An alliance that has been purchased with much blood. We now await the arrival of Duke Kiskaddon, who conquered the massive Aquitanian army that came to invade Ceredigion. His success ranks as one of the most decisive, improbable victories since the defeat of the Aquitanians at Azinkeep. All rumors of his defection and treason have proved false.
Polydoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 41. The Queen of Adabirion. It was a brisk autumn day when Owen rode his weary stallion beneath the portcullis of the palace of Kingfountain. The cheers from his ride through the city were still ringing in his ears as he dismounted in the bailey. Eric sat stock still on his mount, gazing up at the spires and towers of the palace with a look that combined nostalgia and fear. Owen's left arm ached from his wound. Etain had changed the dressing regularly, and it was strapped to his chest with some leather as he rode. The cloak he wore concealed the crooked bend of it, and he could not help but harbor the dark thought that he was slowly, ponderously turning into a shadow of Severn himself. One of the groomsmen offered a hand to Eric, who at first blinked at the disruption and then took the hand and dismounted as well. Etain appeared behind him, her eyes assessing the various onlookers for any sign of a threat. With a nod, Owen bade her to keep an eye on Eric, and she gave him a subtle motion with her head to acknowledge it. Although Owen's stomach craved refreshment, he felt so worried and nauseous he would not be able to eat. Word had reached him of the king's alliance with Iago Llewellyn, and the price of that alliance. He was haunted by the grim reality that he was losing Evie forever. He had clung to the hope that his victory against Aquitania would be enough to sway the king into granting him his heart's desire. But every league he had crossed to return to the palace had filled him with fresh despair. His worst fears were about to come to pass.
"My lord,"
Justine's voice said at his shoulder. He had not seen her approach, but that was not surprising, for he was in a fog of misery. She looked mournful, which only pushed the knife deeper into his heart.
"She is here?"
Owen asked hoarsely.
"The wedding arrangements are underway?"
He desperately wanted to be contradicted. Justine flushed a delicate pink.
"They are, my lord. She asked me. She wants to speak with you herself, before you see the king. She's at your secret place, waiting."
Justine looked as if she wanted to say more. He saw tears in her eyes, and then she reached out and put her hand on his arm, making him flinch with pain.
"I hurt you," she gasped. "I'm sorry. That's your wounded arm.
"It's not your fault,"
Owen said, shaking his head, trying to banish the memory of the pain.
"I will go at once."
Owen knew that Severn would be expecting him in the throne room. He should go there first and deliver his report in person. But he had to see Evie. He had to listen to her words himself. As he started across the yard, he caught sight of Etain.
"Wait for me outside the throne room," he told her.
She nodded and hooked arms with Eric, who was shuddering with fear as he crossed the threshold of his childhood palace. Owen had a thought and caught Etain's arm.
"Take him to Leona first,"
he whispered to her.
"Let him see a friendly face."
He stared back across the yard at the yawning portcullis. The last time he was here, a violent mob had been pressing against the gates with the intent of throwing Severn into the river. The memory hit Owen like a spike of pain. Evie facing down the mob and trying to persuade them to relent. Evie falling. He had held her in his lap afterward as the blood flowed from her brow. It was the last time he had seen her or touched her. He had seen an unusually large number of armed soldiers wearing the symbol of the white boar while passing through the city. There was a curfew now where there had not been one before. They were preparations in case of another riot. Owen's throat tightened painfully, but he swallowed and entered the palace. When he reached the corridor leading to the cistern, he found the door at the far end ajar. He tried to control his breathing, but he felt as if he were about to plunge over a waterfall. He pushed the door open gently, gazing out at the place where he had shared so many memories with her. Evie was pacing near the edge of the cistern hole. She was wearing a dark green gown with silver stitching. He would have recognized the sound of her leather boots anywhere. Her hair was long, with little braids woven together in an intricate and exquisite pattern. As the sound of the creaking door reached her, she spun around to look at him. The worried look in her eyes was the final affirmation that his life with her was over.
"Owen?"
she murmured, and he saw tears dance in her lashes as she rushed to him. He took her into his arms, crushing her against him, feeling his own tears burning down his cheeks. His heart ached with a torment that was different from when Anchoret had died. This was a new sort of death. He didn't know how to endure it. Owen felt her tremble and sob as she clutched the front of his tunic, his one good arm wrapped around her shoulders. His left arm was in agony, but the pain was nothing compared to what was in his heart. He stroked her hair, feeling the softness, savoring it.
"Say the word, and I will take you from this place. Say the word, my love, and I will take you far, far away. I cannot bear this, Evie. It hurts. It hurts so much."
"I know," she replied with a shiver in her voice. "I would be lying if I said otherwise."
She pulled back slightly, pushing some hair behind her ear and dabbing her dripping nose on her sleeve.
"But this must be, Owen. This must be. We must both learn to accept that life isn't fair, that not all our dreams will come true, that sometimes we must be parted from those we cannot live without."
Her face crumpled into a look of misery. She struggled to keep her composure as tears streamed down her face. She took a steadying breath.
"I choose this, Owen. This is not happening against my will. I care for Iago. He sincerely loves me, I know that. I think he can make me happy."
She glanced down for just a moment.
"I think I can make him a better man, a better king. But I cannot be happy to see you grieve like this. It will be a torment to me, Owen. I am willing to endure it. But you must, please, you must try. You must try to care for someone else."
Owen hung his head, ashamed that she was handling her emotions better than he was. He tried to wrestle his heart into submission.
"How can I pretend?"
he whispered thickly.
"How can I pretend this will never stop hurting?"
She shook her head and stroked his arm, his good arm.
It won't stop hurting, she said softly. Not a day goes by that I don't miss my papa. But it lessens in time, and so will this. We are still young, Owen. I'm not doing this because I'll become a queen. I would rather have been a duchess. She squeezed his arm. I'm doing this because it is my duty. It is our duty. Loyalty binds us. Isn't that what we've been taught for so long? When I heard the rumors that you had forsaken him, I could not believe them. I knew it was a trick, a deception. I knew you would not do that to him. She gave him a look of adoration. Not my Owen. Never my Owen. She shook her head. But you are mine no longer. I will be Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer Llewellyn. We can do this, Owen. We must. He needs you. Go to your king. Submit to his will as I have done. Owen reached out and took her hand. Her fingers were so soft and warm. It was holding her hand that had given him the courage to jump into the cistern waters. She had taught him everything he knew about bravery and fidelity and love.
As you command, my lady,
Owen whispered huskily. He pressed her knuckles to his lips. If she could endure this, then so could he. As he turned, he spied Justine standing in the doorway, sobbing. He walked past her, pausing only to pat her shoulder and push her to join Evie in the cistern yard. Owen did not want her to be there when he went to see Severn. Etain was waiting with Eric outside the throne room doors, which were closed. The man looked positively green-sick. The poisoner saw Owen's crestfallen look, and her expression filled with shared pain. He is waiting for you both, she murmured in his ear. Everyone else has been ordered out. Owen nodded and took Eric by the elbow. The guards gripped the massive handles of the doors and pulled them open. Something told Owen that Severn would be pacing inside, and indeed, that was the first thing he noticed. The king was chafing with obvious impatience and agitation. Eric, for a moment, couldn't move until Owen tugged on his arm. Severn turned immediately, his expression a mixture of excitement, worry, and triumph. His black garb was a contrast to Eric's more princely raiment. The king wore his battle sword as well as a dagger in his belt. Eric was unarmed, a defeated rebel.
My lord king,
Owen announced in a firm, controlled voice.
The rebel Eric Argentine was captured, and I bring him to you for justice.
Severn folded his arms, giving Eric a dispassionate look. The king's demeanor softened, his brooding looks settling into place.
Welcome back to Kingfountain, nephew,
the king said flatly. Eric summoned his courage. He was trembling with the weight of the moment.
I am not your nephew,
he said in a quavering voice.
My lord, I will confess the truth to you. My name is Pierce Urbick. I am from Brugia.
Owen felt a heavy wall of blackness settle on him, as if an unbearable weight had been heaped on his shoulders. Say nothing, the fountain whispered to him. Severn's expression changed to one of confusion, and the first glints of anger shone through.
Pierce Urbick?
He said in challenge.
It is true, my lord,
the young man offered meekly.
I am an impostor, trained at the court of your sister to deceive you and the rest of the kingdoms. Long have I sought to escape this disguise. I was chosen because I bear a resemblance to the Argentine family. Perhaps my mother had a dalliance with your elder brother during his exile in Brugia. I was taught what to say. I was promised a kingdom. Your kingdom.
He bowed, his knees trembling. Owen knew Eric wasn't telling the truth. Every word out of his mouth was a lie. "Say nothing." Severn looked outraged, his anger blasting white-hot in his eyes.
"You mean to tell me, lad, that you've been duping us all along? That my sister persuaded you to seek my throne unlawfully, illegitimately, and through lies and deception you managed to convince a king to marry you to one of the noblest daughters of his realm?"
His voice continued to rise until he was shouting.
"That this is all a sham? You may be my nephew, my bastard nephew if that, and you come to Kingfountain to seek pardon for these heinous falsehoods."
The king whirled around, his eyes sparking with inner fire.
"I ought to throw you into the river myself,"
he growled with such wrath that Owen thought he might do just that. Eric shrank from the words, wincing away from the king. Owen felt the trickling of the fountain, felt the waters of it seeping inside the king as he lashed out at his nephew. Why would Eric lie? Owen could not fathom the logic or fear that had driven him to such a blatant falsehood. But then he remembered Lady Catherine's eyes, the way her hand had touched her abdomen. "It is your duty to protect the heir," the fountain told him. "The dreadful dead man will return. If you tell the king the babe will perish, you must hide him. You must protect him." Eric collapsed to his knees, his voice throbbing with anguish.
"I beg you to have mercy," he pleaded. "Dread sovereign, I implore you. I was coerced by ambitious men. I did not want to deceive everyone, but I was carried forth by the unfolding of events. I beg for mercy."
Severn eyed the prostrate young man with disgust.
"Take him out of my sight," he ordered Owen. "If your marriage to that young woman was performed under such a lie, then the marriage is not valid."
He snorted scornfully.
"She married you because she thought she had married a prince. Well, I thank you for taking the trouble to bring the Earl of Huntly's daughter to Ceredigion. Her father has been frantic to hear word of her. I shall tell him that his son-in-law was nothing more than a sniveling coward and an impostor. Well, if she wanted to become Queen of Ceredigion, there is another way."
Eric's eyes widened with shock.
"You are a monster,"
he breathed out. Owen felt the heaviness of the fountain still, and it prevented him from speaking out on Eric's behalf. He saw the king's mind shifting, tottering, shutting. Severn smirked.
"If that is what everyone expects, then I shan't disappoint them any longer. I have no family left, no niece, no nephew, no sister."
His eyes were glaring with wrath.
"I won't kill you, lad, but you will come to wish I had. You are my prisoner."
The king turned to Owen.
"My Lord Duke, I give you charge of the Espion. Have young Erbic assigned to Dunsworth. Have them both guarded day and night. I forbid him to share a bed with the woman he seduced and deceived. Have Lady Catherine brought to the palace. I should like to meet the beauty of Adabirian who came to be queen, and I should like to hear him confess his duplicity to her face." "My lord, I beg you, no!"
Eric started, and Severn held up a hand to silence him.
"Take him away."
Owen was sick at heart. He stared at the king, feeling animosity roil in his heart. Was this how Steve Horwath felt? Was this why he was so often silent? Owen grabbed beneath Eric's arm and pulled him up. Eric's face was white with despair, his hands trembling. When Owen reached the door, he gave Attain orders to see to the man. Then he paused and turned as the doors were shut once again. Severn stood by the fireplace, shaking his head.
A strange expression was on his face, an almost giddy look.
"My lord, may I speak to you?"
Owen asked. The king glanced over his shoulder, looking surprised Owen had not yet left.
"You've seen the girl, haven't you, Lady Catherine? Lord Bothwell tells me she is a beauty, soft-spoken, demure. He could not say what color her hair was because the fashion in her country is to wear headdresses."
Severin looked almost distracted in his thoughts.
"When you bring her, I don't want her wearing Adabirian fashions. Have a gown made up for her. Let Atane do it. She should wear black, as if she's in mourning. Black, but I want the cut to be the finest of any princess. Yes, I want her to wear black. It's appropriate, after all."
Owen's horror grew as the king spoke. He was not himself. Something had altered him. Was it the threat of being thrown in the river? Was it the stress of facing another Ambion hill? Or had it been his niece's betrayal? Perhaps he was finally feeling the stress of all his miserable years of loyalty to his brother. The thought shocked Owen and made him sick inside.
"What did you want?"
the king asked peevishly.
"I just wanted you to know,"
Owen said, feeling a strange sensation in his stomach. He would not tell Severin that Catherine was with child. He felt the heavy weight of it pressing on him, but he knew it was a secret he had to keep, just as he had kept so many other secrets from the king.
"To know what? Speak, man. You have errands aplenty to attend to. Aren't you grateful for the new office? The new trust I have put in you?"
Not in the least, he refrained from saying.
"My lord, I just wanted you to know. To hear it from my own mouth. I loved her. I truly, deeply loved her."
Severin wrinkled his brow.
"The Mortimer girl. Yes, I know."
Owen felt the stirrings of hatred begin in his heart.
"You knew?"
The king nodded and folded his arms.
"Mancini saw it first, and then I noticed it myself. Yes, you were fond of the girl. But you are barely a man, Owen. There is much you have yet to learn."
Owen was struggling to control his temper.
"You knew, and yet you allowed Iago to have her? Your enemy?"
The king shook his head, and his face became cruel.
"You don't think I know what you're feeling? Finally, someone else understands what I had to endure, what I had to go through. My Nanette, the daughter of the Duke of Warwick. She and I were much like you and the Mortimer girl. I loved her deeply, as Warwick ensured that I would. And then he sold her off to form an alliance with the Prince of Aquitania. She was to become their queen."
He gave Owen a look of fierce loathing and rage.
"She was wed to our enemy. And when they returned to Ceredigion with an army, hoping to break my brother's crown, I destroyed her father and her husband. That's when I realized I was Fountain blessed. When I was able to persuade her to love me in spite of that."
He came forward, and Owen felt the magic of the fountain rush to life inside the king. He gripped Owen's shoulder, and the pain in his elbow howled with the pressure. The magic of the fountain flooded him, but it could not penetrate him. He stood steady against it, immovable.
"You will understand what I had to endure to be loyal, young Owen,"
the king snarled.
"You will understand what it feels like to be hated, to be despised. You will learn the cost of loyalty as I did. Then we'll see if you can talk smugly of love, as if that were the single most important thing in the world, the only consideration regarding the destiny of kings and fate. The people love you now, but they will hate you. And then we will see if you do not become the very man that I am."
His eyes were losing focus and appeared to be gazing at something far away.
"Yes, they wanted a monster, and now they will get one. And I will make the world howl for it."
Chapter 42. Winter. Flakes of snow floated down like leaves, blurring the view from the window of the solar. Owen stood by the glass, wishing that his heart were made of ice. The door creaked and Duke Horwath entered the chamber. His movements were slower. Maybe it had always been like that, but the man looked so much older to Owen's eyes. Old and weary. Owen guessed that his expression was sufficiently desolate, for Horwath's face frowned in sympathy. He came forward and stood by the window, his arm coming around Owen's shoulder.
"We'll both miss her, lad,"
the Duke said gruffly. There was pain throbbing in his voice.
"I would like it if you came by Dundrennan now and then. You never need an invitation. Maybe an old soldier can help."
Owen felt a pulse of gratitude, but it was quickly snuffed out by his misery.
"The ceremony is over. The ships have embarked. Will she return, my lord?"
The Duke let out a deep, sad breath.
"I doubt it, unless the king calls for her."
Owen steeled himself, trying to keep afloat.
"I'm not sure he will. She always told him what she thought. I don't think the king will appreciate that now."
Horwath nodded sagely.
"He's changed. Something within him finally broke. As I said, you need no invitation."
He clapped Owen on the shoulder, careful to avoid his injured arm, and turned to leave.
"You're riding out to Dundrennan tomorrow, in the storm?"
The old Duke nodded.
"This isn't a storm. I've ridden in worse. Many were slain in the battle. I have widows to see. The dead to honor."
He gave Owen a heartfelt smile.
"Maybe a lad to comfort."
Owen did not think he would ever smile again.
"Safe travels, my lord. Do you have any advice on running the Espion?"
Horwath stroked his goatee.
"I think you learned enough from Ratcliffe and Mancini on what not to do. If I read the king's mood right, he's ready to take the game to the other side of the board."
His eyes narrowed wisely.
"Be careful. Study the history of the time of the Maid. It may teach you what happens when kings overreach."
With a sardonic smirk, Owen nodded to Horwath and watched him leave. His elbow throbbed dully, but it was healing, and he no longer needed the sling to secure it. The flurry was growing thicker outside, making it difficult to see what was happening in the bailey down below. Owen thought about Lady Catherine and what he was going to say to her. He knew what needed to be done, but it would require her cooperation, and she was not likely to trust the man who had deceived her husband. He walked out of the solar and started down the steps to the main floor. There were servants everywhere moving the decorations from the wedding celebration of Iago and Evie. He caught himself. Iago and Elizabeth. He had to stop thinking of her pet name. It hurt too much when he did. Dodging around some girls carrying rolls of fabric that had been used to festoon the Great Hall, Owen retreated to the room of the Espion masters called the Star Chamber. It was near the king's bedchamber. The room was large enough to fit several chairs. Everywhere there were desks, quills, ink, chests filled with coins for bribes, and one wall was lined with hooks holding keys to all the various locks within the palace. The plush chair was larger than Owen needed it to be, but he sat in it, staring at the mound of letters and missives that arrived daily from ships and couriers across the realm, like shoveling snow. The walls of the Star Chamber were thick, and Owen bolted the door, signifying that he did not want to be disturbed. He leaned his elbows on the desk and buried his face in his hands, wondering if he had done the right thing. If he had assisted Eric in overthrowing Severn, would it have changed the fate of the realm? Could he have done so against his conscience? Would knowing what the king had become have changed his decision? He thought of Evie on a ship sailing for Adabirian. He imagined Iago by her side, claiming her mouth in a kiss. A searing pain lanced through his heart at the thought. No, he couldn't think on that. He would drive himself mad. His shoulders trembled with stifled gasps as he tried to control himself. They would have children. What would she name her son? Would she name him Andrew, as so many did, choosing the famous king as a namesake? Or would it be a dearer name? Owen didn't hear the sound of the secret door opening. The fire in his heart was too loud, but he sensed a presence in the room. He heard the rustle of fabric, the swish of a skirt. Then he felt the soothing ripple of fountain magic. Owen turned his neck slowly. There she was. Anchoret Trenewy. Of course, it wasn't her. It was Etain, but she looked like Anchoret. There was that same tender smile, those wise and sad eyes. Even the smell reminded him of her. I wondered how best to comfort you, Etain said softly as she walked forward, the skirts shushing on the carpet. I could have looked like her. She shook her head. Other men would have asked for that. But you aren't like other men. I could never make you believe I was her. You'd despise me, and I never want you to despise me. Who then to comfort you? The look on Etain's face was so full of compassion and sorrow. She put a soft hand on his shoulder. Let me comfort you, Owen, as she would have. I found the letter she wrote you. I searched all the secret places until I found it. She handed him a small square of paper, folded over. Owen stared at her in surprise, feeling his emotions churning relentlessly. With a trembling hand, he took the paper and opened it. To my dear Owen, before I die, I wanted to write this for you. I'm sad to be leaving the palace of Kingfountain behind forever. This tower has been my haven for many years. There are sad memories here, but good ones as well. Life is like that, you will come to learn. When I am asleep in the deep fathoms, I will cherish my memories of you. I wish I could see you grow up and the man you will become. Someday you may be called upon to do something that is against your conscience. I leave my final advice for you. If your master demands loyalty, give him integrity. But if he demands integrity, then give him loyalty. I love you, my little boy. I willingly give my life to save yours. Someday, you may be asked to do the same for another. Your friend, Anchoret. His eyes blurred with tears as he read her final words. The grief in his heart was unendurable. I can see why Mancini didn't want you to read that, Etain said. She smoothed her hand over his hair, then sat next to him on the stuffed chair, pulled his head down against her shoulder, and gently stroked his hair. He felt the illusion of her magic all around him. But just this once, he surrendered to it and pretended the Queen's poisoner was there with him. Epilogue. Owen had never witnessed a woman giving birth before. He was really of no use at all, for he felt sickened and disgusted by the entire ordeal. He had heaved his stomach out in a bucket near the door, and the sounds of Catherine's pangs made him light-headed and utterly dizzy. He was truly the world's greatest fool to think he could hide such an event from the awareness of King Severn. At any moment, he suspected guards wearing black tabards with the white boar emblazoned on them would come pounding on the door of the sanctuary of St. Penrhyn and seize the child. Owen heard the sound of footfalls and feared the worst. A knock came on the door, and Owen drew his sword and pulled back the latch with wobbly fingers, ready to fight. It was the Diconius.
How fares the lady's labor?
the Diconius asked nervously. Owen glanced over his shoulder at Etain, who knelt by the bedside, offering Catherine sips of broth and potions to help her keep up her strength.
I could not tell you one way or the other,
Owen answered truthfully. The Diconius seemed to notice the blade and backed away.
Forgive my intrusion, my lord. I swear to you by the fountain and by the chest you hid here that I will not reveal you. There is no one here at the sanctuary right now, my lord. Not a soul.
He glanced heavenward.
But there looks to be a squall blowing in from the sea. Are you sure you wish to risk the babe's health by riding in a storm? He is to be our king. May the fountain make it so,
Owen said, shutting the door in his face when he heard Catherine moaning in agony again. He leaned back against the door, blinking rapidly. He had the Espion chasing ghosts all over the realm at the moment. He had even concocted a possible threat from his imagination, both to give himself an excuse to be away from the palace and to keep Severn distracted. The king was desperate to see Lady Catherine, to get to know her, to woo her. Owen wiped his mouth, remembering all the lies and tricks he had used to forestall the inevitable. Lady Catherine had stayed in sanctuary for 5 months. At first, Owen had reported that it was her fear of Severn that kept her away, followed by the excuse of a long illness. And then she went into labor early, months early, and it was all Owen could do to get Etain and himself there without drawing the notice of the other Espion. Etain had trained as a midwife, and she had been practicing over the months in anticipation of this birth. Owen's job would be to bring the babe to a safe haven, a place where the child could be raised in anonymity. The arrangements had been made with the help of Duke Horwath, though the story Owen had told the Duke was not true. He'd spun a tale of a young widow who had lost her husband in the Battle of Avranches, a woman who was carrying her husband's child but couldn't afford to care for the babe without a husband. He had promised to find someone to raise the child to be a soldier like his father, to teach him honor and duty and loyalty. Owen knuckled his brow. Catherine lay still. A solemn silence fell over the room. He saw Etain swaddling the bloody infant, an infant who made no sound. Catherine was gasping. I can't hear. I can't hear him. Is it a boy? Truly? He's a boy, Etain said in a solemn voice, a voice full of dread. Owen met her gaze and knew the truth. He could see it in her eyes. The babe was stillborn. Owen's heart wrenched with pain. He sheathed his sword and approached the bed, feeling the dizziness threaten to knock him down. Let me see him, Catherine gasped. Etain looked heartsick. She wiped splotches of blood and goo from the babe's puckered face. She held the boy as tenderly as the mother herself would have, gazing sadly down at the face, the cold, limp face. Owen saw the tears well in Etain's eyes as she pressed a kiss to the babe's forehead. Let me hold him, Catherine pleaded. Etain offered the child to his mother. Sweat made her auburn hair cling to her forehead. She was utterly spent and exhausted from the difficult labor. Her black gown was hanging over a chair, and her white chemise was soaked with sweat and blood. Owen watched Catherine's face twist with emotion as she stared down at the little child in her weak arms. No, no, she moaned. It can't be. Sobs began to rack her chest. Owen stared at the babe, and then he knew what he needed to do. Fighting his doubts, he approached the bedside and took the babe from the weeping mother. Etain stared at Owen, her eyes widening with the realization of what would happen. The babe had been born dead, just like Owen. The prophecy of the dreadful dead man spoke of a dead king who came back to life. Owen felt the power of the fountain well inside his heart. He could hear it in the crashing surf beyond the sanctuary walls. He could feel it in the storm clouds scudding across the sky. Owen cradled the tiny infant in his arms, staring at his waxy skin. He felt the love of the mother radiating from the woman below. He remembered watching as Eric suffered at Kingfountain, a prisoner bound by bitter fate in companionship to Dunsworth, maintaining a lie so that his offspring might be kept safe. Owen felt a spark of hope as he stared at the little babe. The hope that a better reign might soon come to the land. Owen brought the babe's face close to his lips. He didn't remember the words, but somehow he knew what to say in a language he'd only spoken once. He felt the power of the fountain gushing from him as he whispered it. Neshama. Breathe. The tiny eyelids of the quiet king fluttered open.